is raffling off, as always, $100 Amazon gift card and or your choice of a brand new Hammer Effect bowling ball. Okay, if you don't have that, all that money, 100% of it goes to the tournament. And then during the break, we've asked that you don't leave because they're going to turn around quick. You're going to bowl 4 games, you're going to oil, and you're going to come right back. During the break, Leslie's going to load up the prize train, and we're going to give 2 bowling balls away to 2 people, totally free. So the prize train, it will be based on what lane assignment you have, and you have to be here to get it. So we're going to give a new blue Hammer away, and we're going to give a GB5 Game Breaker. So good luck on that. Good luck bowling too, by the way.
The stream today is on YouTube, and the channel name is 1010 TV.
We had some people not show up, so we may have to move some people around. They're in the process of doing that, so be prepared to move.
Jonah, take a picture.
All right, your lanes are coming on for 10 minutes practice. Woo!
generation, bowled with them back in 2010 until I aged out, and then so their annual adult gateways, their big guy, little guy, which is one of the best events in the area. It helps. The adults always love to come out and support it. The kids love to see it. It's always in September, if anybody's wondering.
It's one of those things that's always been great about the St. Louis bowling community is giving back to the youth bowlers.
Absolutely.
It's one thing that we're definitely very blessed with the adult bowlers to still continue to give back and prepare the path for those young athletes ready to continue to go.
I agree, and one of the things that I really love about bowling is that you can do it for many, many years. You can experience this sport as a family. It's good, clean fun for our young people. It's a great time, regardless of your skill level. You can come out and have a lot of fun bowling.
Yep. And here in St. Louis, we do have quite a few bowling centers that offer junior programs. They offer adult leagues on top of any kind of open play that families can go and bowl. We got centers that do kids bowl free. Some centers have like a season pass you can purchase and get 2 games of bowling every day. There's so many opportunities to get on the lanes for all age groups, as you said. So many great proprietors around here that allow these events to go on as well. They were bowling 2 4-game blocks. I know the first one is 4 games on the 39-foot tungsten pattern from Kegel. A lot of interesting angles of attack. 39 feet is always kind of a goofy one for me personally, outside of a chameleon pattern.
Those medium patterns. It's not really too short. It's not really too long, but it's doesn't play like medium with the volume. So definitely seeing some, like as you said, different methods of attack all the way across the lanes here. So.
Yes, anytime you're on a pattern like this, spares are going to be a premium, more so than normal, because the strikes aren't usually going to be as high.
It was fantastic to see at the very beginning, before everybody started practicing, that they were handing out trophies for 300 games to these young bowlers. That's fantastic.
Yeah, usually, at least back when we were bowling the gateways, they would give you, you'd shoot 300, 800, they'd give you a big trophy. Glad to see they still do that, or they give, I believe, either a shirt, they add it to your banner, which is down at the end of the lanes. Trying to see if anybody's got a star that's within view. At Atkins on lane 30, he's got a star, I believe, with a number that shows how many 300s he's won on his banner.
And the pin indicates how many tournaments above and beyond the initial one for how many wins they have.
Yes, if you have a gold pin, it is an invitational win, which is essentially a tournament of champions. Have to have made a cut within the last, I think, 2 seasons. Invitational is always hosted here at Imperial. They usually, if I'm not mistaken, they really, at least they were donating the lineage for that event, which was fantastic. That is next month. I believe they said on the 20th. No, it might be the week after the 20th, because Crestwood's on the 20th. It's pretty much a gateway every month, and they are fantastic events.
In front of us on the live stream, I can't see who, which pairs. I think it's these 4 that on either side of the bowl.
I believe so. Let me ask Todd real quick.
23 through 30, 23 through 26 is channel 1, 27 through 30 is channel 2. Gotcha.
All right. Our live stream pairs, we have 23 through 26, channel 1, 27 through 30, channel 2.
Well, we can compliment any of the bowlers that have any big strings that are going, and or we see something unusual that gets picked.
You have a name to go with it. Something that they do really well down here is the names moving You'll see across the course of the day, if you're watching on the stream, the names will move, their running totals will move. It makes it so much easier for spectators. People following the live stream can use the live stream on one side of their phone. They can pull up Lane Talk and see an exact total on the other.
That's one thing that's kind of nice is Imperial does have Lane Talk that you can actually go on the website and actually see live updated scoring. And what is our live stream that we're on today?
Is 10-pin TV, I believe.
Yes, on YouTube, correct.
On YouTube.
And I guess everybody would have been able to find that since they're listening to us, right?
Yeah. I had somebody ask earlier, I'm like, I believe it's JVC STL. If it's wrong, I will get that name to you, and then it made an announcement for it.
And there should be a link as well, but
a lot of missed head pins, it seems.
A lot of missed everythings. When you were over at Lakeside, you hosted a lot of collegiate events over there.
When I was at Lakeside, we were hosting the Maryville Saints Invite every year. I believe they are moving that to Shrewsbury this year.
Okay, and I know we had one of our conference championship tournaments that was there for
we had that up at Chesterfield.
NAI.
Yep.
So that was always good. So what are some things that you see from the proprietor and your role and your side of the game that being an athlete and competitor as well, that you could kind of lean towards encouraging some of these athletes to continue to work on to get better?
The biggest thing for me is you find a proprietor that will put patterns out for you. It gives you an opportunity to come practice. Something I always did on Sundays. There's a flat rate. You got 3 hours of practice on a different pattern.
Order number 49, your pretzel and cheese and fries
a
are
friend of
ready,
ours
49.
who used to be a mechanic at Bolero St. Peter's with me started this program called Get to Know Sport. It was Tuesday nights. It was $5, and we'd fill a 22-lane side of the house. And that was Cody Uthoff once he moved to Dallas with his family. And I came back to Lakeside. I asked his opinion on if I could start that back up. And while I never had the numbers that we had at St. Peter's, still had people to come out and use it. It's something that when I move over to Sunset Lanes, I'm going to find a night and continue doing.
Good. Pattern play and learning how to bowl on sport is definitely helpful once we get the the next level or where they're going to compete, whether it's bowling regionals or bowling collegiately. It's something that I see at the collegiate level now when we have high school athletes that are coming up. They're not as informed. So that would be something I would love to be able to partner up and see if we can continue to just help get these kids a little bit more prepared. Practice habits are always important. With spare shooting is super critical, as we're noticing. But just in general, making sure that they have a better understanding and knowledge of what the lane condition provides for them.
Absolutely. That's one of the biggest things I lose not being at Lakeside anymore is the ability to set individual spares. It's a very popular feature we have in that building, and unfortunately, any center I go to in St. Louis will not have that just due to the newness of Lakeside. But we'll still have patterns out once I have a day, or have a day.
Nice
get it
spare on
advertised.
24 there.
Very good spare for
2410.
Did not catch the name before it moved. Yeah, and Mark puts patterns out down here for the kids. They've got so many different junior programs down here. Compared to, say, we go back 15 years ago, it was just a Saturday morning league. And while we did have 2 shifts on Saturdays down here, it's crazy now. You've got Saturdays, you've got, I believe, Mondays he's got sports, Sundays he's got something, I believe, as well, at least in the fall. They send so many kids to Junior Gold, which this year is in Detroit.
We do that at St. Charles too. St. Charles is part of Concord, the group management ownership group is part of the Concord group. So they have the several programs that are similar out at St. Charles.
So would you say that the bowling community with young people is growing then in St. Louis?
I'd say it's trending up over
I would
a bit of a
agree.
lull.
I mean, we just actually started a junior program on Saturday mornings up at Concord,
Very good.
which we hadn't had in several years, quite a few years, but that's actually growing pretty significantly. I know they still have one at Crestwood. So
Crestwood does really well. Shrewsbury's got one, I believe it's grown. Crestwood and Imperial is always the two I've always recommended. because we really didn't have one when I was at Lakeside. It kind of dissipated after COVID. But I grew up bowling here at Imperial, and always a place I can recommend. Now that Crestwood's part of the Imperial family. St. Charles, like Don said, if kids are up there, I recommend there. They've done stuff with juniors and junior gold for many years. Kyle Sherman bowled out of there. His mom, Tracy, used to run these great junior gold qualifiers once or twice a month. They were fantastic. You'd bowl junior league at 9 in the morning and go up and bowl your 6 games for the PFC tournaments. That's how I qualified for the one time I got to go, and it's an experience, and it's a lot different now. The numbers have grown so much that go to junior gold because there's so many people hosting events. The way they've done the ages now is kind of beneficial. So it's a fantastic event, and I know a good chunk of these kiddos will be up there, I believe, in 2 weeks.
I'll be up there again this year as part of the registration day, and they have an expo that the college coaches are over 70 coaches this year. They're going to have booths to actually have athletes be able to come up and visit and interact with the coaches and find out about what the universities have to offer, as well as the bowling programs, and really kind of a cool experience to have. There's not too many opportunities in collegiate bowling where we have about 5,000 athletes that we're able to interact over the course of a week and a half. So
absolutely,
it's pretty amazing.
It's crazy. That's gone from being like first year I bowled, or the year I bowled in 2013. The check-in was in a hotel west of Detroit. You had the 4 brands of Brunswick at the time, or the 4 brands, of Ebonite at the time, were the title sponsor. That was the only brands that were at the expo, and then you had a coach's room about the size of the check-in room here at Imperial. And now, like, even 2 years later, when I took my brother to Chicago for junior gold, we have all the brands are in a convention center. You got a massive area for all the coaches, and I know if Don goes up there, the Maryville coaching staff goes up there. I believe Lindenwood sends people up there. McKendree, which will have Sean, the head coach of the women's team at McKendree, will be on at some point today. A lot of 3 really good bowling schools across town. Though Maryville is just on the girls' side of the NCAA.
Or number 54 is already set bar, or number 54.
That's one thing that not a lot of cities are as fortunate as we are. As we've got, as you said, 4 really good programs to expand into the collegiate level, with Lindenwood being a national championship team, and McKendree a national championship team, and the Maryville ladies on the NCAA side, and our team with MOVAP. So definitely lots of opportunities for athletes to get to continue to bowl and use their scholarship dollars and that they earn in SMART, and just continue to embrace the sport and actually get a college degree.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, it seems like, you can see almost a rivalry sometimes between Maryville and McKendree on the NCAA side.
Us and Lindenwood, back and forth. So
it always seemed like at the Saints Invite it would come down. McKendree's won, I think, the 5 events that I got to play host between Chesterfield and Lakeside for the NCAA. McKendree won all but 1, and the one they didn't win, they were bowling in the Dallas area that weekend. McKendree definitely puts together a great program. They had a Baker 300 during their conference event in 2022 at Lakeside. That was really cool. Though I was in the pits for it, so I did not get to see it. I just got to hear it over the machines.
Yeah, it doesn't happen too often. We were fortunate for our girls' team. We were bowling over at St. Clair at the McKendree Baker tournament last year, and our girls had a 299. So it's pretty awesome when that happens, and it's amazing how quickly all of the athletes are supportive of that team that's scoring. A little bit different than the adult leagues, where there's a little bit more envy and animosity when people are scoring, I guess is the easiest way.
Yeah. It seems to depend. Like Thursday night, I bowl in a doubles league down here. We had a gentleman named Jason Jaggy. He shot a house record of 890, and it was really cool. Usually that league does not stop for honor scores, and about that third of the house had stopped to watch. Yeah. I did not realize how far we were bowling on 23 and 24 for game 3, so we did not. I did not get to see it.
Yeah, that's one thing that me being a little bit That's one thing with me being a little bit older now. I can remember back in the late 60s and early 70s when I had my first 300 and got to about the 9th frame and the entire bowling center of 32 lanes stopped bowling to watch me bowl the 10th frame. And now 300s are not as rare of an occurrence, so there's times where 300 happens and you don't even know
Barely
it.
know it, yeah. And when I shot my first one, it was at Sunset in the late scratch league.
Or number 54 is ready to snack bar. Or number 54.
Nobody, other than the people on my pair, knew I was on a string. Todd Stewart, who's running our live stream, just said after this game we're going to shut down for a minute. He's going to connect to another place, so we will have a bit of a short intermission. See if we can get a better, more consistent connection to the Wi-Fi or to a internet source.
So the bowlers are going to be moving 2 pairs to the right every game, so we'll be able to get quite a few bowlers that are going to be passing through the live stream lanes.
Yep. Get a good variation of the house across the day. Look down on lane 30, we got Kerry Ogle doing pictures today. Kerry does wonderful pictures with everybody, even up to now with the PBA.
And a lot of the major sports teams, too.
And a lot of our local sports teams. In particular with City, I believe.
I'm seeing some pretty amazing scores up there already for the first game.
We got Lewis over here. He can strike out for 237. That'd be a good number. I guess I don't have the setting on where you can see the previous games on the new game. Well, so you can see it at the bottom when they're up, but.
I'll see when we're in the break if we can get some scoring updates from the office and make sure that we get those back and forth.
Yeah, you can see if Leslie could print us out a copy after each game. At least it's unofficial. That's what I always did with the PBA is I would print out a copy with the names and post that at the desk as unofficial because anything for PBA had to be from the website. Tenth pin there for Brian Rhodes. Uh-oh. Did not look like he liked that from the second he let it go.
So out of curiosity, is the two-handed bowling becoming more popular?
Significantly.
It's something I don't recall when I was growing up.
The last 7 to 8 years, it's exploded, I guess is the best word. And I would say high school and collegiate level is probably more than half now.
Yeah, I would say.
Especially on the guys' side, and we're actually even starting to see the ladies' side where we're getting quite a few thumbless players.
Yeah, I think Danielle Henderson, she's two-handed, correct?
And Victoria White, yep, two of the locals that are actually turning some heads. I know Victoria is going to NCAT, I think. And I think that Danielle moved down to
Jacksonville State.
So she did real well down there.
Yeah, she just won the U23 or U22 Queens, didn't she?
She did.
It's an awesome event that USBC started to help with the gap between the 18 to 22-year-olds that were affected by their age-out rules that changed a couple years back. Welcome back. Should have a little bit better connection. Should have a little better connection back at the Stars of the Lanes with currently Zach Friedman. I believe Don will be back over in just a second, and Tracy or Sean, somebody else will come and join us. Currently just started game 2 on the 39-foot tungsten pattern from Kegel. The pattern's playing very interesting. Is Larry going to join me? Sweet.
Get Larry for a while.
How you doing, Larry?
Hey, I'm doing fine, Zach. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing good. Oh, no.
I want to appreciate you being here today.
Thanks for asking. I'm happy to be down here.
You and Griffin and Tracy got things started for us.
Yeah, had a bit of a technical difficulty. Had to redo the intro, but
Well, we have a great turnout for considering that it's on a challenge pattern, something that kids aren't normally accustomed to bowling, so they go bowl something that's a lot tougher, like Junior Gold or Team Masters or
PBA Junior,
Assist or PBA Junior. Yeah.
A couple of them when you come out and bowl the sweepers and stuff I would run. Most of the stuff I run was on patterns.
So really, I'm really happy with the very first event. We've joined with the JBC on, and I think they're doing a great job of running the event like they do with all their stuff.
Yeah, it's a fantastic event.
So what have you seen so far? What are you looking at as a bowler yourself? You've done a lot of bowling on sport condition and challenge patterns. What do you see the biggest difficulty in the kids there?
I see a lot of people, it seems like they're playing the wrong part of the lane. 39 feet is kind of a weird length, kind of as Don said earlier, a medium pattern. And it can lull you into a sense of security in that, oh, it's close to my house shot length in some cases, but it plays much different. You don't have the forgiveness.
Yep.
Actually kind of surprised I'm not seeing a ton of urethane.
It's funny how you can think you've thrown a great shot, but because you're in just a little bit, your angles aren't quite right. It makes a left turn on you.
Yep, or you miss just a hair right and it backs up and you leave a washout. We saw a lot of missed headspins game 1. Saw one on lane 28.
Well, one of the things that when Mark Brevard and I got together and started talking about this is, the ultimate reason is just to give the kids a tune-up and give them especially kids that are going to Junior Gold, but to let kids know that it's not impossible to bowl on something besides house shot. There's nothing wrong with bowling on house, but a lot of these kids want to go bowl college.
Yeah.
And coaches, we have coaches here today. We've got at least 2 coaches today from local schools that are just cruising the lanes looking. Don Griffin's here from Missouri Baptist. Sean Bybee, we're expecting him to come in and join with you on the stream here from McKendree. He not only recruits for the boys, but he is the girls' head coach. But there's these coaches like to see what these kids can do and how they adjust on these tougher conditions. But spare picking is the biggest thing I've seen is them picking the spares.
Makeable spares. You want your bad shots to be 9. That was what I was always told going to Junior Gold. And looking at the 6 lanes in front of us right now, I see 1 9 count and 3 missed head pins. You got to make your makeables. You got to get your count the best you can on these tougher patterns.
You've got to find a way to stay clean. Exactly right. And that's hard to do when there's big spaces between the pins.
Yep. Yeah, as Larry was saying earlier, with these kids bowling on sport, the JBC, their gateways are fantastic. One of the best formats. You get into match play on day 2, it's like a mini PBA event, but they are all on house shot. Very nice break on the 2-4-7-8 there by Lance Britt.
Yeah. His dad had kind of a good score a couple times, hadn't he?
Yeah, his dad, Lance's dad, Nick, is very good. He bowls over a lot of stuff in the Metro East. bowled the Masters League against him for a couple of years at 700 clubs. Always enjoyable to talk hockey with them. Get a little bit, there's a missed end of everything. But with these shots being on house shot, what I like about them, or the gateways being on house shot, is it allows, you're not going to be intimidated by low scores coming in if it's like your first time. For example, first gateway I ever bowled was at St. Charles 2010. The U.S. Open pattern accidentally got oiled. I didn't know the difference between what they bowled on TV and what we bowled on, that there was anything different. I just know that I averaged 120 that day. And found out it was sport cool. I'm going to keep bowling these because these are fantastic. And you know, by the time I aged out 3 years later, I was eager to bowl on more sport stuff.
Yeah, the difference between my very first junior archway, which eventually turned into the Gateway, same organization, was 1974.
Yeah, one gateway a month. You got 2 adult gateways every year. And the big guy, little guy, which is, as we were talking with Don earlier, just one of the most enjoyable events of the year. Something I personally always try to make time for.
Well, I don't know if anybody really, in today's, say, people like me, my age, have any idea how many incredible pros came out of the St. Louis Junior Bowling Organization.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've got national title holders. We've got
Team USA members.
Team USA members. We've got world record holders. It's been an incredible organization, and people like, we're fortunate that there have been people like John Williamson for many, many, many years that have come, all the way back to Peggy Tyler, Gary Voss, Ray Orff. We actually had, back in the day, we had Dick Weber, and they were all involved in it. And the junior archway came out of a desire for the young people to bowl like the senior, the men's archway tournament, which in St. Louis was the premier bowling tournament organization. And it was really funny because there were so many touring pros in St. Louis. When the season was at a lull, they were all here bowling those tournaments. So you had the best bowlers in St. Louis bowling against the best bowlers in the world. And it was great.
I know when we were originally talking to Linda about the Bradshaw, about the big guy, little guy, we were trying to find a weekend. The 10th on the 6th, 7th, 10th.
That was a great attempt.
Linda was wanting to try to find a weekend that we could get, the Brad and the Kyle, EJ Tackett, AJ to come down. I know EJ's come down and bowled the big guy, little guy 1 year. His wife, Natalie, I bowled with her in the gateways growing up. And, yeah, they were fantastic.
Well, I think that there's still a lot of the pros that if they're available, they make themselves available to the young bowlers, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
We've been fortunate over the last couple of years. And, we had, through the seed program, we had Matt Ogle, Brandon Bone, Mike Dole, and they came in for a one-night seminar we had 40 kids there. It was a blast. We actually had too many kids for 4 people, but for 3 hours they got to bowl with them and pick up some lessons and some pointers, and but these guys are fantastic when they're in town and they're available.
Absolutely. Hey, every year you see a lot of the touring guys will do clinics. I know EJ's a part of one, it seems. Sean Rash, you'll see it pop up.
Yep.
We'd love to get one in St. Louis. I know I looked into when I was at Lakeside trying to get the Belmo experience.
Nice cover there.
Very good cover on
by
24.
Jaden Meyer.
Let's see if we have any strings going. You got Nick Donius. There's a 4-bagger. If I pronounce that name right. If I mispronounce any names, I apologize.
We've got somebody over here with, it looks like Braylon Thomas with the front 4.
You had a good start on that pair. It looked like you had Jaden Roach got the front 2. Yeah, missed a little wide on that one.
Just a bit outside.
And you can't do that. 39, like I said earlier, 39 feet. He covered the spare though. 0 spare on an open, so that's basically 9 spare.
Well, Jaden is one of my seed kids, and he's going to be going to school. He's a very talented musician. He's a very smart young man, and he's going to be bowling for a school. I can't remember the college name off the top of my head, but he's going to be bowling. Uses some of his scholarship money.
Braylon with a 5th. They are lane. We're talking about lane 21, 22. They are just off to the left of the live stream pair at the moment. We will see them here the next game. They'll be on 25 and 26.
And you got Sammy DeBow. She's got a split in the first with, it looks like, a 3-bagger right now. Yeah.
Yeah, 8-1. So we had 9 out, 3 in a row. 21 and 22. That is a fun pair in this building.
Yes. A lot of, when Bobby Becker was running the counter, that's the pair that he always put us on as juniors because he could watch us, and I think there's 2 reasons. He watched us just to see how we're doing, but also to make sure we didn't get any trouble. I bowled a lot of games on lanes 21
Order
and
number
22.
76 is ready in the sandbar, 76.
Yeah, it was really cool to see how, even though Imperial put in the synthetic lanes back in 2020, how some of these how some of the pairs' trademark tendencies still play through. 21 and 22 still notoriously a goofy pair, especially later in a block. Notice it a lot on Thursday nights in our doubles leagues. You can bowl up to 7 games. We can hit that one up to game, I believe 6. 23 and 24 notoriously hooks it quite a bit. You can say that. We had a 3 off the right and a missed head pin. So even with that pair tendency, these little bit flatter patterns, you cannot miss right.
Well, it's funny how you bowl in a house and you get pairs that you do know better than others. And you know, for me, it was always lanes, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 were some of my favorites. And then you come down here to, 25 through even 30. I just always liked this end of the house.
29-30 is a fantastic pair, and I'm probably in the minority in that agreement.
And in the juniors, that's where I shot my first 300 here at Imperial Bowl was on lane 30, 29-30.
Yeah, what's fantastic about these last 6 lanes is they have Kegel Specto, so you can come down here and practice if you can get lanes, and it'll tell you your stats and all that. You can log in right now. I could log in and look at how people are bowling on those 6 lanes. It'll give you speed, rev rate, approximately anyhow, where the ball's at launch, where it is at the arrows, at the break point, at the pin deck. Specto is such a cool tool. And very fortunate to see Imperial have it. Come down here and used it myself.
Good cover by Jaden Meyer. He got a little wide there on the first ball, but he came back and covered the spare.
Yeah, that red lane seems to give him a little bit of fits. Got Donius over here. He's on a 5-bagger now. Can strike out for 226. It's going to be a great example of making your spares. If he makes all 3 of those 9 outs, he shoots 250 this game if he strikes out versus 220. And looking at the scoring pace, 220 is going to be massive. 250 is a huge jump.
Yes. Sammy DeBow, and she just covered off of an open. She's back on, and then Jordan, Jalen Roach covered.
Came back from the
spare. We have Braylon Thomas up on lane 21 right now. He's working on the front 5.
Throwing a venom shot, a little bit of surface. Just a bit outside. Looks like he's going to get 6 on that. Good run. I believe I was told he shot 156 game 1, so if he can stay clean here and make a move. Second out of range on 27. Just heard the desk call that back. Good spare, 3-6. Anytime you're on, I mean, even on house, a 3-6 is kind of tricky. You add a pattern to it, it makes it a little tougher.
Well, Brian Rhodes is from the Festus area, and he's approaching, his age out with the juniors, but he's been coached by Denise Trammell, and she's done a great job with him. And Denise, of course, is running the junior program at Concord now.
Oh, really? Oh, Denise Phelps or Denise Bennett?
Denise Trammell, Phelps.
Oh.
I've known her son. It's Denise Trammell to me, but Denise Trammell Phelps.
Gosh, that's awesome.
And
from when I was at Arnold.
she's doing a great job. Let's see if they get that covered.
It kind of got, it looks like it was a 6-8 that moved. Raylan just went Brooklyn coming off his open. Raylan's on pace for a 244, can strike out for 260 for the Century Award. Jaden Meyer with another gutter coming off of the previous one. Good shot from Hayden LeDrew on number 26. Crosses over, needs a 6. I want to see how the pattern looks.
Oh, on the tungsten.
Kegel's got these elemental patterns for recreation, or element patterns. Recreational level, challenge level, which is what the kids are bowling on today, and sport level. What are they bowling on for the second?
Titanium, 44-foot titanium.
44 foot here, that is an awesome length.
I think that, yeah, and the volume's a little heavier. I think that the kids are going to find a huge difference.
Nice messenger in front of us by Hayden LeDrew to finish out with 164. I think Sean's going to join us.
I'm going to step out and let Sean Bybee get in here and talk with you guys. All right?
I'm good.
And so you want to mute me out there?
Yep. Kelly, you got the green
I'm
one.
green.
Thank you, Larry. Have Sean Bybee join us. He's the head coach of McKendree. Dad, somebody asked me for the link. Had somebody message me and ask me for the link. 6 and out. Nice cover from Lance Brim on 24. Other one works. Oh. What's up?
Darker down.
Yeah. All right, Sean.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good. What you seeing out there today, Sean?
Whole lot of slashes, or dashes, not slashes.
Yeah.
So.
Here's a great example of making spares making a difference here in front of us on 25. The leadoff bowler on 25, 3 9-outs and an 8-1. He threw 6 strikes across game shot 192. Make one of those spares, you go plus.
That is 30, 50 pins.
Yeah.
So it's kind of my first exposure to the local area. Usually we've been out of town on JBC and weekends, so this is the first time I've been able to get around a little bit to watch some of the kids, but a little bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, you can definitely tell they're not quite used to the little bit tougher patterns.
Yeah, I see
Order number 76 and 77 are ready in the snack bar. 76 and 77.
wasn't sure how strong that feedback was. I could hear pretty clear. So.
Yeah, it's pretty loud.
Biggest thing I've seen is the overwhelming amount of urethane going down the lane. So
yeah,
it's a mixed bag.
Down here, it seems like we haven't seen a ton. Not as much as I would expect, just knowing what the kids throw a lot on house. A lot of people see 39 feet, oh, I gotta throw urethane.
Yeah, it's not. A good example is now I'm watching, I think it was like 7 and 8 or 9 and 10. I watched a little bit in the low end the first game just because there's some names I recognized, and then watched the pair that move over them. All of a sudden they back up. Like as soon as they're in the same spot, they back up, miss the head pin right. As soon as it's slightly up the lane, it's jailbroke. So a little bit of the urethane, a little bit of obviously shot repetibility, but still,
Yeah.
not something you want to see early on either.
Yeah, for me, 39 feet is always one of those kind of goofy lengths that it's very easy to get lulled into a false sense of security during warm-ups, and the lights come on, and oh, that's not hooking, or that's hooking too much. You try to overcomplicate. Here's a good example of urethane. That one came back and left a shaker 5.
Jeez. Do we have? I didn't see the lane graph. Do we have it?
Yeah, I got it uploaded on my phone.
This will help kind of meet what my eye is looking at.
39-foot tungsten. Not sure what the mills are on it.
25.6. Are they actually using terrain, or are they using?
No, I believe they use Infinity, if I remember right.
Yeah, so it's an oil that wants clean bowling balls. It's kind of a double-edged sword, but there's a lot of volume. It's definitely not the hardest pattern, but there's a lot of volume. So if you get in too much, you're going to see the under. As soon as you get too close to it, it could also back up. So.
Yeah, and then the second block, they're bowling on 44 feet with titanium.
Yeah, so like I said, a little bit of a mixed bag. Kind of just watching certain things. I know I haven't bowled here since they did the redid the lanes too much, but I do know this high end plays a little squirrelier than the low end does.
In particular, 21 and 22 and 25 and 26 can be a bit goofy. 23 and 24 hooks a little bit more. A lot of people on Thursdays, I bowl a doubles league up here, they'll say 29 and 30 is goofy. I don't know what they're talking about. It's probably one of my favorite pairs we hit.
I've bowled 2 events here since the redo, so like not too much exposure, but when I started on 29 and 30 in both of them, and then I moved to like 5 and 6, I'm in 3 different centers, is what it felt like. It just felt so different, but.
With 1 through 10 was actually added on. I mean, I know that the tendency kind of plays through with the synthetics, as I was mentioning with Larry earlier, but 1 through 10 was added on a few years after the building opened.
Okay.
A lot of league bowlers will say 11 and 12, 21, 22 are the tougher 2 pairs in the house. 11 and 12 is one I like.
It's also kind of reminiscent of like St. Charles with the pillar pairs. I think 7 and 8 is the hardest pair in that building at St. Charles. But 9 and 10 can also be the same way, because 9 wants to play like it's 6 foot shorter on anything you bowl onto. So
yeah, St. Charles is a similar situation. It was 24 lanes. They added 8 lanes on at some point a little bit later.
Just gonna make the centers bigger from the jump.
Yeah. Well, St. Clair's that way. St. Clair, I think, started as 32, then 40, now 50.
Yeah, we never even get down to the high end area, but
it's a shame. I like the high end there. The middle that gets weird.
So I like what, sorry, sidetrack here. I like what Ethan's doing on 24.
Want to just finish off a double there?
Yeah, a little softer speed, so his ball's going to see it. I want to say, looks like a widow? Yeah, it's a widow. So softer speed, he's rolling it more. Just objectively, that's what I think would be a better kind of look, because we just watched Jaden
A solid head pin for Jaden.
Stone head pin. So we just saw Lucas the last time he was on the right lane. Kind of shaker 5-7 with the purple. But he threw it soft enough to where it shaped. But as soon as he gets on the left lane and he gets a little forward or it's a little right, with the urethane, it's not going to get there.
It wiggles and...
Yeah. That's the biggest thing I see, like, just across youth bowling today. Last year was my first junior goal as the McHenry women's coach. This will be my second year, and it's just, you don't see the urethane too much on the women's side. But when it comes to the boys' side, you see the overwhelming, like, I need to throw the purple. I need to throw this. Yeah,
purple or pitch black.
You can play them. I certainly would throw them at a certain point on this, but I would not probably do it from as far left.
Hearing a lot of clapping. I'm not sure what.
So
18 looks like there was a string.
There was a front 8 on 5 and 6 when I was down there about 10 minutes ago.
Let's see if Lane Talk has that number.
Yeah, he was on 5 and 6, I believe, or 3 and 4.
Very cool. Anybody that is following this event, watching the live stream, if the bowler you are looking for is not on the live stream, you can also follow around on Lane Talk. Imperial does have all the names in. Scores move with them. It is a fantastic program.
Lane Talk's definitely nice. I don't always get to watch streams for any event in particular, but I'll watch more than Lane Talk.
You happen to remember the kid's name on 5 and 6?
It was O something. It was a hyphenated name, or like an Irish name.
See if he has his move already. He was on 5 and 6. O'Connell.
O'Connell, maybe?
Yeah, 250.
Alex Purtle. Front 10, 4-4, 282.
Oof.
Okay.
That's a box
Alex,
mystery number.
Alex Purtle with a great mystery score number. Front 10, 4 out, or 4 count, 4 count.
It's a good box mystery. He's going to double up if we had it. But, yeah, so the big thing I'm seeing.
And just finish out a 3-bagger there. He's got 220 or 230 left if he strikes out. Covering his makeables there. He does have a gutter in the first frame, but you don't lose count.
Just 9 spare.
What's up, Mason? Look over on 21. I mean, they're just off the live stream. You got Sammy DeBow on pace. She can strike out for 246.
Yeah, she's at 230 right now.
It's a big game. It doesn't show her total from last game, though.
I think she had like 170-ish. 170, 180.
230 is going to make a difference. You got Braylon Thomas at the bottom on that lane. He's pacing 2-0.
Sammy throws it very well. So I ran across her a little bit late in the recruiting trail, but I believe she's actually committed to go to Missouri Baptist, so she'll be with Don Griffin for this upcoming year. But definitely throws it well. She's throwing, looks to be an Ion, if I had to guess. Nope, that's an IQ Tour. So she started in a Optimum Idol earlier, pink ball, and it was just too fuzzy, too earlier, so a little too big, and I think that was a little bit of her issue. So once she got into something clean, and it's 39 feet, so something retains some energy, maybe a little smaller core, give you a little better shape if you're in the right spot. If I miss 2 or 3 right at 4 pins for 45, I'd probably be pretty happy.
So they're going to move down. They'll be on 25 and 26. They'll be on our next game here. Got Logan Hedrick trying to shoot 162. He strikes out.
So we got
our league standings or the tournament standings on Tournament Bowl. Yes. Okay. Yeah, tournamentbowl.com. That wasn't a bad shot.
No, so I think 24, like he gets it there. If he gets it there, it's close. So I think that's the shape of the lane we're seeing, a little bit like the tower.
Mm-hmm.
So when he gets it at 8, it's still in it more. It's not getting it fast enough, but it's a double-edged sword. If he sends it there too firm, it's going to wash out.
Not giving yourself much error.
No.
Wash out. Wash out at best, 2-8-10 at worst.
Yeah.
I would take a washout over a 2-8-10 any day.
I would just throw it at the head pin.
Yeah?
See,
good shot from Ethan.
This is where, like, Ethan's ball motion. So, same idea. It's a bigger, slower bowling ball. He's got some surface on it. And he's throwing it roughly in the same area that looks like Lucas is. Maybe a little more in, but it's not got the under. So, like, that's the biggest thing. Like, my first year of NCAA coaching was kind of learning the moves and whatnot. You don't see the urethane too much in women's bowling. Maybe one if we're bowling on 39, 40 foot, which was seldom, but it's very rare. So the big thing for us was, I always told the girls I would rather have the over than the under. Because the under can be 2 things. Under could be the angle, like you're in the wrong part of the zone, or wrong part of the lane, or you could have a completely wrong ball in your hand. So it's okay, like if we get it up the lane in the hooks, I'd rather it do that than back off. Because then it's like, okay, do we move right? How long do you camp? Do you ball change? Play the over. Get it to where you can soften up, shape them around the lane a little bit.
Yeah, on those NCAA patterns, you see the mid lanes break down pretty good. At least I know I saw that at the Saints Invite this year.
So the Saints Invite, I'm trying to go back into my memory bank, was a little, I mean, not even going to say little, but it was tricky. So a lot of our girls, we didn't have a lot of rev rate. Our average rev rate is probably 250-ish, 240 in that realm. So we use a lot of, not necessarily super big bowling balls at surface, but a lot of, last year we were with Storm, a lot of phase 2s, some gems every now and then with a ton of surface. But we didn't try to chase them. Like we would just ball down and try to stay out of it. Because the one thing about Lakeside, obviously as a former manager there, you know, and I used to work there too. Like, that place hooks early, so it's like when you jump, you have to jump.
Yeah.
We were lucky enough as a head coach, that was my first tournament win in the country. We ended up going into the format, and we beat Newman in the first round, and then Louisiana Tech when we beat Newman. So super cool coaching experience, but it was tough. Like,
And Newman was really tough in that building.
yeah, Newman has a lot of girls who are very accurate. They have a little higher rep rate than we did last year, and they're very knowledgeable about their lane play. Most times than not, they're going to break it down to the right, and they just find a way to camp there longer. And that's kind of what I've noticed in NCAA. Like, there's two things: you can play right, you can kind of get in the middle and chase them, like you have to eventually. But they are so good at staying in a certain area of the lane and just shelling down and making better shots. We saw it at GLVC. I don't really think they ever chased it left, where we had to kind of move in and get away from it a little bit. But
Yeah, they beat UCM last season there after knocking McKendree out in the Maryville out in the semifinals.
Okay.
Lance Brim's going to shoot 141.
Yeah, 141.
Seems like Lance, he's got to get his ball speed up. It looks like he's throwing a white dot for a strike ball, and it's running off the end of the pattern. He just doesn't quite have the ball speed.
I think it's a mix.
Yeah, maybe.
So yeah.
Oh, I think he has a white dot for a spare ball.
Okay.
He was throwing a mix for King of the Hill at Bel Air.
He just took
That looked like he was shooting at a 7 then. Ethan on lane 23 can strike out for 230. Oh, it did take 3 off.
Yeah, he hit the 7. The 8 fell into the 5. Not your everyday take out of the rack there. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that was.
I think he might have hung up on the first one. I'm not quite sure.
I could have, because it was not right.
All right, in front of us, we've got Jaden Roach, Braylon Thomas, Sammy DeBow, Caden Clark, Cameron Alberts. Not quite sure that Chase Just. Good St. Louis group here. Sammy's dad was a general manager down here at Imperial for a while. She's got a lot of lane time down here. As we saw the last game, 240, she was throwing an IQ Tour solid.
Yeah, it looked like an IQ Tour, a little bit more shine on her.
Caden's grown up quite well. He's throwing the ball really well, celebrating the 15th birthday today. Just a bit outside. Came back left 2-pin.
This is just my hot take. I mean, I've watched Cade for about 4 years now since I've lived back in St. Louis. And he would come up to some of the bigger events, sign the Youth Waiver and Bowl. And he's competing with adults, like running us in, being pretty close to it. So seeing that at 10, 11 years old, like his dad's prepping him out pretty well for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's like, my hot take, I think he's a right-handed Spencer Robarge. Obviously, he's still younger, a little smaller, but Spencer won a lot here. Everybody in St. Louis kind of knows Spencer, but right side's a little harder. Not taken away from Spencer at all, but like, that's reminiscent of what I get, just the raw talent that he has.
When we first met Spencer, he was 7. He kind of would run up and push the lane, kind of like John Branham does, and would still just run it in.
I've had some good conversations with Spencer before I got into coaching, thankfully, so you're able to talk more and whatnot, but his knowledge is
insane.
Far beyond. He's what, senior at Wichita or 5th year at senior, so he's like,
I think he's a
Point
senior.
number 83,
so he's
turning
21,
center. Point number
23
83.
maybe. I talked to him 4 years ago, and I felt like I was talking to a tour rep.
Yeah.
The stuff he sees, and it's not only like everybody gets a bad rep because he throws urethane a lot. That kid, you can put a marble in his hand. Put a marble in his hand, and we'll figure out how to get it through the pins. It's just insane to watch.
Sammy just threw a shot on 25. Looked, it was 10 more than I think she looked like it was going to be, or she thought it was going to be. Missed it dead right. It hooked early and laid there, left it, or got her a trip 4.
Okay.
See what Chase is going to do. 4-9.
So he's a little straighter, a little more on the edge of that pattern, which is kind of the feel-good spot. Bigger asim is what it looks like.
Yeah, I was trying to see if it was is that an attention star?
No, it's red. That's the Brunswick ball, I think.
Yeah. Not too versed with the Brunswick stuff.
Drawing a blank. It's not the...
Great break for Caden there. Late kick on the 10. one of the speeds.
That's what I thought. A speed or an infinity. Speed was my first thought.
Yeah, Caden, he'll come out and bowl some of the stuff that I run, sweepers, and most of what I run's on sport, as you know. Those are going to pick back up in September, I believe. September or October, I'm going to have something.
Where are you going to be having them at?
Sunset Lanes.
Okay. Put a little extra Crisco in the front.
Got some cool stuff coming there in addition to me. I just can't talk about that stuff yet.
Yeah, you're good. Looks like JD is throwing purple.
Another good shot from Sammy.
Optically, I think these, I could be wrong, these left lanes do feel like they're not hooking as much. Each center does kind of have its hell in the lane, but the left lanes just feel like they're more sensitive to whatever the ball is doing down the lane.
I see that on the house shot sometimes too, especially so in that league on Thursdays when you bowl 3 games moving pairs, you cut to the top 16 teams. You get into game 4 or 5, 6, and 7, we're down here. So these pairs get a little funky. Like the later in the night you go, 21 and 22 gets weird. Great shot from Chase.
It's definitely a high speed, or one of the speeds. It's one of the speeds.
Braylon throwing a Venom shock, and that ball kind of just laid in there.
So Braylon's using
the split.
He's got a lot of surface on that. Small diff, a lot of surface, so it's going to keep it straighter. And the left end of the house, it looked okay when he threw it good. I don't know if Braylon likes to throw it hard, pull a little bit more from right. I don't know if I'd be maybe in that ball if I was trying to do
Nice
that.
shot from Lance on 27. Rocking a Dallas Stars themed rotor grip jersey.
Missile hook.
Ooh, 4
Too much.
Braylon missing spares. You gotta make your spares. It's a great video on YouTube from the 2011 U.S. Open. 9 spares win your U.S. Opens.
Is that Mika and Norm?
Mika and Norm.
Yeah. I watched that live and my jaw just hit the floor. Just absolutely.
Yeah, Norm's a blast to talk to, and I talked to him working the Bolero Elite Series a couple years ago. I didn't ask him about that when we talked about the 2008 one where he had to pick a bucket to win. Oh, interesting way to get 5 out of that.
Norm is a prime example. I wholeheartedly think Norm can still compete with how they're getting now. Norm is a prime example of you don't want to let your opponent in the door.
Yep.
He's not gonna miss a spare. So those lower scorings, like he went back-to-back in Indy, and what was the first one, Jonesboro?
First one was Indy, then Jonesboro.
Jonesboro, Indy. Like Jonesboro's a little higher scoring, but like Indy was an absolute grind.
Yeah.
And that's one of those things that like your sparing will keep you through. So that's the one thing we hound on the girls. Like if you're down in the match, or like halfway through a match and you're down, like you just gotta be there.
Yeah.
Don't give them away if they're hard, because eventually they're gonna give them back to you. Somebody's gonna 7-10, somebody's gonna 4-9. All of a sudden you look up, then it's 9 spare, 8 spare, 6 spare, and you're sitting on a 4-bagger. Like
a great example of that's the 2012 Masters. You had Mike Fagan, Chris Barnes. At one point, Fagan was down by I believe 40.
Yeah.
Throws a 3-bagger, he's right back in it. Chris gets up in the 8th and 4 7-10s. And Fagan comes back to win his first major.
I'm very big on match play, so I've been bowling a little bit. I try to avoid the house shots here in St. Louis, just personal preference, but I've had a good showing in my last 3 regionals. I've cashed in all 3, made my first 3 match plays. Learning experiences for sure. I got thumped in St. Charles a couple years ago, but I believe I made both lakesides the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And it's a learning experience. Like, you think about it, but I love match play. You get in there, they play completely different than qualifying. You're watching around you, you see scores, but it's like the one thing that really matters is who's you're bowling against right ahead of you. And you were there for your event, obviously. I think I went 4-8 in September, but I had 6 matches or 5 matches where I lost by a mark just because I gave something away. But then I had those matches where I'm down 30 and I'm like sparing. My opponent's got 4-bagger double or 4-bagger spare double, and I'm like, well, he's gonna shoot 250. I can't miss. And all of a sudden you look up 4 frames later, I'm sitting on a 6-bagger. He wrapped 10s, I win a match.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that with Jameson 2 years ago when he made cut.
It's one thing I try to instill in the girls at McHenry too. It's like every even though you're bowling 5-on-5s, you're bowling Baker, make it match play. Beat the girl across from you. Like, nothing else matters. Just fill the frame. If they win the frame, cool. Like, just be there for the next one. Give the girl behind you a chance. And that was like a big thing, especially like the Maryville event you kind of saw, hosted by your center at Lakeside. And we weren't the highest scoring team, but if you kept us around, we had girls who were going to make shots in the bottom half of the lineup. Like Alexis Petrich, I can't tell you how many games this year. Like, she 99% of her frames, 98%, and I can count 7 matches in particular where she stepped up with ball in hand, needed to double the win, and absolutely laced it. Like, the girl is cold.
That's a great feeling. Doesn't matter what level you're at.
And when I can look at my girl, like whoever's in the 10th, and I'm like, yeah, as long as she gets us off this hand and we got her in the right spot, it's gonna have a chance. Like we had some big wins, but we bowled Jacksonville State. I've never seen our girls lock in so quickly. And like just every shot, like for a coach that was huge to see. But then like those matches, when they're coming down to it, it doesn't matter who you're bowling against. You're down, you battle, you stay close, all of a sudden the spares keep you in it like we're seeing right now. We're not trying to play golf with these birdies up here. I mean, I would love to see on my scorecard, but keep them close enough. Give your girl a chance behind you.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it kind of ties in. Sorry, a little bit of long one there, but it's a big thing when the recruiting process for me is everybody's very big on average. Okay, Sophia, Albertson, Jamar, like, they average 215. Okay? Do they strike 8 times a game, can't make a spare? Or are they throwing 2 doubles a game and they're cleaning everything up? Objectively, it's just a number. You can be here in St. Louis, house shots we know are a little different. You go out east, Las Vegas, it's goofy. I take very limited stock in what your average tells me. I'm watching the interaction, how you are with your parents, with people around you. It's massive for me. And I'm also watching just the basic, it sounds goofy, fundamentals for spare shooting. How are you holding yourself up when they're hard? Like Sammy's great ball motion right now. But she's got a lot of easy things, like a lot of simple things you can work with. I'm not good enough to just pull kids apart, like pull them apart, like, and try to make them mold. I take what you got. If we have a little bit of a wrist that kind of gives way, we'll work on it, and it just builds into certain things.
Yeah.
So, but just trying to find those kids that are coachable, trying to find those ones that when they're hard, they're not frying out so much. But so Chase has got a really good ball motion right now. So the right lane, that one he was a little firm. The one before it over there, he went high flush. So I would say he probably missed it a little bit, but
yeah,
bigger ball, a little straighter.
It's Jaden throwing. Is that a purple reactive?
I don't know if it's a reactive. It feels weird.
It had the orange stamp.
Okay, you caught it then. I just saw the.
She might have switched from it. Ooh. Go over to 27-28. Lance on the front 3. Still bending the mix. I feel like he's going to like that second pattern. A little more volume, with not having quite that ball speed yet.
Tungsten's what, 4-1, 44 foot?
Believe so. It's a weird looking 3-pin for Caden.
Order number 86 is ready in the snack bar, 86.
Something you see on these tougher patterns, especially you go to junior gold, you see a lot of weird pin leaves.
Yes.
A lot due to just different angles being played, people not quite knowing exactly where to play yet.
And Caden, Caden's got a higher run rate, higher ball speed. His hand is really good. He tilts it down, so when he hits it, it's gonna go. But I think he's using something quick, so when it sees friction, it's gonna bounce quite a bit. Whereas on the opposite end, Braylon's using similar-ish bowling ball on the surface, so it's slower response to friction. It's probably gonna wash the pins a little bit more, shake them up. Anthony over here to our left is kind of throwing it right in the middle. Kind of a little bit different ball, a little cleaner. But
yeah, a little in off his hand, it looks like. Gets the break with the Brooklyn.
If that's 44, that goes high flush.
Lance's run comes to an end with a missed net pin left, misses the spare.
So Sam didn't clear that the best. Facial expression didn't clear it the best, but it was a little left. And it looked like it got in a little flimsy off the hand, but like still a flat 10. She stays in the same spot, throws it good. She's in the right side.
not a terrible miss if you're leaving a flat 10 in that situation, especially if it is a bad shot. Cameron with a 9-pin where he threw half the rack at it.
And I got Lucas over there who just kind of throwing the same it was over here on 23, 24, but his ball speed's off all of a sudden, 27, 28 just takes off. So that's the biggest thing too, is like knowing when to get out of certain bowling balls. It's the biggest thing I see.
See if they have Specto turned on and get some stats from one of these lanes. You guys use Specto over at St. Clair, don't you? That was a weird 4-pin for Ethan.
Yeah, so we have Specto on 3 through 8 in the low end. Helps us a lot. We're using it daily. Thankfully, with McKendree University on that side, we have Bel Air and St. Clair contracted in, so they're very good to us. Our own oilers, our own Specto. Basically, we have chains. We can do anything we want down there. They've been really good to us. Built this a locker room for the girls and the guys, so building out the facilities. But yeah, Specto has been really big for us. Going to integrate it even more this year during our tryout process. So we are able to incorporate some of the stuff that ITRC has. We know we have the settings for it. We're going to try to figure it out to get a little bit more in depth on some of the analytics behind our bowlers themselves. So hopefully try to use those.
Yeah, they don't have it on at the time, unfortunately. Yeah, Specto's really cool. We were talking about it with Don earlier.
What lanes do they have it on in the center?
It's the last 6, 25 through 30. I'll come down and practice and use it. I'll fire it up. West Park, Columbia put it in for West Park.
I did not know
so that the school can use it. So when we hit those pairs in league on Monday nights in the fall, I'll turn it on. Jason Woolen will use it. It's just really cool to see. While the rev rate's not the most accurate, the rest of it's fairly, I'm inclined to believe it's fairly accurate.
So the big thing we've seen in St. Clair too is if you're throwing urethane, it's not going to be, urethane kind of skews it. So
plastic does as well.
Yeah, plastic, urethane, those refractive, I guess you could say, kind of bowling balls or single color bowling balls. So whenever we're trying to do Specto tracking, we always try to tell the girls, hey, let's get something that's got some swirl in it, not an IQ Tour, like something that's got some red, some differentiation in it, so that the way the Specto gets picked it up. It's probably the one flaw, but
it's an awesome system. I really wish I could have gotten it at Lakeside when I was there.
I know most noteworthy, there was a show like 2 years ago. I think it was in Detroit with Marshall and Kyle and them guys. They were throwing urethanes on something, so it may have been, I don't think it was a short pattern, but it was like Scorpion or something. They show the diagram on the right side of the screen. It looks like it just backs up squiggle. And Randy and Rob are like, well, we don't necessarily think that worked there, so, but it does look like they've kind of worked the kinks out on it. But.
Yeah, you shoot a spare, and when your rev rate's on average 350-ish, shoot a spare and your rev rate comes up to 620. It's like, yeah, you know that's not right. Sammy with another 10-pin. Braylon covers a 2-8.
Yeah, so
Venom shot kind of looked like it wiggled.
What's your idea on Sammy here? So that's the last 2 shots. The first one on 25, the last one on 25 looked like it was up the lane and missed. That one looked like it was good, but it kind of stopped.
Might be time to start thinking about maybe a small move. Didn't quite see the ball motion on it. See if Lance can get back on his ride.
That's the tricky part about IQ Tours too. Got Ethan down here to the right. Another good example of spares. He's got really good ball motion though. That was a little high, a little slow, a little right, but his other ones, like his 8-1, his 9-out, and double, they look good.
Just saw Cameron with a washout in front of us. Carrie's back in front of us taking pictures again, doing what she does.
Carrie is a fantastic photographer. Really excited. I was actually able to sign Grace. So we transferred from Wichita. She'll be competing with us for the next 2 years. It's going to be a really good time having Carrie around more. I think they're going to be posed to do a lot of traveling with us too, so that'll be cool.
Yeah, Carrie she'll do the photography at the regional when she's available. Local concerts, local sporting events, tournaments.
I know the big one she does too. Like if you're watching any adults out there watch the holiday doubles or like the recaps, most of the media you see, that high quality media is going to be Carrie too. So.
Oh, the PBA picked her up for some of the events. Yeah. She's been going up doing the LBC championships at Valero Mount Prospect.
She actually will be up there next week. We were talking about it earlier today, and she'll be up there next week shooting. She was really hoping to be up there because they had the professionals there this weekend. But
yeah, a handful. They got a list of all the pros. I tried to move my squad. I had signed up to bowl while I was still with the company, and seems like a great event. I like that the pattern's playable. I ran a league on it on Sunday nights, and You know, they made it a little longer, a little flatter, and it played fantastic. The guy had 26 bowlers, and there was 8 of us that averaged 200. And you felt like you had to work a little bit for it, but it wasn't like bowling on 40 flat, bowling on tour pattern.
Right.
You had plenty of space.
So I'm looking for a cue. I think that's a rhino. I know Caden is really used to, he throws a lot of the clean brother balls, the twists, the rhinos. That definitely feels like a rhino. A rhino or maybe a GB4, but I wouldn't think it would be a GB4.
Braylon's going to make a switch to a phase 2, it looks like.
Okay. It's got a little less surface on it.
2 of the longest running balls in production right now at the phase 2, the Venom Shock. Got Sammy throwing an IQ Tour, which has been around forever, so that looked like it was a miss in.
So she's a little bit in a weird spot right now.
Good shot from Braylon there on 26.
So that Venom Shock was a little smaller core. The surface was okay and it was kind of splashy, but just wasn't going enough. So just I can see both those bowl balls. The shock is up, so it's going to be surfaced earlier, smoother, as goofy as it sounds. But then the phase 2's just got that bigger engine, so it's probably 2 to 3 foot earlier. Brings it a little closer to the headwind too, so that's a good ball change.
Ooh, Sammy just barely misses that 310. Puts her on pace for a 225 game, striking out 245.
Zach, I don't know about you, but if I have a 310 or 3610, just mark me for 1 or 2. Do not put the dash next to my name. I will figure out every way to chop it.
Yeah. Take just the sticks out of it, go right between them.
Yeah.
I recently switched on 3610s, kind of the how you'd see Simo do it on TV, go a little straighter and almost shape a plastic ball up the boards. We saw Caden do that shooting a 9-pin earlier and a 3-pin. And overall it's helped, especially on house pattern. You get on a sport pattern, a little tougher, might bend it a bit. Speaking of 3610, 36710.
A lot of times it's not the best method for it, but I just kind of put the shoulder on it, line the hips up, and get the thumb out of it, and pray that it hits them. A lot of times I make myself make it sound less than I do, but I'm probably like 80%, which is not where I want it. But
yeah, that's about where I'm at on 10 pins. I'm not happy with that. Another chop, chop 3610 right there.
Right, so I'm looking at the ball hooks. Oh gosh, I've black clouded like 3 times already.
See what Caden can do here, working on a single. Been out. Wow, that was a great shot. Seen a couple people, they miss it out there, it doesn't come back.
Yeah, not Caden. He's got to throw it there. So I was in the realm. I thought GB4, but it's a Scorpion low flare.
Nice mix in there for Cameron Schufel, or 124. Another prime example of spares. You're seeing a lot of people miss spares that don't have the red bubble around it that designate split. You can't miss your makeables ever, but especially on a pattern. Go to Junior Gold, those makeables are the difference in going even for the day, and even at Junior Gold on the day is massive.
For sure. A lot of things I noticed too is it comes with age. Even myself, I've been out of college for 8 years now. Yeah, I graduated 2016 from Kendrick. Like, the bowler I thought I was then, I learned a lot, I thought I knew a lot. And then once I got into the pro shop aspect, started bowling the regionals, started bowling I bowled the Masters a couple times, like, you learn how much, like, you hear spares are you don't understand the difference in 3 spares across 8 games could be the difference between getting a $1,000 to $1,500 check versus going home very quiet ride home. I've been in that position too many times. So it's just like one of those things that, like, yeah, it's an 8-game block, but when you're bowling match minus 20 games, you give up 30. You realize it pretty quick. But
you get into the Masters, you get those 3-game matches. Junior Gold's 2-game matches. Same way, that spare in game 1, it's total pinfall.
Yes,
100%. Can make a massive difference. You can go from winning 450 to 440 to losing 450 to 440.
The big thing I watch too is over on 23 and 24, we have a lot of younger kids. A lot of kids that feel, I don't know how old they are exactly, but they feel like they're probably 13 to 15, so they're still young. They're very ecstatic. Still have a lot of time to develop. Like, frontal cortex don't develop until we're 25. They have 10 years to figure that out. So you see a lot of the youthfulness to them. Just a lot of the compounding. So going back to that recruiting process, just looking for kids who don't compound even early on is big for me. That's a good example of Cade, you look down early on, his ball motion was a little on the iffy side, but could have went two ways. He's got 230 on the board. He throws, he's just 220 if he doubles again. But he also could have let it go after the first 5 frames. But
Yep.
regrouping. If I had to guess, this is probably going to be ripped off the edge. And good.
Great shot.
Glad I redeemed a black cloud on him. But it's just the right tough ball, the right play. Great shot.
Jaden throwing a backup ball at the 10 pin. I saw him do that down a 3-6-10 earlier. Just didn't quite get over there. I like breaking out a backup ball if I'm shooting at a 2-8-10. And even then, it's something I'm going to look at the score sheet. What's going to be more important do I need to get the count here?
So I have a bad wrist. My wrist does not let it pronate that way. If I'm shooting more than my right side spares, I don't use plastic. I used to use earth, and now I just, whatever I'm throwing for a reactive ball, I flatten it out, back the hand out. Like, it'll actually back up a little bit, but there ain't no way I can get on the hook at all.
Sammy looks like she got that one a little slow. Another 3-10 from the looks of it, and 3-pin.
Yeah, so it's definitely the front part of the lane here. Are these SPLs?
Yes, these are SPLs put in 2020.
Yeah, so they're really, really soft. Like compared to like the HPLs, I believe. It's so hard for me when I bowl in this surface because the ball doesn't want to get through the front of the lane. And then when you combine it with certain oils, like it's just really hard to get it down there. And she's in that spot where she starts the game out very strong. Hits a whole 5 out of 6 shots, I believe. All of a sudden, the front part of the lane starts hooking with Braylon's in the same spot. Caden's throwing it to where she's at down lane, but like, that front starts to hook, and all of a sudden, it's a massive move again.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it on SPLs, and most of the centers that put synthetics in St. Louis have gone with the SPL route. With the exception of Dubowl and Olivet, they put Pro Lane in, which personally, I love Pro Lane. It's my favorite service to look at.
Yes.
Bowling on it.
I think if I had to guess, I was talking to Andrew Orff about this. We think Cave Springs is also going to Pro Lane.
Yep. Which Cave, they were wood. We bowled there for state this year. That was a really interesting.
I heard horror stories, absolute horror stories about that this spring for you guys.
And they bowled at Harvest, which is Cave's sister center for the team challenge. And it was a day that I should have had a desert tank with me, and I did not have a desert tank with me. I was just bending a black venom.
So there's the stigma of like not throwing urethane on house shots, but I was actually talking to Larry, and I was talking to a couple guys down here about this, some of the coaches, just talking about, they were asking about league play. I feel like I hate throwing urethane on house. I don't want to be that guy. But when I bowled at Cave a couple years ago for the MBT, it was 6-game qualifiers, and you had to average 230, 235 to make the top 8. And it's like the first 6 weeks, I'm like, what do I have to do differently? Like, I can't get them through the pins early enough. So I brought a purple hammer and a fast pitch last 2 weeks. I think I averaged like 255, 260 the first 4 games each week. I'm like, oh, now I can throw my high road, and I'm ahead of where I need to be. But we had the finale, and I did the same thing. I threw a purple tilt goes with hook, and I wasn't hooking the lane. Like most people watch urethane, they throw it from 20. No, I'm playing 9 to 7, rolling them, like not really messing up that out. Like in my perspective, urethane, if I throw it one shot, it's probably going to do less to the front of the lane. It's going to stay on the ball. That's going to carry it down. If you play it right, it can give you more hold on house, depending on what you do. In a high friction center like that, I'm like, dude, that's a singles tournament. I'm going to average 250. So if I can average 250 throwing, I will.
Another great shot from Caden, putting in the high 220s. Yeah, I don't throw urethane much. I don't even think either urethane ball I have. I've got drilled with IT since I switched to that. But anytime I would sub at Saratoga, I would throw urethane just to make it less complicated. They have lane shield over the wood, and it was Saratoga announces 700s like they're 800s. It's a tougher place. It's a really cool place to bowl. Oldest bowling center west of Mississippi. 8 lanes, manual scoring, but it can be tough.
That's so my time outside of bowling is in golf. That's a big thing, like since I've lived here about 4 years, is trying to play every golf course. So like I've never bowled at Saratoga. So I've bowled just about everywhere. I've bowled Sunset once or twice. Most centers I can say I've bowled there once or twice. If there's a tournament, is when I'm more likely to go, but not been to Saratoga. Not been to Saratoga.
Yeah, I bowled there in a double.
Is it upstairs?
Yep, yeah, go up 2 flights of stairs. I always take, I think the last time I bowled there, I took 2 things. I took a U2 classic urethane, and I took a hydro. And the hydro is because I didn't feel comfortable throwing straight at my left side spares with the urethane ball. But I bowled there in a trio league with John Branham, and we had like a roving sub for our third. And he'd have me throw in a great finish for Caden, 239.
And I was talking to, I walked past and saw Q, asked him how he was bowling earlier. He said he had 160 and like 190, or 160, 180. So he's definitely found something right at the ship a little bit, but the scores are not that high.
Nope.
160, 180, 230.
You pop off a good 200 game, you're going to make a move.
Outside of the couple kids who had front, I'd say he's probably top 5-ish. I think he's in the big division too, so.
So Jaden Rhodes with 126. One strike that game, one split, and many makeable misses. That's the difference here. Braylon ending with a 2, 4, 8, 10. You shoot 161. Sammy on pay, or to strike out 2 for 25. Missed for 210. Coming off 240, that's a good number. That's going to be plus up to at minimum 60 for the last 2 games.
If I'm sitting there and if I'm Sammy, I know that ball reaction is kind of getting a little washy. Once I threw that first one, I'd be ball changing. Even though you can get to 220, she's in a really good spot in her division. I would definitely be trying to throw something different, especially knowing I'm going
Order
to
number 91, ready in the stand bar, 91.
Fell off that one, got away with it.
Yeah, but then again, high flush. So it's one of those things you look at it. Get the double, or you got the first one, so you secured the frame.
You make a ball change here on your fill ball just to see?
100%. 100%.
Don't think she's
I've debated on 300 of making ball changes just to see. And that's the goofiest thing, but.
I bowled a trio league at Show Me back in 2017. It was me and older gentleman Dave Kulagi and Joey Dolan's was subbing with us.
Yeah, JoJo.
Dave strikes out game 1, goes 279. He's throwing I think it was a Venom shot, and goes front 4. He's like, he picks up. Ooh, she's gonna shoot 223.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah, so Dave makes a ball change on the front 4 after striking out the last game. Shoot 279. So he's got, I think, 7 or 8 in a row between the games. Switches to a rocket. Joey looks at me. He's like, "What's he doing?" I'm like, "I don't ask questions with this guy." Strikes out, shoots 300, has 579 at the turn, which at Show Me back in those days, that was normal.
My first 300 actually was back in, it was a week before my 17th birthday, so it's back in Stone Age, as it feels like, comparatively to who's in this building, but I was in 2011, bowling at Sunnybrook, one of your favorite centers in Detroit.
Oh, Sunnybrook was cool.
Throwing a leverage the first game. I struck every shot in practice. I'm like, yeah, surely this is not how it's going to go. Shoot 300 with my leverage. I think that was my first one. Yeah, that was my first one. Shoot 300 with my leverage. I'm 3 or 4 frames in the next game. Have front 4. And I don't know why. I did it a lot when I was that age. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to ball change on one lane just to see. Or I ball changed on one lane to start the game. I ended up going front 8. I had a leverage on the left and like Anaconda on the right. Then I blower 9, sheet for 68. Then I go like front 5, Greek church, and just 800. But it was an example of like, I don't know why I did it. But I was like, I'm just gonna throw something different on one of the lanes. I just shot 300, that's cool. And then nearly backed it up again. But so actually, while we're talking about 300s, we actually just had a house record set here this week.
Jason Jaggy.
I was trying to think of his last name. Jason Jaggy. So he's one of our shop guys. Comes in the Reorfs. He just spent some time down in Kegel. He needed a refresh. He came and talked to us in the pro shop about it. It was 300, 290, 300 for 890.
With a solid 7 the first shot.
Just absolutely lazy. Very low key. 3 weeks ago, Cody Aldrich at 879. That was at Concord. And then followed up with 79 again.
Yep.
For 1158. So there's some guys who play in St. Louis. It's never been a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason and the 890s moving pairs, which I believe Cody, he bowl 2 and move, bowl 2 more.
Yep.
Jason on Thursdays, we move in each game, and then he did kind of fall off, unfortunately, a bit in the first round. Him and his partner lost game 1. A couple of the seniors that bowl here regularly that shot like 550 at them, it felt like. You see that every Thursday. You'll be the 1 seed going into the match play round and get blown out, or we've lost in roll-offs.
I'd never want to be the 1 seed. I'm sorry. It's a cool leader tournament. Unless there's a qualifying incentive, I could care less about being the 1 seed.
One time I've been to 1 seed was like it was a 6 gamer, then you cut to cashers, and then you just that time waiting to start the cashers round, you get stiff, and it's like.
Yeah, it's another little small crack in myself, but I can't tell you how many times I've actually been a 1 seed in a tournament. It's not a ton. I'm usually your middle pack, low into the cut kind of guy, just sticks around and make a little bit of a run. But I bowled my senior year of college, so 2016, I bowled Michigan Majors. They're no longer. They tried to revive them, didn't work. But my first event I'd ever bowled for them. It's a Masters level tournament, so it's like a Masters for the PBA kind of deal. We're bowling on 32-foot bowl. I go 801 out of the gate, 279 game 4, and 230. So for 5 games, I was like 280 over. I was 230 ahead at second, and had to bowl 1 game, and I think I shot 260 in the finals. I've never felt that good ever. And then came back the year after I graduated and defended on a different pattern. So 2 tournaments. Had I turned 35 and 35 and had the 10 years membership, I had Hall of Fame credentials. But no longer, so it doesn't matter. But
You must step away and use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Let's see if Tracy wants to hop on with you.
I was about to say, I have no idea how the buttons work. I just look over.
Well, I'm a pro at it now.
Yeah. If I see it, my ADHD is going to start pushing everything. All of a sudden, we're going to have a disco light drop in here.
I know,
so.
right? That would be fun, though. That would be really fun. I'm seeing some amazing bowling today. I've seen numerous strikes in a row, which is amazing to me. I'm not much of a bowler, so to see these young people score strikes like that, it's it's fantastic.
Zach and I were talking about it a little bit too. So, coming from the recruiting aspect, I coach over at McKendree on the other side, so college program in Illinois. I'm hearing a lot about numbers. I'm just watching. Like, I enjoy coming to tournaments. Obviously, I have to do my due diligence on recruiting, but I just enjoy watching bowling. So it's like even when the kids are struggling, but it's just kind of the evolution. I like watching bowling. So we have some kids moving over into this area. Caden just moved off our pair. He's kind of rounding it. Shot 220 last game. We had a front 8 down there 2 games ago. I think it was like game 1. There was a front 8. There was a front 10 down here for 280. So there are some good scores out there too.
Yes.
I would anticipate. So they're going to switch patterns after this game.
Okay.
I would anticipate the scores being a little higher. So I think you're going to see a little bit more of the strikes you're looking for. So.
Alex Purtle, that's the gentleman with the 282, game 2.
10 in a row. That's crazy.
10 in a row, it's, you know, some people, it doesn't matter how many times they've been in that situation, they still get up there, knees get a little shaky.
Well, sure, especially when you're young, too.
So we were talking about 29 and 30 hooking a little bit more. Caden went down, flushed on 29, goes to the right lane, right gutter, jailbreak, Brooklyn, 5-7. Probably not the best shots, but 30 also doubled over on the last one. So here in front of us, I apologize for name pronunciations. Got Layla Jaco, Kellen Stevens, Purtle, like you were saying, Shelby Gall right in front of us, Kylie Wright.
Definitely got some of the younger kids here. Shelby bowled that Valero Youth Classic we had at Lakeside. I feel like she placed in that. The champion of the St. Louis one was here. He's here, Mason Heiligman, who, looking at standings, is leading the Masters division with plus 86 after 3. Not sure the exact, if they're cut to a top 4 step ladder, if that's the case. Cut currently is 547. I mean, that shows a huge, a cut under 200 shows the difference compared to house.
So I'm creating a award in my mind real quick. Best name in the building.
Best name in the building.
Best name in the building. Marcellus Goodman. It's a strong name.
That's a strong name.
It's a strong name.
That's a money name.
That's a financial guy who's going to make millions, or that's a general in the Army.
Look over in the Classics division. Alex Purtle's leading with plus 12.
Okay, plus 12.
The 282 is 152 pin difference over game 1. say he made the right move. Cut in that division, which is Class 6, is 519.
And what is the cutoff for averages? Do you have that for those? Do you know?
I can find out in just a second. It used to be...
The second division, I think, is 190 and under. That's kind of what I got.
It used to be 150, 170, 190.
Okay.
So when you would go and bowl something like Junior Gold, which is out of 200, you get back and it's like, oh, we're messing up numbers because we're basing it on 200. Majors division, leading is 510, cut is 472. Rookies division, 490 is leading, 462 is the cut. And that is a very close spread there.
And they're all competing within the same bracket, correct? Like,
yes,
so
each division,
it's not boy-girl, it's intermingled.
Yes. Okay. That's something I really like about how JBC does their stuff. So you've got somebody that's coming out of Saturday morning leagues averaging 170, and I'm going to go bowl, sure it's on house, but I'm going to go bowl something for the first time outside of my league. I'm not going to go and bowl against the Spencer Robarges, the Matt Pearsons, all those groups that we had back when I first started bowling these gateways. I'm bowling with, well, at the time Spencer was a major. Tony Resnick was a majors. I got into bowling those tournaments so much later. I had bowled juniors for over 10 years before finding out about gateways and stuff like that.
We have a 5-pin miss on 23.
I've seen a couple of those.
I like his jersey, the USA one. I was just telling Tracy a couple minutes ago, I'm just a fan of watching bowling in general. It doesn't matter if it's youth, adult, senior, it doesn't matter. Just
absolutely.
I'm like a bowling junkie when it comes to watching.
Used to take a trip every year to the TOC. Go hang out for a couple days, watch the best in the world do it. Got to watch Pete win on TV. I got to watch Norm win an event.
We've brought Norm up a couple times. So I bowled the USBC Masters in Syracuse. My first event, I think, was like 2017, 2018. And a big paddock. Big, like one paddock for 360 of us. But walked in there and I rode up with Nate Garcia. So he's on tour. He used to coach Lincoln Memorial, but we're sitting there and like I put my bowling balls here and Nate's got all 75,000 that he puts over here on this side. And Norm walks up, and I get a tap on my back. I don't see him, and he's like, "Hey, kid, you mind if I steal over here since Nate's got the rest of the paddock?" And I looked, and it was Norm. And I tell you, when I was white in the face, just absolute celebrity shock when I do. I can honestly say, being around the industry, I've been lucky to have good friends in it. I've met a lot of great people. Good friends with Andrew Anderson, guys like Kirk Bulon who were really big in the 90s. Harry Krauls made a U.S. Open. So. Been around the industry, have a lot of those people I know on a close-hand basis, but never thought I would get that out of Norm. Like I turned around and I'm like, this is Norm. This is the guy I idolized when I was younger. I watched him on Sunday mornings bowling for titles. And then I crossed with Walter Ray the year after in Vegas. And that was just like another, these are the two pillars of everything I've thought for professional bowling. Not taking away from Pete, obviously, but like I bowled with Pete. So I've known about Pete, but those two guys are just the two pillars I think of.
It's super cool. Like it's you bring up Pete with some people, and they always have so much to say. It's like I've bowled against Pete. I've seen him around town. I've seen him win on TV in person. Pete's a great dude.
I used to work for a sales company, and who do you think you are? I mean, goes everywhere. And like if we had a sale, you could pick like your backdrop that went up on our big board in there. And somebody had Pete Weber up there, and it was like, who do you think you are? My customer. And like, it was modified. And I was joking. They're like, wait, you're a bowler, aren't you? I'm like, yeah, I'm a bowler. Like, you ever bowl with Pete Weber? I'm like, yeah, I actually just was bowling with him yesterday. They're like, oh, yeah, sure. I'm like, no, actually, like here's my scorecard. Here's Pete's name on it. They're like, that's not the same guy. So then the next week, I'm bowling a different tournament. I'm like, hey, Pete, can I have you help me out? He's like, what do you want, kid? And I was like, just need a picture to prove that like I actually bowl against you. I was like, nobody at my work believes you. He goes, are you starstruck? I said, no, but they are. So, and then the one guy's like, I can't believe you're friends with Pete Weber. I'm like, I just bowl against him. I got just bowl against him.
First PBA event I bowled was Sean Rash's first Parkside Open.
Huh?
So it was a regional, as Brett Spangler put it was a regional entry price for a national event.
The AC went out that year?
No, that was the following year.
Okay.
This is when I really met Mitch Beasley, super awesome guy.
Mitch and
Seems like he's got a lot of
Angelimar.
stories.
Mitch and Angelimar. Great.
Well, I had told my brother he had gotten a picture at Junior Gold with Ronnie Russell and EJ Tackett the year before. For his birthday, I got it signed for him. And I was like, okay, I'm involved in this event. I'm going to go up to these guys during the pro-am and ask for an autograph. That's going to be interesting. First pro-am I ever bowled, I got to bowl with Ronnie, and that first regional I bowled, I crossed with him. That was a lot of fun.
I think kind of diving off of that, just like meeting pros for the first time. So I really wasn't a late bloomer into bowling. I guess you could call it a late competitive bloomer. It was like my last 3 years of high school, but I went to the Turbo Clinic we had up in Detroit. And my coach, so they had 180 of us. I knew about Dennis Knepper at McKendree University from the year before when I was a Junior Gold, but my coaches for the week I had Clara Guerrero. So they had us in certain days, and like you had main coaches and you rotated. So for half the time I had Clara, I had Michael Fagan, I had Jason Couch, and I had Caroline Ballard. Like, okay, sick. And then there was also Mika, that was just off of his 250K win, which was like 2011, so he was there. Like anybody was there. And it's like, that's the one thing, kind of diving off of that in the Junior Gold that I'm going to here in a couple weeks. My first year at Junior Gold, there was 3 squads, 180 kids, so it was like 600 people. And then now we go into...
Give you a chance to get walk around. I'll have Don sit in with Sean.
Sorry to interrupt, Sean. I'm going to have Don step in for me for a bit.
But it's like the Junior Golds now, there's 800 kids in every division, 1,000 kids in every division.
Yeah.
Like it's grown so much. But.
It's a great event. So Don will be with you guys. I'll be back later on. So
Cool.
Yeah, have fun.
So Tracy, how did you get kind of wrapped into us here?
Well, I have had the good fortune of being friends with Larry Husky for quite a number of years, and super good dude.
Yes.
Loves the sport. I spent a lot of time in bowling alleys as a young child. My parents bowled, and I bowled a little bit in college. I was not anywhere near this level. And when Larry asked if I wanted to be involved, I jumped in immediately.
Cool.
I tend to gravitate toward opportunities to sponsor events that involve children.
Okay.
So I'm a Children's Miracle Network miracle agent. So a portion of all of my commissions that I earn selling real estate goes directly to children's hospitals here in St. Louis. So I was very fortunate to be the number 6 agent in the entire country last year.
Humble.
Humble. And so I just continued that community involvement to be involved with kids. And I really was drawn to this one because they do have the opportunity to win or scholarship money. And it's such a great sport for kids.
Right. I agree. I think it's, Don, you can correct me, but I think this is the only sport that I know of, and it's one thing I talk to people a lot, it's the only sport where you can start earning college money at the age of 5. You look at like youth golf, they can, I don't know the exact realm of it, but they can only take it with visas, but it also affects their amateurism. This is the one sport where it doesn't, so.
Which is kind of like that weird gray line in athleticism, especially with NIL now.
Yes.
Making a big difference through NCAA rankings, and some of the other sports that NIL is definitely going to have an impact on what athletes are going to be able to do moving forward. But
96 and 97 are ready in the stand bar.
bowling has always been one of those sports where the line of amateurism is a little cloudier. So it makes it harder for us as coaches to make sure that our athletes are doing what they're supposed to when they're supposed to, but still being able to earn money, earn scholarship dollars towards their education.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a little bit different. I don't know all the NI particulars. Like Don's obviously with Missouri Baptist, McKendree, so 2 different realms. We both compete in USBC as kind of an intermingling, but the NCAA to NAI is a whole different thing too.
Yep, absolutely. Even all the way down from just the ability of how we're able to interact with athletes.
Yes.
There's so many regulations and rules that I don't like using the word, but restrict how we're able to interact with athletes and how they can communicate. So,
of course, I know for us, the big thing too is June 15th is like the Bible day for us, for a reference point. So between your sophomore and junior year, June 15th is the first day that I can communicate with you as a prospective student athlete. So if we're in a center, you're a freshman or sophomore, like junior gold, same thing. I don't know if it's the same with you guys. Hi, good luck, best of luck. That's about all I can say to you. I can't talk to you before you compete that day. Hi, bye, good luck. That's all I can say.
You know, with NAI, we can actually recruit at any point in time, and we can actually sign athletes as early as sophomores.
Yeah, that's an
I know
advantage.
Katie Thornton just signed a young lady to come to bowl at SCAD that is a sophomore in high school.
I wish.
So that's amazing to get a college scholarship and be signed with a university as a sophomore in high school. And she's an amazing left-handed talent. She's a really good bowler. But
Caitlin Campbell.
Yep.
Yeah. Was on my radar.
Yeah.
100%. It was definitely on the radar, but I knew. So from what I've seen on social media, she had a good connection with Verity. Verity used to be at SCAD. SCAD is Katie.
Yep.
I knew, like, you can optically see certain things and know, like, yeah, I can reach out when the time comes, and I'm like, you already know they're going somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, you can tell on social media, you've seen it. Like, you can tell when girls start wanting to look at Vandy or the Jacksonvilles. Like, at McKendree, I get prospective student athlete forms. So if there's any kids come across our social media, they can reach out. Before that date, before junior year, I'm like, hey, appreciate you reaching me out, but NCAA regulations forbids me
from communicating.
Yeah,
right.
And I just have to give them that knowledge. But
file it and wait.
Just wait. It's happened a couple times. Like, girls reach out, but they decline, tell them kind of why that is, and then go about. But and then you look at Division I, Division II. So June 15th for me, Division I, your La Techs, your Jacksonville States, your Vandy's, it's September something. So when they're walking around junior gold, they can't talk to you at all.
Right.
Like, I can wait and talk to you after. They're still in that dead period where they can't. So it's stages to it, for sure. It's got its uses, but definitely a perk of NAI, for sure, too.
Yep.
Zach and I were actually talking about, I learned about Sammy a little bit late in the year. There's some other people I actually looked up, and she had signed with you guys just recently. So we saw her here. She had 240, 220, so we were talking a little bit about it, but definitely got some talent coming into you two there, and it's local.
Right.
So
yeah, that's the one hard thing. I mean, I mentioned that with Zach earlier. It's like we've got 4 phenomenal collegiate programs within, throwing a bowling ball from each other. With McHenry and Mobap and Lindenwood, national prowess, and Maryville on the ladies' side, phenomenal program. So it's just, this area has always been a hotbed for bowling.
Right.
And it continues, and we're seeing that, just with the number of athletes we've got here bowling today. We were talking a little bit earlier about just some of the regulations and the recruiting challenges that we face. There's Billy Gasson and Dennis Strohmeyer have created a group. It's called Recruit Us.
Yes.
RecruitUs.net, and they are phenomenal with what they do. They host recruiting events all over the country and provide a website and a means for athletes to join and communicate with college coaches, and college coaches to communicate back with those athletes. And they've got kids that are on there that are like 12 and 13 years old that are starting the process, which is just amazing. So many athletes across the country that are just ready to go. We were talking about, there's going to be 5,000 kids at junior gold. That's just crazy.
I'm not looking forward to sitting in that booth for 10 hours.
I am.
It's a good time, but it's a long day for sure.
It is. It's definitely long, but man, I'll tell you what, you get opportunity. Yes, I think last year I had 304 kids come through my booth in the matter of 10 hours. And that's a lot of talking, but, just being able to create those connections and, fostering those relationships and seeing those kids as they develop and, being able, like in our position, and Tracy's as well, with all that she does for the youth, to be able to impact their lives and provide an outlet for them to utilize their scholarship dollars and get a phenomenal college education. It's just crazy to be able to give back. So.
Well, in Children's Miracle Network, they say change kids' health, change the future. And I think that it's kind of very similar to what we're doing here, give them the opportunity to experience getting better at this sport and see the pathway forward to getting scholarship money, and it just becomes a lifestyle and it changes their future.
Absolutely.
We tied into that the fact that this was the only sport that, like, the age of 5 you started in scholarship money. But then it's like you have how we're so far ahead of it there, and the perfect example we're talking about Billy and Dennis Strohmeyer with Recruit US or Recruit Us. And if you look around all the other sports, track and field, I'm lucky enough to share an office right near track and field cross country. Sports that have 100 kids, 50 to 100 kids. So they're using all these recruiting databases that have their time splits, this, that, and the other, all their information. And bowling is a little behind that, but what Dennis and Billy are doing is building that for us. So it gets in a spot where you can centralize everything. I have compliance software I use, but it's only as good as I can find. Like,
Right.
if I don't know about somebody, it's not in there. Whereas, like, there's some they can go through. All right, let's look at high school juniors. Boom. Here's every kid. How do I want to filter this out? Where they're from? What's a GPA? That's the database we need to be able to help our jobs be more efficient as coaches.
And what are they looking at going to college? Do we even have their major? You know, I mean, there have been times that I've had, you know, unfortunately for us, we don't have an engineering program. You know, we've got a 3+1 and a 2+2, you know, with Missouri S&T, but we don't have an engineering program.
Same way.
Yep.
Those athletes, you know, if we start to connect, say, yeah, I want engineering. It's like,
Yeah, that's like, do you want to do like professional science? Like, do you want to do actuarial science?
Right. So
No, engineering. Nursing's another one. We don't have
ours is we've got a real good accredited nursing program, so you know we're lucky there. But you know there's a lot of things that you know this program that Dennis and Billy have that just the athletes can go in and they can select their majors, and it kind of breaks those athletes down into different groupings, and we can just I want all the athletes that want nursing, boom, and it pops them all up. And you know,
That's a great resource.
it is super good resource. The only problem, like you were saying with bowling, is like you know a lot of times a lot of states within their high school programs don't bowl on sport.
No.
So the level of comparison for us to try and figure out and filter through, it's like, well, you know, this athlete may average 190 on house, but they may average 150 on sport.
Yeah.
You know, just utilizing different recruiting methods to try and pick the best fit for the athlete that we're looking at. You know, just trying to compare apples and apples is really, really hard in our sport. You know.
How much stock would you say you kind of take? Zach and I were talking about this a little bit earlier. How much stock do you take in somebody walking up like, hey, my daughter and my son averages 215?
0.
That's exactly what I said. 100% what I said.
I mean, when I'm looking at an athlete, you know, this is pretty much, you know, from everybody that I've ever talked to, it's like I look at their form, I look at their release, I look at how they interact with their competitors, how they interact with their parents, how the parents interact back with the athletes.
Pause right there. The last things those last three. How they interact with the competitors, how they are with their parents and parents are with those kids. I've done this for, tomorrow's my 1 year of head coaching. I've had handfuls of people I just walk away from. That immediately there would tell you right now.
Cross them right off my list.
Immediately. Yeah.
Too difficult.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have
Not
enough,
coachable.
Well, it's not that they're not coachable. It's, I mean, we have enough challenges where we've got to manage, you know, sometimes as many as 16 athletes between the men and the women's side, or you know, JV squads. You could have 30 athletes that you're trying to mold and blend them together to form a cohesive team unit. And if you've got to manage 2 sets of parents for every athlete, plus grandma and grandpa that's walked the match there, you know, plus their previous coaches, and you know, it's hard. So just knowing that, you know, allowing the athletes to still be kids, and they're kids in this environment, you know, it's hard to, you know, draw that line where you're looking at how much interaction is that parent having with that athlete, how much extra pressure are they putting on their kids, and you know, how much do the kids respond? And,
right.
I have noticed in this group here that they're very respectful of each other, very supportive of each other. And if they're having a great game, they go and tell them that they're having a great game, you know, rather than putting a target on their back.
We have a group of boys coming through. I think they started down here on the high in the first game. Jacob Taylor is a McKendree committee's coming into the under Dennis connector this year. I was down watching his pair because it was the front 9 or 8 right next to it. And they're laughing, joking, having a good time. I'm like, are they bowling a tournament or are they just, like, it's good to see. Like, it's good to see that they're having fun. They're not too hard on themselves. But
Right.
yeah, I apologize for pausing, but I felt like what you said there, like how they interact, I take more spec in that than anything. Scores don't mean anything. East Coast, West Coast, St. Louis, like, I don't care how you throw it. Like, I don't care what you score. Sammy's down here killing it again.
7-bagger? Yep.
Yeah, so she's got 43, 20-something, and now she's working.
Yeah, she was in, I think, I'm going to pull up real quick here. I want to pull up my phone so we can see what scores are. It's on tournamentbowl.com. So I know that they had listed game 3 was already posted, and we can actually go through and give some scores. I know that they're popping them up here on the website. Let's see. Rookies division. We've got Miles Mann and Riley Pogge and Landon Pullum and Liam Ranke. They're through 4 games. So after 4, 587 is in 4th place. Let's see, in the majors, we got Henry Lewis, who had a pretty good game 1 down here with 197, and Logan Pogge and Blake Naylor and Will Stewart are the top 4 there with 589 through 4.
Service in here. I was trying to pull it up earlier. It doesn't work too well.
Yeah, classic. You got Weston Huff, Brian Rhodes, Nick Donius, and Lillian Smith. 679 through 4. The Masters. Alex David, Andrew Leonard, Mason Heiligenman, Steven Rogers. Quite a few of those. Some of them already have 4 games in. Alex David is at 781 through 4. I know that Mason had 680 through the first 3, and Sammy had 630 through the first 3. So
And Mason just finished.
Yep.
Caden Clark down here's got 2-0 going, and I think he was 50 under. So
yeah, he was
range.
after game 3. Yeah. He was in 4th place or 3rd place. So
I walked by game 2 and he had 180 out, and it looks like he shot 140 in there. So a little bit of a speed bump. But
rebounded right back with 230. So
yeah, that was right here in front of us too.
Yep.
Ball change back 6 or 7. So.
He's another good talent. His father Quentin is pretty good talent. Was a college coach as well for a little while, and Caden's a super good talent coming up.
So I was talking to Zach about it. Right-handed, left-handed is obviously different, but I draw a small comparison. In my eyes, obviously I'm not from St. Louis, so I'm completely objective on it. I look like a lot of similarity to Spencer. Very calm head. He's very knowledgeable, and he's also very young, and he's done a lot. And he throws it like he's 10 years older. Kid is good.
He's ton of talent. He's going to be one that's going to be
highly sought after, very quick.
And very well mannered.
Yes.
Very good. He's just, like Donald Simpson's another one. He's just a super good ambassador for the sport. Good young man.
Sammy's working on the 7-bagger into the 10th down there. She's at 240.
Tug that one a little bit. A little soft, maybe. She's playing the gutter too.
So she was over here. She moved out there. She wasn't out that far. I think game 1, 2.
Yeah, game 3. She moved out to a 6-bagger in game 3 and stayed out there. Switched had a little ball change. Switched to an IQ tour and just chased it right. And
we were talking about that a little bit. It almost looked like, I think she started with an optimal idle game 1, and it just looked like it was a little too fuzzy, too slow. Well, in practice, she was not optimal. I didn't see what she actually started with, but that's what I saw go down. And then when I saw IQ Tour, Zach and I were talking about it. It's kind of a lesser volume of the lane. It's out right of the body, so you have a little more friction. Smaller ball, cleaner.
Yep.
Good motion, like the area to kind of go through.
And that's her go-to. That's one of her favorite balls. So
it's a hard ball to beat.
Yeah.
There's a reason it's been around, what, 10 years? More than 10? I think I've had 8 of them.
It's one of the granddaddies, that's for sure.
8 of them. I have a new one under my bed. for a rainy day.
I was fortunate enough that that ball came out after I'd signed with Storm a long time ago, and since it came out, I think I ordered 8 of them and stockpiled them.
I wish I'd have stockpiled the gold ones.
Yeah, doesn't everybody?
$100 when I was in college 12 years ago, 13 years ago when they came out. Now they're worth $500-600. Yeah, I wish I'd have put a grand out, but college kids, we don't have a grand in them. Well, we didn't at that time, but.
Yeah. It's like another 230 for Sammy. I don't know what Mason had that last game.
So I believe they have, what, like an hour break? Hour and a half lunch break, something like that?
I think so, yeah. They're pretty quick turnaround. They're going to redress, and I think they're going to a 44-foot pattern that's coming up on the second one here.
Tungsten's what I thought
I think so.
Too,
that sounds correct. Yeah, Mason had 213 that last game.
Okay.
She's at 899, and Sammy's shooting 230. That'll get her to 860, so.
Layla over here has 52 in the fifth with
And a four-bagger.
4 missed make holes. Can still pull out 200. That's a little left. I black clouded. That's like my 4th one. I'm like 4 for 5 in black clouds, and I don't want to be.
I think we're going to be doing some giveaways here. I don't know if we'll do a break in the live stream. Check.
I think they're giving away a couple of balls and an Amazon gift card.
I saw a Hammer New Blue, an Effect.
I think the Effect was the one that they gave away early. I think they're doing a New Blue and
GB5?
Yeah, GB5 was the second one they're doing in the break here. I think they're going to be doing the. It's kind of a fun feature with this scoring system. It's the same one that we have over at Concord. They can do a prize train. That they literally program the train that goes through and it runs and it stops on a pair, and then it's just pulls one athlete.
It's so fun.
One spot off of that spot out of the bowlers that it stops on at that pair, and they give away a prize right to that kid at that point, so you don't have to have raffle tickets or any of the other crazy stuff. So
Definitely a cool system.
yeah. Very cool system. And it's nice that it's traveling. I wish it would pull their scores so you can see what they're doing for their previous games and the total pinfall. But
I know sometimes it does. I'm not completely familiar with the operating system. I know sometimes if you're bowling events it will. I'd have to assume it's switching lanes that maybe is throwing the bug in there, but.
it's a good shot. 78 there.
So kind of tying back a little bit to the college stuff. You guys kind of finalized your schedule? What's it look like for you guys?
Yeah, we going to be going all over the place. Starting out with bowling.
Order number 108 is ready, 108.
5-season classic up in Iowa.
Okay.
At Mount Mercy tournament, and coming back and most likely bowling the Lions Classic, and we've got a couple of NAI events that we're participating in that are going to be pretty good, and going out to Vegas for 2 for the Carlson and Collegiate Shootout, and up to Illinois for Chicago area for the Ipsia, and coming to bowl the McHenry tournament in February.
Okay. Coming in the fall too, or now?
Well, we've got an NAI event that's the same weekend that we're going to be bowling, I think, maybe in Louisville.
Okay.
We've got a kind of a fun event that is an NAI event that is a 3-day event. It's kind of different format. We bowl team portion, a 5-game team on Friday, and then Baker portion on Saturday, and then they're taking the top 4 teams from both days and having a shootout on Sunday. So it's kind of a neat format, a little different, but 2 different tournaments, and a lot of tournaments are going to the 2 tournament weekends.
Yeah.
Kind of save a little bit travel and hotels, and since we were fortunate enough to get the number of games required dropped through USBC, they dropped the number of games required to meet the minimum standard. It makes it a little easier for tournaments to do 2 one-day tournaments in a weekend and still meet those requirements and create those extra opportunities for PowerPoints. But how about you guys?
I had a quick one real quick. What conference are you guys for NAI? Like, I know they have the Wolverine Hoosier.
We just were, for a long time, we were part of the American Midwest, AMC, and now we're transferring to the Heart of America.
Okay.
So the whole university is moving over to Heart of America, so it's going to be good.
Who else is in there?
Baker, Culver, so
More the Missouri-ish.
Missouri, Kansas, Iowa, so right in that range. Just a couple of Chicago, a couple teams from that part of the town. But
Yeah, you get like the Ottawas and the McPhersons.
Orders
well,
115 and
they're
117 are ready
KCAC.
in the snack bar. Orders
So
115
they
and
were with us
117.
when we were part. AMC didn't have enough universities that represented bowling, so we were part of an unaffiliated grouping as far as NAI was concerned. So we were part of the involved with KCAC, and so they were a little different. But this one is there are like 12 or 13 teams that are represented. So
It's kind of like our GLVC. I think there's 17 programs or 20 programs, but this coming year we actually associate membershiped Oklahoma Christian. So they're a newer program, a couple years old. They won the Mid-States in Kansas last year, but they are going to be an associate member, so not actual member of GLVC, but they'll compete for bowling in our division. Very good program, very, very strong team. So they're going to add some depth to the GLVC. And then University of Indianapolis actually just added women's bowling. They had a USBC program, so the boys will still have one, but the women are coming over to NCAA. So I was talking to Cameron actually last week. As far as our schedule goes, it's a little different last year. So last year I had 12 girls. We're at 20 or 21 right now. Unique perk about NCAA is the double days. So we get 32 comp days in a year. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday we compete. It's 3 comp days. With a bigger roster, we'll compete 2 teams. So most of the times if we have an NCAA, we'll have a USBC competing wherever our boys are that weekend, as long as we're competing the same weekend. So last year we started in Valparaiso, so they just hired John Martin. We didn't know if they had an event, so we went ahead and booked. We will be out in Youngstown, Ohio for the Penguin Classic. So Youngstown State's hosting. We'll have some of the bigger teams out there too. It's the second week of October. We have a week off. Then we go to, this is where we get in the splits. So I will take 8 girls with me to the NCAA event in Houston. Then we will have 8 girls, or possibly the rest of the girls bowling the Lions Classic in St. Charles. Don't know yet, but at least 8. Why am I blanking all of a sudden? Then we go to SFA. It's up in Kenosha, Wisconsin. That'll be 1 team. We'll probably take 8 to 10 girls, so 8 to 10. And then we have our...
Order number 110 is ready in the snack bar. Order number 110.
And,
we're going to be taking a break here shortly after the competition finishes, so we can re-oil. We'll shut down the live stream in a little bit, but
cool. I'll be quick. Got the McHenry one to wrap up the second semester, and then we get into our schedule is really spring intensive. We have we'll send a team to Chicago. We have Delaware same weekend, North Carolina, like all over. If we make both nationals, we're in Vegas and Reno. GLVC championships is in Quincy, so we're all over. A lot of flying, but so it's gonna be a little bit of a gauntlet. Last year was we had 8 out of 10 weeks straight, so I felt like I was home for 2 days. But
yeah, no, I tried to blend our schedule a little bit more between the 2 semesters this year, even starting a little later. That was one thing. I mean, we had traditionally started early and gone up to Wauwatosa or gone up all Mid-States, where this year I'm skipping those early tournaments just so I've got a lot of new athletes, 6 new girls, 4 new boys. So we're going to have a little bit more opportunity to blend our roster, get to know each other a little bit more, become more cohesive, and be better prepared, I think. So we're not starting until the 2nd week of October. So that could be a challenge because we can't throw a ball in competition until September 1. Even with practice. So
and we're October 1 for official season too.
Right.
Yeah, it's tough.
Makes it hard.
So it's like one of those things that, like, unfortunately,
Orders
NCAA spring heavy us.
116 are ready in the
So
snack
it's like
bar.
last year,
Orders
the 8 out of
112
10
and
weeks.
116.
Big thing is we had girls starting to get academically burnt out, and then they're practicing. So we're like, I got to figure out a way to. We have a stretch of 3 weeks in a row before postseason. Like postseason, your mind's different. But in that regular season, like, I'm not competing 5 weeks in a row again.
Right.
So we'll go 1 on, 2 off, 2, 1 off. Give them a week. So trying to prevent that too. But
Got to say burnout. Got to eliminate the burnout and
for sure
have them be peaking and prepared and ready to go.
Are they going to do a standings recap before we cut?
I don't know. Above and but maybe we can.
Yeah.
I know that you're posting the scores, Alex, correct? Tournament Bowl. Yep. So I know that I've got it on my phone. I can probably do one real quick with you if you want to. I'll let you. You want to start? Or you can do rookies if you want. I got it right here.
Okay. So let's see. Rookie division. On pronunciations.
Yep.
So we have Miles Mann at 6:44 through 4. We have Lance Brem at 6:16 through 4. Riley Poggi I probably said it wrong, but 6'12", so this is actually really close. And then Jillian Twiggins at 6'08". That's a top 4 with Landon Pullum and Liam Renke right behind, so within 20.
All right, and let's see.
My service is not good in this building.
I'll do the majors. Okay, so we've got Jacob King with 693, Casey Buckman with 682, Henry Lewis 643, Lucas Ventimiglia with 638, and Kyle Pickett right behind at 623.
So it looks like in those lower divisions, we got some like 170 averages, 160, which they're not easy too, so not easy at all. And then we get into classics, so I believe it's the 190 and under division. Alex Pirtle is +1 with 801.
With a 282 game 2.
And a 130, game 1. So he was plus after the first 2, that's good. Good rebound. And he's got an 80-pin lead over Weston Huff. Weston's got 723. Ethan Neisel, 718. Brian Rhodes, 716, so that's close again with Michael Caleb Martin and John O'Connell within 20, so it's pretty close. Lillian looks like she's the highest placing girl in the division. She's only 37 back, and a 130 in there too, so 140, 130 in the middle.
And then for the Masters division, Mason Heiligman. Oops, sorry about that. Mason Heiligman, 899. Every game over 200. Leads by 37.
Your girl Sammy.
Sammy DeBow shot 700 for the last 3.
Yeah.
With 862. Alex David at 781. So 80-pin gap between second and third. Caden Clark, 751. And Dalton Atkins and Gage Bourne right behind at around 714, 711. So lots of opportunity on the longer pattern here for some changes in the standing for those 4 divisions, and you know,
I'm actually kind of surprised there was that much gapping between 4 and 5 on the Masters division. But
so we'll see what happens here when we return. We're going to take a little bit of a break here while they redress the lanes, and we'll get the live stream fired back up in a little while.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys. We'll see you soon.
Okay, just a little update. They're a third of the way done through the house. And we'll continue the qualifying in about 35 minutes.
back to the second block. Bowling on 44-foot titanium here at the Stars of the Lanes Imperial Bowl for the JBC and Part-Time Bowlers Tour. I'm Zach Friedman. I've got other people. I think Sean and Don will be joining me again. Got about 3 minutes left to practice. We're just ready to hop on for the back half here. Bowling 4 more games, cutting to the top 4 in each division. We'll be with you here in about 3 minutes. Check, check.
And we're back.
Got about 20 seconds left to practice for some of the lanes.
Actually, probably a little less than that. They're turning red, getting ready.
Maybe it's just this one in front of us.
Just saw, so now we're on titanium, 44 foot.
25.25 mils.
And I think the scoring pace will probably be a little bit higher.
Or number 163
this go around.
Or number 163.
I know that some kids are certainly breathing a sigh of
relief.
Joint relief.
Yeah, 4.21 to 1, 44 feet. A lot of the bowlers that struggled with ball speed in the first block should be better off on the longer pattern, at least in game 1 and 2. When it starts transitioning, it might get a little tougher. The SPL service tends to hook a little earlier.
I agree, and I think positioning, setting up, who makes the adjustment early and correct? Who can cover the spares on the long pattern?
Just looking here on 23 and 24, we have our tournament leader in the Masters division with Mason Heiligman, plus 99. Well, at 899, they have the different divisions. Plus 99 is based out of 200, which I do not believe is what they're running off of. So 899, Caden Clark is rounding out the top 4 to make the cut at 751 with a 37-pin advantage over Dalton Atkins, who we just saw start off his game 123.
Order number 160 is ready in the sandbar. 160.
Good cover on the 3-6-10 from Mason. It's going to be big on this block. It's going to come down to spares.
I think it's going to be interesting to see who has the tendency to try to wing that ball out to the gutter like they were with the short pattern. And
Landon Parmalee just struck on 24.
Order number 167 is ready, sir. Order 167.
You're looking at the standings. Landon's got a little bit of work to do, but there's going to be a time to do it. With the look he had on that shot there, he could make it happen. Live from Donald.
Donald's looking to rebound after his first set.
Donald's only 43 pins off. That can be the difference in a game and a half. Got Jillian Dwiggins in front of us. I believe she's a seed bowler.
She is a seed bowler. She's one of our younger ones.
Start out with a 4-6-7.
Again, it's going to be keeping yourself in a position where you can stay clean. Give yourself, you got to give yourself a chance to take something. That ball, I think she's a little bit speed sensitive on that ball. It just, she let up on it just enough where it got inside and she went through the nose on it. Her dad's with us, and I'm sure he'll be making adjustments with her, helping her figure out where to go. And her dad's one of our, not only one of our key people in seed, but he's a pro staffer with Radical, and gives such great insight to the kids, that in our group, and even kids just in the gateway itself.
Yeah.
When they
even adults at times. I bowled stuff with him when I was bowling a lot of the Metro East stuff, and it's a great resource, especially with the Brunswick stuff, the Brunswick family. Mason covering his 10-pin there. Solid 9 on 24. That was a nice break for Landon on 23, throwing a messenger. You see a lot of that down here. Everybody loves a good messenger, even though in the end a messenger is typically not a great shot.
Right.
They do look cool.
But you can't tell the pros that run them out and slap them out that that's not the...
Oh, it's more than just pros. They're fun to do. .49 for Donald.
Watching Jillian here on lanes 25-26, and right now she is in the 4th position after the first block with the short pattern.
Bowlers with the ticket 443, please raise your hand. They'll come down here. And also, if you did not receive a ticket, please raise your hand and they'll come by.
So we were going to do, I don't know if we were going to do the prize train, and for some reason the computer wouldn't cooperate with us, so we're doing it the old-fashioned way, giving tickets out. Thanks Tracy Palmero, our tournament sponsor, who's out here working hard for us. She's actually giving the tickets away to the kids, and we're going to give 2 bowling balls away.
So over on 27-28, throwing right now on 28, your tournament leader in the Classics division, Alex Pirtle.
Alex shot a 282.
282. Front 10, 4-4. With a 130 start, he was able to claw his way back to a 801 for 4. Has a almost 80-pin lead. How we doing, Don?
I'm doing real good.
That's Don Griffin.
Larry Husky. It's the legend. Uh-oh.
Don, thanks for, I can't put, you know, I called Don and asked him if he put this date on his calendar a few weeks ago, and he said graciously that he would, and I told him I need him to come in and help with commentating. I'm sure he's here to see a bowler or 2 as well, and he's been having an opportunity to do that, but, you know, we're very fortunate in St. Louis to have people, you know, that are committed to the kids, not only from the college standpoint, but Don coaches a lot of my juniors on the seed program, and you know, he's helped them get to the next level. Some of them are actually getting to the next level with him.
Not get a green ticket, please come to the desk real quick.
But very grateful to have people like that.
170's ready, set bar, 170.
Of course, you can see Don up at the Concord Bowl Pro Shop Mondays through Fridays. Is that correct, Don?
Yep, and usually sometimes on Saturdays, and I still try to compete a little bit when I'm up there bowling too. So that's
just a little bit.
They had a match play tournament yesterday. Did you bowl that?
We did. I did not bowl since I run those. Andy Klein and I are sitting behind the scenes and kind of doing the other end of the spectrum, and we actually had 24 teams.
24 teams, and paid some good money.
Yes, we did.
Had some good bowling too.
Yeah, we had lots of good bowling.
I saw there were some good scores.
So fun fact, I was talking to a couple of our competitors, and Larry, this might kind of surprise you. Have one of my guys that's on our live stream pair right now over on 23 and 24, Mr. Mason, the Masonator, and he's going to get mad at me because I told him I was going to do this when we got on the live stream. I always like to try to ask, especially with the kids, I ask some weird questions, you know, to try to get into their psyche a little bit, try to find out a little bit more about what makes them tick. And I asked Mason, I said, hey Mason, what's your go-to snack? He looked at me like I was crazy. And he says, popcorn. I said, flavored popcorn? He goes, no, just plain buttered popcorn. And I confirmed that with his dad. He says, yeah, he eats a bag of popcorn every night. It's like, really? It was that and Twix.
Twix are good.
Yeah, Twix are kind of good. So, I mean, when we're traveling a lot of times with the college teams, like, you know, we pack a snack bucket.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've got to be able to, you know, when we're on the bus in case they need a snack or something between blocks or between games. You know, a lot of times when we're in tournament mode, it's 8 to 10 hours of bowling, nonstop, you know. So we got to stay hydrated and keep those blood sugars up and, you know, keep our energy level up. And, you know, that's one of the first questions once the season starts. I always ask everybody, it's like, what's your go-to snack? So.
Yeah, when we would have the Saints Invite at Lakeside, we'd set up the lounge and you'd have, you know, the tournament director's up chair, or tournament director's desk we'd set up, and in the lounge on the pool table and other tables in there, it was just snack city for everybody, the coaches, the girls, everybody. Which first PBA event I bowled, I got the best advice I've ever gotten. It was from Brett Spangler. You're not going to cash. Eat your entry's worth and the free snacks from the paddock.
All right, our first winner is Charlie Jenkins.
That's it.
He gets to choose which one of the balls.
So Larry, what's your go-to snack? You look like you've had a snack or two in the day.
I've eaten a snack or two, and I think I feel like I've eaten the person that made the snack today.
Me too. I don't think we can argue.
You know, I like popcorn. Popcorn is, the fact that now it's microwavable, and you know you can get the extreme butter from. But
all right, second ticket number. This is for the Hammer New Blue.
But I like cheese, like
5
straight cheese or just
good, you know, like a mustard,
cheese and crackers, or
cheese and crackers. Yeah,
there you go.
Have that ticket number.
Some good deer sausage or some summer.
You know, I have plenty of deer sausage in the refrigerator. Yes.
It's good stuff with a little hunk of cheese and some deer sausage on a Ritz or on a.
I have to shout out to Stoney's down in Perryville.
There you go.
They keep it year round down there. That, elk, and bison.
Fantastic. I'll take a ride down there. That sounds great.
It's great stuff, yeah.
So how
Somebody
we doing?
said, well, that's not wild deer. I said, it don't care.
Doesn't matter.
The deer don't know it's wild.
Schneider's over in Waterloo has a similar setup. You can get, I know you can at least get venison sausage.
And our winner is Cameron Bollner. She gets the Hammer New Blue. Thank you.
There's somebody bending a purple. Mason Riley in front of us on 25. Looks like he was bending a purple hammer.
Well, Mason Heiligman has thrown 2 through
Back
the
to back.
nose, and he needs to make a move.
The last one was a little outside. That was 2-8-10, so he missed right. But
Donald didn't like that one, Ian, for good reason.
this long pattern, I think they're still trying to play him like they were playing the short. And now they're not seeing ball shape
And
that
that's
they
what
had.
Nick and Zach and I said to begin with. Who would make the move?
A little better there for Donald on the spare attempt.
Now, I was watching with the majors. They're pretty bunched up. I mean, there's
50 pounds, 40 pounds.
Yeah, I mean that can easily be made up in 4 games.
The way the scores are going, that could be 2 games.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, we talked about Brian Rhodes earlier on the first squad. He's from Festus. Denise Trammell, Phelps has been coaching him for a long time, and he's technically out of junior leagues now, and this summer will be his last hurrah with the juniors.
Order 152, your food's ready. Order 152.
He's somebody that should do well on this next pattern. The Masters, as always, are going to be very interesting because, like I said, you go all the way down to 9th place, and they're only 60 pins out of the lead.
With a step ladder, all you got to do is make it in. You don't need to be the 1 seed. 1 seed has its perks. You only got to bowl 1 game to win, but it's more time for you to sit and think on it. I always prefer being the 2 seed.
He's just in too deep, and I think he's coming up on the ball.
Did he make a ball change there? No, it looked like he was throwing the new Summit, or a Summit.
Couldn't tell if that was a road or if that was a DNA.
I thought it was
colors
DNA,
were pretty close.
That was a bad break on the 6-9-10 there. It's an 84 on the 6, can strike out for 204. It's a lot of work, a big hill to climb. It's got quite a bit of buffer in the cut line, but see if Landon can keep up his stream.
So just a bit outside. Almost rolled that 2. It's pretty close.
We've seen a couple of those today. Take a look and see what second place in the Masters is doing down on the low end with Sammy. Pretty decent start. Pacing 230.
Well, Sammy got a really good finish.
She had a really good look those last 3 games down
Just 701 the last 3.
And she did.
So she kind of just bumped right, was able to pipe it up outside of the second arrow, and
Mr. Parmley covered his spare there, so he's still in 250 pace, 270 max. So Donald Simpkins made a little bit of an adjustment, got his carry. I
Down
still,
looks like he's got a
still
bit
see some errant spare shooting, so maybe that's something that, getting these kids ready for college thinking. It's like, I had a couple conversations with some of them that to be thinking about, I've seen more tournaments that have been lost by a missed spare, not by a missed strike.
When it was me and Sean earlier, we brought up there's a video on YouTube called 9 Spares Win the U.S. Open. Yep. Referring to the 2011 U.S. Open where Mika misses a 10 pin in the 10th to lose. Those makeable spares are huge. You can bowl, you can go to junior gold and bowl your 4 game blocks. And, we missed that one just a bit out. Or not. Maybe he intended to do that. But you can bowl those, 16 games and miss by 20, and you just got to find your first makeable spare you missed.
So Mason's going back to the drawing board.
Looks like he threw a phase 2 on that last shot.
Yeah.
Good cover for Jillian.
Might have been a phase 2 that we saw earlier from him too. So
It could have been the phase 2. They look a lot alike in DNA, don't they?
Very similar.
And there's phase 2 on the rack. I believe that was his.
That's a good shot.
Good shot from Landon. And Mason seems to be having himself a heck of a season. He's done well down in those junior tournaments they're running at West Park and Cape. He won the Bolero Youth event at Lakeside. He just took second, I believe, in one up in Chicago. He's cleaning house right now, it seems.
Super good talent. He's a super good kid.
He is, absolutely. And I tell his dad that all the time, what a great kid he's raised.
Yeah, Sean and I were talking about that earlier when we were on the live stream about, what do college coaches look for? And it's not how many strikes they can throw. It's not what their average is. It's, number one, how they interact with their competitors, how they interact with their parents, how the parents interact with the athletes. Coachability, that's that intangible. It's like, are they willing to continue to grow? Or are they willing to try to just be self-centered? It's like, it's all part of that picture of trying to get the most out of each individual athlete, but still make sure that you're building that team concept and that team mentality.
Order number 178, your pretzels ready? Order number 178.
And that, like Larry and I have had this conversation multiple times too. It's like that transcends the sport, transcends as we get older, because 9 times out of 10 you get into the adult workforce, you're going to be working with other people.
Yep.
You're going to be part of a team in a work environment. So being able to utilize those skills you learn from bowling to transcend that and just really become an integral part of whatever you're doing.
You hear it a lot. In particular, the quote, I believe, comes from the hockey world, but you hear it a lot. The logo on the front is way more important than the name on the back. That applies when you're bowling team. It applies working for companies. It applies for everywhere. See if Mason can right this ship here with a strikeout for 182, pace in 160s. Throw phase 2.
Moved a little left. Sent it to the break
60 feet.
Yep. Moved left and projected righter. I think he was conversing with Mr. Jeremy Keneally a little bit and getting some advice from him. So hopefully he can get some good count and pick this spare. And pretty close. Oh, 3 out of the 4. So got to dig in.
Getting up, leaves a 4-7. You look over on the 27-28, you got your classic leader Hurdle. He's struggling a bit this game.
He started out rough. The first walk on the short hit 130 the first game, then followed it up with a
282.
Nice 282.
I don't know if I've ever seen that number.
I don't think I have either, especially that way. Front 10, 4-4.
Had a senior bowler once go front 10, 5 out.
Nice. Donald Simpkins up on 23 is on a double. See if Mesa can figure this out. Ball change. A little better.
And he moved his feet.
Yep.
And he moved his feet, too.
Threw that one better.
Ooh, catch the break there for Donald.
So Donald did something there that I kind of like. A little show of emotion there on that triple, knowing that that's a foundation frame, even though it's the 8th, still getting, you know, really at a spot to help bolster that score. And what do you feel about that, Larry? You like guys that show a little emotion and slap them off a little bit, or?
I like it when it's controlled like that was. I mean, you know, some of the kids that, you know, if it's their first strike in 6 frames and they slap one out,
for the first strike of the day,
I'm not really a big fan of that. But you know, at this age, they get a little bit of forgiveness. I mean, it's going to be a little bit different if they were bowling in a tournament against you and they've been bowling you for 25 years and they do it. But I know a guy named Don Griffin who's had a little bit of emotion from time to time through the years.
I heard about that.
But it was when you needed it, you know.
When I was younger, more times than not, it wasn't whether I needed it or not.
Well, we're not talking about being young. Remember, we're giving grace on that young thing. But
a lot of these kids have a lot more poise than what we did when we were that age.
I agree, and yeah, I think emotion at the right time is good for everybody around you, and it's absolutely good for you inside. You know?
Yep, absolutely. And Ray Arf one time gave me some really good advice. I had a couple of strikes in a row bowling in the Masters League in the early days of the Masters League, and kind of slapped off a couple, got a little excited. He says, Don, he says, don't let them know you're coming. He said, just let the ball do the talking. Sneak up on them. Just let the ball do the talking.
You know, it's funny, Don. I've said that to a few young bowlers over the years in the part-time bowler store. Some guys, you know, they get real loud and boisterous. Man, they say, I want them to know I'm coming. I said, trust me, they know. The telescore speaks volumes louder than anything you can say or do. But
yeah, in my opinion, just have fun with it. Within reason, don't be running out 10, 12 lanes, but
we've had some of those guys in the past in St. Louis that did that.
Yeah.
Oh, Joey did it. Joey Dolans did it one time down here during the summer league. I think it was one of his first ones of the year, and he took off running. He ran all the way against the wall over here.
Remember, Willie Wells was known for that in St. Louis. We used to call him Right Turn Willie. He'd get on a string, and you'd never know because he would literally just start going right. Didn't matter who was up until he ran into him.
So. Yeah. Or by him, yep.
Yeah.
That was an interesting one. That one looked like it picked up real quick and stopped.
And there's a good break for Dalton.
205 clean.
Pretty good game one.
Mason wants to get this first one here, at least get him. Oh,
solid 9-pin.
I think he's got
really good
I think
shot.
he's got a good idea now what he needs to do.
They skip one pair, so it'll go to 27-28.
Yes.
Definitely seeing across the board, it looks like scores are a little bit more friendly this block. Right. Even to start. I always like when these athletes get the opportunity to experience sport bowling at an earlier age, and that they're not afraid to step up to the challenge. And it's always a good opportunity. I think that this is great that you're doing this, Larry, at this type of a tournament.
I'm very excited with the tournament that we had.
Yep.
Quarter number 177 is ready in the snack bar. 177. 177.
Looking down on Lane Talk, down at 3 and 4. Sammy can strike out for 237 this game. Braylon Thomas, he can strike out for 222. Lance Brim, he's in second, and I believe rookies got 187 left. Which that rookies division's so tight. Anything you can do in that 10th frame is going to be big. Mason Riley in front of us throwing that purple.
That may affect some play coming behind him. See Matt Gasson's post on Facebook about urethane and the use of urethane?
I don't think I did.
It was a good article.
It was really interesting about how he feels sometimes the use of urethane is quite overdone, and
I thought he explained it better than I've heard most people try to do.
I agree.
In a long time. And it wasn't a little short, quick. He was like, "This is what I think. This is why I think this, and this is the data that shows what you know." And so I mean, yeah, it was really good. And it was fair because he showed both, you know, like the pitch black and the purple hammer and the, you know, the NU series now, and from, you know, so he showed both sides of that, the spectrum of the manufacturers.
So the urethane and then the close to urethane.
Well, the difference about what urethane is versus what resin is and why. I mean, it was just really good, but he didn't say, you know, it's this company, it's, look, everybody makes it.
Yeah.
This is when you should use it, which is not very often. And when should you use it in league?
Never.
Never, is what he said, you know.
I was telling Sean, the only time I ever used to bring urethane is I was subbing at Saratoga. Nice shot from Donald there.
4-bagger? 5-bagger. Yep.
He's got 234 left. You got Landon Parmalee finished with 243. Mason finished with 139. It's going to put him in a spot he's going to need to do a little bit of work. Sammy's going to jump in.
I think there was about a 60-pin difference between second and third in the Masters, if I'm not mistaken. Third place was 66 back, so.
Order number 182 is ready, 182.
So Mason had about an 80-pin spread on.
Yeah, it drops Mason out of 1038. They don't have
So
Sammy in
30.
yet. Or Donald. Donald shoots 223. Big Sammy, she was pacing 230, so. Right, Sammy jumped up to 1099.
So she's like 60 up now?
61 up, and Mason's got, I believe, 60 or 74 pins, I believe, over Alex. Mental math's not my strong suit. That's why at Bowl I was told there's going to be no math.
TournamentBowl.com will have those full stats and full numbers out there for everybody that's looking.
Of course, we put a link up on my Facebook page, but if you go to YouTube, 10-Pin TV, you can actually watch live with us.
Covering the last 8
Order
pairs,
number
or 8 lanes, 4
177, your
pairs.
fries, chicken strips, and burgers ready. 177.
Really good finish. Donald Simpkins jumped up to 4th, so.
Very good.
I was talking to you earlier about the young man named Harper Burnett. His banner's hanging right beside Tracy's down there. Somebody if I was a coach, I would definitely be putting him on my radar.
Yep. He's from down south, isn't he?
Yes, Jackson.
Talked to his dad a couple of times about that youth classic at Lakeside.
I understand that Donald Simpkins has already spoken to his father about the possibility of him becoming a member of SEED to help him get where he wants to go. He's already pretty much exclusive Brunswick equipment. He's bowling Teen Masters this weekend.
That's exciting.
And he's leaving right there and going to Junior Gold. That's going to be a lot of bowling in the next 3 weeks.
Where's Teen Masters at?
It's someplace there. Hold on a second. I want to say it's south this year. Don,
Tell you in 2 seconds.
Yeah, you'll have to tell me on that one.
I'm looking it up. Good, keep chatting.
I want to think it was. I know it's not in the same place. Last year they were together.
Yeah.
This
No,
year,
I think last year was at Thunder Bowl and then Junior Gold was in Indy. That's what I feel like it was. I could be wrong.
Florida.
I knew it was south.
That's a lot of traveling.
June 29th is when they start up with the clinics and orientation and stuff starts on the 30th, and then Junior Gold starts the week after that. And
that's a lot of travel.
Heading up there to for registration and the expo that they have up there on Saturday when they do a lot of the registration and the meet and greet with a lot of the colleges. And so it's always a busy, active day, long day.
That's a really cool atmosphere too.
It is. It's so exciting.
Didn't Ian go to Teen Masters this year? Wasn't that one of
Yes,
his goals?
Ian Sewer is going to the Team Masters as well.
It was his goal to. That was one of his goals from 2 years ago. He wanted to go. He went 2 years ago and had an eye-opening experience. I got him hooked up with Don immediately after that. We still call that the immaculate 10-minute transformation. Talking to his mom about what we would do with seed and why we chose Don to be a coach. And we look up, we didn't even think we were watching the same kid bowl we'd watched 10 minutes earlier. For real.
Yeah, Teen Masters, those very light volume patterns are quite interesting.
Just the concept with the universal ball. Everybody has the same bowling ball, and drilling requirements are very minimal as far as what they can alter. And it's really more about shot making and athlete talent. So it's a true test. It's super good.
Yeah, I believe it was back 2021. Jeremy Keneally would come up and practice with Chesterfield on. Those patterns are interesting. You bend a house ball without trying. Mason got up, he put that one in a good place and boned a 7-pin. Dalton with a strike to start off.
Well, I'm going to step out for just a minute and go see how some of the kids are doing.
That was an interesting way to get 2 out of that.
Yeah, almost said that between 4 and 7. It's a pretty good shot. There's some good athletes coming up on this next grouping that we have here. Lillian Smith and Weston Huff. Weston's actually leading the classics, I think. Last time I checked. Yep.
Will she jump Pirtle? Or no,
this is in the classics. Weston Huff is 50 up over Brian Rhodes. Lillian is right now at 7th.
They don't have Pirtles updated yet. Pirtle shot 167, so.
He's probably going to 960, so he's going to be right there with him. So those two are 1-2. So
3-6-10 conversion. There we go.
So Tracy's going to jump in with you guys.
See what updated on the Masters side. They got all those scores in. So
that JBC crew's been great going around getting the scores in.
They get those scores in so quick. I mean, it's not even frame 3 or 4 across the board here, and they're already updated with almost everybody. So pretty cool.
Compared to the adding machine with Arlene and Jim back 15 years ago.
Most tournaments, if you see scores by the 6th or 7th frame, you're happy.
Well, that's what's awesome about the scoring system is you can print them when they're done. That's how I was always running my stuff. We got Tracy back with us. How are we doing, Tracy?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good. You were helping passing out those raffle tickets and getting ready for the 2-ball raffle earlier, so we missed you in the booth.
Oh, well, thank you. It was kind of difficult because these little folks, they move around fast.
You're working in a bowling center, you're cooking food. What lane you on? Well, we're currently on 7 and 8.
10 minutes later, you're 13, 14, or 11 and 12.
Mason with another 4-9.
Yeah.
Bad break. Look, Landon's got, he might try to stage a comeback here. Parmalee.
It's amazing how quickly positions can change in this sport by a pretty large degree.
My ball just looked like it never saw it.
Landon with a double over there on the right on 27 and 8. He threw that last shot with authority. Yeah, Tracy, you had mentioned how fast the scores can change. It's like different styles can match up to the different lane pattern and where the conditioner is on the lane pretty quickly. And certain athletes that don't score and match up real well on the shorter length patterns have a little bit more success on the longer patterns. The longer patterns are usually a little more forgiving score-wise. Spares are a little easier to pick, and that kind of sees their scores go up too. So spot on.
Remember when I bowled the Masters League, was talking to Aaron O'Brien, who was on the team with him in Illinois, and we were talking about picking a pattern for something. He's like, yeah, kids bowling, short pattern. The spares will throw them off. Everything will throw them off. Long patterns, biggest thing I notice, especially depending on the lane surface, is how early the balls start to hook. It's a little less volume. People throwing a bunch of surface.
Front part of the lane disappears, but the back end starts to get a little tighter because the fronts are going and the ball's bleeding energy. Definitely makes equipment choices a lot more of an impact.
Better shot there from King on 26, throwing a primal shock. That's one of my favorite things to throw in this building. A bit of a bad break there for Joey.
Conversely, a good break there for Hayden. So got to have them both. I mean, I was trying to uplift a couple of kids earlier, and they were, I said, it's like, how many times have you thrown a bad shot and gotten a good break? Or conversely, how many times have you thrown a good shot and gotten a bad break? So it's like Larry said, that's bowling.
That's bowling, that's right.
I mentioned earlier we saw a messenger. The messengers look cool. Headpin comes across, takes out the 10, the 9, the 7 if you're a lefty. They're cool looking. They're usually not a good shot. Half time I let a ball go. That if I do get that break, it's a flat 10 off my hand. You can tell it's not going to do what it should do. Zane didn't like that one. Got away with it though.
Big time. Yeah, Mason made a really good shot and threw 10 back on his third frame. Around 27 and 8.
Let's see what Landon does here.
Dead flush.
It sounded good.
3 in a row.
A Greek church combination for
Hayden.
Hayden. Look at the shirt, not the score. That would have been helpful. That's the situation working on a strike. You got to go for your 2. Don't try to pick it. Don't try to go for 2. It's very easy to go for 2 and get 3 out of this.
Or miss them all.
Yep.
That's something sometimes that's something you see a lot with the younger bowlers. They try to go for the fancy spare and pick them all and miss them all. And, when you're on a strike or you're on a double, and that kind of impacts your score real quick.
Another good shot there for Jacob.
Donald Simpkins with the designer spare on 28 with a 6-count split.
Mason throws a double. First one on the block. Great shot there. Looks like he stuck with the phase 2. Got a little more dialed in. Ooh. Messenger on the 9. Solid 9 for a right-hander, especially on a really good shot. It's usually just a nice kick in the gut.
Yeah.
Almost more frustrating than a solid 8.
So Landon does here on 27th, front 3. Pretty close. Dead
Great
flash.
shot. Landon pretty far down. I believe he was in 15th after the last block.
Jumping up pretty quick here.
Shoots 243 and bumps up to 11th. He's 39 out of the cut line.
They're pretty bunched up there. I mean, you got all the way down to 14th place is only 59 pins out with 3 to go. 20 pins a game is not that far out of the question, especially if you start up with the front 4 and end up shooting 230, 240. It's
absolutely. A good shot from Hayden. He kind of gave it a look. I'm guessing the 9 went a little late. Weston Huff on 23 of the 2-pin ball, kind of skated.
Classic division, even the top 10. Lillian Smith, who's in 10th, is only 44 out of the cut number after 5. So it looks like in the majors, a little bit more of a gap. Down to 8th. Kyle Pickett is in 8th and 50 sticks back. So still definitely some opportunities to make up some ground.
Order number 184 is ready, Sapphire. Order number 184.
Shot from KC, I believe that's how you say your name. 93, 194.
KC Buckman? Yep.
Yes.
With a nice double.
See if Jacob can get the 3 in a row here. Like the ball motion more he's got on 26 than 25. Great shot. On 27, looking to continue his Dutch. Great shot from him.
You saw that.
Blake Naylor missed that one just a bit outside, held on, leaves a 1, 2, 4. Casey getting the 3rd one. That was a little bit left. All right, we're back. Landon getting his 5th one in a row over on 27-28. Mason getting back on the strike train there. Third 5, he's pacing 224.
Nice 3-bagger from Casey.
That was a really good shot throwing the exotic. Is that the exotic gem or the magic gem?
Looked like a magic.
Did he get away with that one? He did. Looks about as shocked as I do.
Is that Weston over on 23 or 25?
One on 25 just got away with he missed it in. They held there. Throwing a blue coral venom, which for me that ball is really good. If I keep my angles closed a bit, it doesn't like the big angle. I think just the way we laid mine out individually, but that helped him there. Just a bit outside there.
Landon Parmley with the front 6. After shooting 240 the first game, and he jumped up about 5 spots in the standings, and he's only 40 out of the number right now. So that will definitely help his score.
Absolutely. Gage going Brooklyn there.
6-baggers will do that to you, though. See if Donald Simpkins can get, as you said, back on the strike train.
Blake looks like he had an approach issue, or he dropped it right off his wrist.
We got some bowlers that are getting ready to come in and join the live stream. One I'm watching over here, Olivia Titus, shot 195 her first game in the rookies and shot 168 the last game with 3 of the last 4. Is one of our two-handed ladies. So we don't have a whole lot of our young girls, even still in the JBCs, that are two-handed. So that'll be kind of a treat to get her right in front of us here. So.
She's 12. And she's 12.
Yep.
It's crazy
It's
how
pretty
great
amazing.
she's doing.
Interesting way to go for 410 there. Another solid 9 for Hayden. No, I still see a gold ball go down the lane. I look to see if it's an IQ Tour or IQ Tour Pearl. I know those have been gone for a while. Mason with another good shot. Landon, you get number 7. That looked
Absolutely.
good.
Got a couple of good chances at that big square. We're in front 10 with the 4 count last game.
Yep, Alex Pirtle, he's got down on lane 2. He 3-6-10 his first frame. He's got 5 in a row for that through 6. Get down to Sammy DeBow. She's pacing with 220. She had a couple shots go high on her. Caden Clark. She's working Dutch, chopped to 310. Yeah.
Solid 10 for Donald Simpkins on 188.
Gage with a 710. You know, as much as pins bounce here, you do not see that made here very often. Yeah. Saw it try to kick up.
Casey Buckman can get back on as well. She opened the last frame.
Another prime example of getting the count there. Granted, he was working on a spare. Much better shot there. A little high.
Crept a little high.
Good shot there for Landon Alexander on 23. Didn't get away with that one as much.
Good shot from Lillian Smith.
Dalton Adkins with a big 4 over on 27-28. Another one you very, very rarely see picked anywhere. Little in, it looks like there.
Ooh, tripped it for her.
Right-hander's best friend.
See if Mason can go for his triple here.
Very good.
Yeah, that looked a little better, a little more confident. Might have to get some popcorn when he's done now. Good job, Mason. Have to go get some popcorn pretty soon, right?
Shut up. I regret every time I do that.
That's all right. Good job, buddy. Yeah. Let's keep it going.
Keep it up.
See if Landon can get his.
Just a bit wide over there for Jacob King. A little bit high, fast 8.
Still a good run though.
Absolutely. Cover there for Jacob.
Good double for Lillian too.
That pin came back for revenge on that 7 pin.
Yep.
Alex keeping up his striking down on lane 2 to a 7-bagger.
Nice.
His game 2 average is going to be high.
280, 290. Not too bad.
That looks like a pink urethane ball just went down on 28. Great shot from Donald. Lillian finishes with 174 there at the last 4. Say she got it kind of figured out on that pair.
So that translates to 27 and 8. It's definitely in grind mode.
Yep. Dalton high, 3-6-10. Mason threw his 4th in a row, gives him a max score of 244. If they're re-oiling for step ladders, or they just go right into them?
I do not know. It's a good question. Might be a Leslie question. Alex David finished down on looks like 17 and 18 through the last 7 for 244.
Very good.
Pretty good game.
He was up in the cut line, didn't he?
I think he was. Andrew Leonard, nice 5-bagger. He started out 5 count in the first frame, left the Creek Church and got 2 and got a 5-bagger now. So.
Okay, to the wrap 10 there. Donald with the 2-8-10 in the 9th. That is it's always a bit of a frustrating one there.
AC Buckman finished with 197. That's a really good game.
Yeah, what is that? Classics?
Still check see where she's at. She was pretty close. She's really close to. She's in the majors.
Okay.
Yeah, she was just below the cut line. She was tied for 6th in the majors. She was 30 pins out of the cut number before that game. So. Nice.
Great shot from Mason, puts him in the 230s. Great comeback there. One more to get the Century Award.
With Weston Huff over on 23 and 4, shot 202 last game to increase his lead in the Classics. He was almost 100 pins up on second place at this point. So.
Sent the head pin over in front of the 10 there. He had another pin, I believe it was the 4, go and tap it and fall behind. That was he threw some pins around there. He's going to shoot 233. Great improvement. Landon gets up, throws the first one, puts himself in the 260s, which 500 after 2. And Alex's strike train comes to an end there in the ninth with 7-pin. He strike out for 269. Good comeback, Mason.
I need that big time.
Blake Lane, 242. Caden Clark, 199 with an open in the 10th. I'm sorry. Sammy get up, strike out with 2 teams.
Tensed up, not relax.
Very good.
Problem.
Keep it up, get to go down to the higher end, the higher scoring end.
Well, now we're on a 1 and 2.
1 and 2 is a good pair here, though.
Really?
I think so.
We're doing pretty well.
Landon had a tough break there in the 10th frame, left the 4.6, and got one for 246. So that's a pretty big jump for him. So.
Oh, yeah, he's got plus 99 for the first 2.
Looks like Andrew Leonard had 219 finished to jump to 1091 for his 5, so he's -8, -9, so right in the mix now.
Donald Tompkins follows up to 2810 with a 4-pin. That's another one of those just really frustrating. You go light, you go high, you go light. Makes a spare, going to put him in the 160s. These are rookies in front of us here?
Mixture. It looks like there's some rookies. Just, I know Olivia, she's the little two-hander we were talking about earlier, so let's see if we can pull the rookies up here and see who we've got going in front of us. Olivia after 6 is in third. The 9-12. She had 195 and 168 so far on this pattern.
Jackson Turnbow gets up wrapped.
Liam Ranke over here on is 26. Currently in second place in the rookies with 9:15 after 6. With 147, 181 the last 2. William Dong is on 25. He's in, looks like 8th place. 8:34 after 6. Let's see who else we've got up here.
Chase Jenkins.
Charlie Jenkins.
Charlie.
Chaz. He's in 7th place as well, so he's right there. See how Olivia goes after the spare here on the right. She's turning into a really good little spare shooter. She goes direct and hard with plastic at most of her spares. So.
It's something you see a lot of people do until you get the junior gold and you have a 5-ball limit.
Yep.
And I personally like to use plastic, but I know, if I go back to junior gold now, I would stick with using, say, urethane. I can flatten my wrist out. I just choose to use plastic.
A lot of times for college, for the girls' side, I see us using plastic for spares for a lot. We'll almost sacrifice that one spot in the bag since we're throwing a lot more spares than the guys do. So
seems like a lot of times the guys are using urethane.
Yep.
Yeah, I just can't do it naturally.
Good game. Grinding.
That was a bit of a break there for Liam. Jammer on Fisher on 24. Put it left 6-pin.
That was his second shot. He had missed a little right on the first one and got one in the trench. So
Great board does not hook, unfortunately.
It's pretty close. That's a good shot from Olivia. Really good shot.
That ball for Caleb just kind of never got far enough right. It laid there and stayed right on on target for Brooklyn. See if we got any standings or updates from the low end.
This is a lot of bowling in one day for anyone, and for these little guys.
Yeah, normally I think the rookies division only bowls 4 or 5 games, don't
Rookies
they?
bowls 4, 5.
I think it's 5. So
is
for
a
them to
lot
bowl
of
all
extra
8,
bowling.
that's
Well, and next month they'll have the Invitational. It's 5 games. They cut the field in half, and you bowl 5 more. I first started bowling these gateways. You would bowl 2 5-game blocks. Now it's 8 straight, which has its pros. I mean, the 5 straight or the 2 blocks of 5 were great, but you never got to re-oil. They oil at the beginning of the day. So if you were bowling B squad, you're bowling here or Olivet. When it was Wood Lanes, you get to game 10 of the second block. They're hooking.
But they're looking for everyone.
Yes. The lefties are even moving. But now it's
lefties get to move every frame. You move from the left lane to the right lane. You don't always have to move on the lane.
now it's
So much you did there.
8 games straight. They re-oil between the blocks.
Good 3-bagger for Charlie Jenkins there. His dad, Brad, was a longtime teammate of mine, so it's pretty exciting seeing the next generation of Jenkins that are bowling these events. That's kind of cool.
And he won the new bowling ball.
Yeah. Yep.
So Landon, with his $4.99 for the first 2 this block, has jumped into the cut line with a 32-pin advantage over 5th.
Mason fought back a little bit, kind of narrowed the gap. He's only 30 back.
He jumps up. He's 1271.
With Alex David's plus 40 or plus 30 for the first 2. He jumped into 3rd too. So.
And Sam with 203 is able to maintain a 29-pin advantage over Mason. As Mason moved down to a 1 and 2, as we said earlier, which personally it's a pair I really like. It's not a traditional end pair like you see in a lot of bowling centers because there isn't a door on that side. That part of the building is basically underground because of the way the building is built. I missed 5. Oh. See if they've started yet. I don't think they would have. One and 2
Order
hasn't
number
started
193 is
yet.
ready in the snack bar. 193.
Great spare conversion at 25. I used Lane Talk to help me out with that. It was a 6, 7, 9, 10.
Nice.
Greek Church without the 4-pin.
Really good shot from Olivia there to bounce back after that missed 10-pin last frame.
Absolutely.
That's one thing that I just am amazed at the amount of resiliency some of these kids did. I don't know if they just don't realize and they're just bowling, but coming back after making not a great shot, missing a spare, or throwing one in the gutter, and they come back and they just they're just resilient. They just make the next shot. So that's pretty cool.
They haven't been beaten down enough by life yet.
I think that might be part of it.
The modified Greek Church format.
Naivete of youth.
All right, we've just got a note passed over to us. It says the video is probably a little choppy. The Wi-Fi is the issue. There's nothing we can do about that. There's
a lot of people on the Wi-Fi right now with parents, spectators.
Yep, and
I'm sure the bowlers, even though they're probably not
checking
supposed to
lane
have phones.
talk, checking the standings, and probably a little bit of Mark's fault. We can blame him for a little bit of it. No, I'm just teasing.
He was behind us. I don't think he is now. He's probably down behind 1 and 2.
I just like to give Mark grief whenever I get the opportunity.
Mark, for those who don't know, is the one of the proprietors down here. Does a great job.
He does.
A lot for the kids.
He does more than just about any proprietor in St. Louis for our youth bowlers. And if you're ever in the need for a used car or a new car,
Shaker Ford.
Yep.
That's where I got my truck from.
I got a vehicle for them too. So we're going to have to start charging for these commercials, Tracy. We're going to have to start charging for these commercials.
I think so.
Do you want to get another one in for you?
Well, sure. Why not?
Go for it.
All right. I'm
Gotta
Tracy
use the
Palmero.
platform.
I'm Tracy Palmero with Remax Best Choice. Happy to be a sponsor of the St. Louis bowling community and especially a sponsor for today's event with all these young people that are out here falling in love with bowling, getting so much better at bowling. They're bringing their A games today. It's fantastic to watch. Children's organizations, young people's organizations, especially when they involve the opportunity for scholarships for college. Absolutely fantastic. I'm so happy to jump on board with that. As a miracle agent for the Children's Miracle Network here in St. Louis, a portion of all the commissions that I make gets donated directly to the two. We're very fortunate to have two children's hospitals right here in St. Louis. And so when Larry Husky came and asked me to participate in this, I didn't even hesitate. I said, it's for the kids, absolutely. And I'm so excited to hear so much information about the scholarship programs that are available to these young bowlers, that they can start at, 5 years old, collecting scholarship money. And we talked earlier that collegiate level bowling is growing. And it's growing with these young people, that we have a lot of different bowling alleys that offer youth bowls, leagues, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think it's absolutely fantastic. It's always been one of my favorite sports, for the opportunity for families to do this sport together. And it doesn't matter what your skill level is, everybody can come out and enjoy an afternoon on the lanes.
Which that's what I mentioned earlier, that Kids Bowl free program that a lot of these centers do is a fantastic deal in the summer. You get out of the heat, you get your 2 games. The kids under 15 and under get 2 games. You just got to cover shoes. Some places may offer a deal that your shoes are included. Not 100% sure on that. But
it's a nice, safe place for kids to hang out, you know?
Yep.
We do need a lot more places where we parents can drop our kids or hang out with our kids in a nice, clean environment.
You get some of the family fun centers, like Don Center Concord has mini golf. They've got sand volleyball. They used to have batting cages.
That's right. It's a nice little facility over there. Nice facility.
Another really good shot on the left lane for Olivia. 3 shots, she's just had 10 back. Just struggling a little bit on the right lane.
Made a good run at that 6-7.
She did.
Look down on the low end real quick, see how these guys have started. Atkins down on 1 and 2 with an opening double. Mason 9 out strike. Landon, he starts off 9 spare, 7 split in second. Scroll on down. Sammy DeBow opens with a spare strike. John O'Connell on 24 comes up just a little light, breaks up to 2-4-10, leaves just a 10. What a break. Great cover on the 10 pin for Ashton.
Eric Stump, front 8 alert.
16.
Hopefully we're not black clouding him on 15 and 16. So
Simpson on 24 gets up. Oh, kind of regret talking there. 7-10. Shot came in just a bit behind the head pin. Weston Huff over on 27, looking for his 4th in a row.
Square conversion from Lillian Smith. Give an update on that front 8 alert on 15 and 16.
He's not been up yet. They're still on their top bowler.
Your eyes are better than mine. I can't see that far. And we're looking around the TV, so.
Yeah. Weston on the going for his 4th. He leaves a 6 pin. Nice makeable spare.
Maybe you got a little right. Great
Out of
set.
trouble. .210 over on 23 for O'Connell. Patterns like this, that 210 gets to rear its face quite often. Looks like he did get his 9th one. I'd imagine going into the 10th, keep an eye on the JBC Facebook page. I'd imagine they'll go live.
Eric did get the 9th. So. Got a front 9 alert. So.
Division he is in. What was his last name?
Stump. STUMPHF.
He is currently sitting in 4th with 1067 in the Classics division, which is currently led by Alex Pirtle at 1226. Alex, that 258 puts him back over the averaging 200 number. All right. He is up on, Eric is up on 15 and 16. Let's see what he can do. He is on 15. He is out of view of our cameras, but keeping an eye on it. Looks like he left a 4-pin, maybe a 210, 2-4. I was wrong, it's a 4-6. Great run. We'll put him in the 260s.
Shot from Charlie Jenkins, rebounding after a couple of errant shots there in the 5th and 6th. Got a double working.
Wesson Huff with his 2nd consecutive 9 spare, staying clean.
Dalton Atkins down on 1 and 2's got front 4. And Mason's got a 3-bagger working. 4-bagger now. Just
Coming off the 9 out.
Yes, sir.
Very good, very good.
Front 9 8 out.
Yeah, we were watching. I think we're going to have Sean join us again. Thank you, Tracy.
Solid 10 from Weston Huff over there on 27. 3-9 counts in a row. See if Olivia made the adjustment on the right lane finally.
Yeah,
Yes,
look
10
good.
back.
know it's not a Sherlock. It just looks like one. What's up, John?
TVA ball.
What's up, guys?
Ooh, nice 2-4, 8-10 conversion on 24. Benjamin Simpson. We have a bit of a delay game on 29. Deadwood out at the camera.
I'm still seeing purples go down the lane on 44 feet.
Yeah, there was saw one in game one that.
Not as many though.
There was a pair down here on the low end. I think it was like 9 or 10. There was 3 240 shot, and all of them were urethane game one.
Oh.
I was like, well.
All two-handers, or?
2 of them were. Caden Clark's like 1 hit away each game from shooting 240. Holding the 10 for 199 last game, and he was on a 4-bagger going 230.
Yeah, I saw that on Lane Talk, and it was a makeable too, wasn't it?
No, well, yeah.
No, it was a weird.
A 1-4-6-10. It was a washout, and the 2 fell.
And Mason got his 5th down on lane 2. He's on a 5-bagger working.
Seems like he's gotten comfortable again.
Dalton Atkins missed in the 5th, and Spare to follow up. And let's see who else we got down there. We're watching.
Sammy was going well.
Alex Pirtle struggling a little bit. Two-team pace.
What pair is Alex on? Does it show?
5 and 6. Sammy had back-to-back open frames, but just rebounded with a double, so she's back on track. Should be hitting some transition now. You think, Sean? Starting to see some changes happening in front of them?
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit, even from the jump, just depending on where they started to play.
Right.
Jacob Taylor was coming to McKendree. He was down there. He was on the pair with the 2 of the 3 people who shot 240 with urethane. And he had it to where as soon as it got a little right of the rangefinder, it just backed off. But if it was like anything at the rangefinder and he had hold and the fold. But he's kind of in that weird spot. He's in between. But I'm on, like you said, there is a little bit of transition going on too.
I step away from it. I'll be right back, guys.
Another pretty good shot from Olivia. A little soft 10 there.
I think she's enjoying the long pattern a lot more than the short pattern this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she had two pretty good first games.
She had a little bit of run. I think she had like a 4 or 5-bagger last game or something close to it.
Right at the end of, say, 160. Did 190 the first game. And had struggles on the right lane, got the right lane and lost the left lane. How often does that happen?
I feel like bowling 2 centers. That's the one thing I was talking to Zach a little bit earlier too. Of these lanes, obviously it's dressed the same, but no lane is the same. But it feels like the right lanes are hooking a little bit more down lane than they are the left. So it's kind of like a little bit of a weird thing, especially it's amplified down here in the high end, I think. But
good little 8-bagger finish for Alex David over there.
240. That's what I've been seeing out of Jacob the entire time. Like he gets it close. He's on a 21 over there. He gets it close and it folds. It either strikes or at 9-pin. So as soon as it backs off a little bit, it wants to get 7. But it's like, it's not like he's in the wrong ball.
Yeah.
It's just like they're really, really touchy for me. So it could be a little bit of a different ball maybe, or maybe a little different spot he needs to be in. But
just flagged a 9.
Yeah, I hate 9 splits. 9 splits, they're the worst. I'm looking around because some of these kids I wasn't seeing earlier, so I watched Evan Pinnell a little bit. He throws it really, really well. Ball rolls good. Hits the line the same every time.
Nice strike on the foundation shot in the 10th frame there. Mason's still striking down on 1 and 2. I keep popping back up on what Mason's doing, and He was down here. He rebounded through the last 5 or 6 down here to get a good game finished. Carrying on down on 1 and 2. He's got a 6-bagger looking. So.
Because he was at 99. What did he have the first 2? Does it show?
Does not. He's got 501 right now with the 6-bagger. So.
Okay. So he's
pulled
probably
back
about
up
20 under, 30 under.
I did ask Larry while I was away if they re-oil for step ladders. They do not. So step ladders will be on the leftover 44.
Are they going to be down on this end, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I would imagine so. Keeping them on the live stream pairs. Weston missed that wrap 10 and 7.
So Don, I had a good talking point. I saw it during the lunch break, and I showed Zach because he knows I get wild up over the conversation. So somebody on Facebook today in the competitive bowling community said it would take more skill to average 240 on house, or does it take more skill to average 200 on sport?
Wow.
It's the conversation that comes up once every 3 months.
I've been fortunate enough to be able to do both. I averaged in 2009 in the nation with 255.7 for 102 games, which is $1 million. And just the stress of walking in the door knowing that you can't miss more than 2 shots a game, or you don't shoot average, whether it's in tournament mode or in league mode. That's high pressure. I think that year I only had 7 open frames. So even at that point, open frames, you strike 9 times and open in the 10th, you're 260. You get miss in an open, you're 240. So that goes real quick. But shooting 200 on sport is not really a true conversion, depending on what if you're shooting 230 on house, it doesn't necessarily convert to 200 on sport. I know that's what the conversion is like 17 pins difference, but truly I've seen some athletes that are shooting 180 or 190 on house that shoot 190 or 200 on sport because their game is just so close that there's not that much difference. I think spares and ball control become a lot more important on sport, managing ball shape and equipment choices, where just monitoring and managing transition is a little bit more important in all aspects of bowling, because that's all bowling is really is managing transition. So, I've always been one of those weird folks that just thought the pattern is the pattern. Patterns are a little tougher for certain people. That was close. So the whole age-old quandary of what's harder. It depends on what you're in the moment.
Yep.
I mean, there's been a lot of times where you need to shoot 240, whether you're on sport or house, and just knowing you got to shoot 240, that's tough.
240 is like 3 doubles a game, or 4 doubles. 4 doubles a game? 4.
Yeah.
It's about 8 strikes.
Yeah.
And it's like, I was talking to Zach about it, and it's just different atmospheres, like where you're at in certain areas. Like, I find in certain cities it's easier for me to strike. St. Louis, unfortunately, is not one of those for me. But it's like we were talking about, like, I kind of looked back at my stat keeping app when I was at the break because I saw the question. I'm like, I kind of look at what I compare. And it's like my sport relativeness to my house is actually better in retrospect to what the field average is usually. I'm like, I actually responded to the post I saw, and I was like, I can count on a couple hands, like few hands, how many times I've cashed in St. Louis in the last 3 years, because 239 is nothing. 242, 243 is a number. It's hard. 8 times a game, 9 times a game. Get on sport and then keep it close. 2-0, 2-teen.
It's one of the good things about college bowling is that even USBC tracks that metric.
Yeah.
It's like, what is your average in relationship to the field?
Yeah.
So if there was any comparison between, we often get caught in the trap of comparing, the difference between golf and bowling.
Yeah.
Golfing has a slope rating on the golf course. We don't do that in bowling. We can't.
Right.
But comparing what our average is to the field would be similar to that. And I think that's You know, we were talking about that earlier. Sean and I were talking about, you know, what do we look for in athletes? It's like, you know, yeah, that would be a good stat to have if a parent came up and said, well, you know, my kid's bowled in 14 tournaments and, you know, they're 7 pins ahead of the field average in all their tournaments.
Yeah.
Well, that's a verifiable stat. That's a stat that means something. I don't care if you're averaging 240 or 2.0.
Yeah.
But if you're in an environment where you're shooting 207 and everybody else is shooting 190, that's a good stat to be able to quote. So
It doesn't matter
a
what
different thing.
what you're bowling on. You can be bowling on house. You know, averaging 210 for an 8 gamer in St. Louis on house, say 210 in Chicago on house. That's two completely different.
Yeah.
Or
one of them might be close.
Or 210 on wood and 210 on synthetic.
Yeah.
You know, we're still fortunate. We've got a couple of wood houses left in St. Louis, but
Concord, West County, and Harvest.
Well, Harvest, Harvest, yeah, because Cave just is switching over
They're
now.
switching over now and putting in pro lane, I believe.
And that's the hard part too, because like it's managing expectations as a college coach too for the girls. Like you see it, like girls on a 4-bagger, she goes spare, double, spare, 4-bagger. She's like, I'm going to shoot 250. I'm like, girl, just relax. Let's make shots. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah.
Like you're trying to shoot 250, and the ATT right now is 204. 204 times 5, like it's 20 over. Why are we trying to shoot 250 every game? So it's like it's a good metric that Ryan and Shannon taught a lot when I was a GA, and like kind of bring everything in perspective. So when scores are high, this ties back into that Facebook post. When scores are high, ball motion matters. You can average 230. Well, you know you have to double. You have to throw 8 strikes a game. How to get from 7 to 8? Ball motion. If you can play them right, you'll get close. House shot, you do everything. On those sport patterns, and when those numbers are higher, that lane play is more important than ball reaction. If you happen to play the right part of the lane and you put the right ball in your hand, you're pretty good. If you're there in the right part, wrong ball, it's something we talk to the girls, like we can keep it close until it's the correct ball. Because sometimes it's not. Like I have option A, B, and C, and it's none of them. Just wait until it is one of them. Shoot the 180, 190, move on. House shot, you can't sit there and be like, well, I kind of have 230. Like, no, you got to be searching. Get that 260.
Yep.
I'm curious, if Show Me was still around and had synthetics, would they have been able to keep that scoring pace?
Well, see, Show Me was weird because there were, several bowlers were able to bowl really well there. But I think, like the bowlers that they have now that are bowling at Imperial, it seems like there are a bunch of bowlers. I mean, we just had an 890 here.
Yeah, absolutely.
For God's sake, that's a gazillion. We've got a bunch of guys that, we had a doubles tournament at Concord yesterday. After 5 games of doubles, we had 6 bowlers averaging 250.
That's a
now,
ton.
granted, it's house shot. The 890 was on a house shot, but primarily that's what our sport is contested on. But just being able to look and say, it's like, we didn't really have that 15 years ago.
No.
Now, granted, the equipment has changed so dramatically. The advent of the lane machine, being able to pinpoint and actually put down the same condition from lane to lane to lane to lane, has impacted the sport of bowling. And just like in every other sport, I think the athletes, look at this environment. We've got all these kids from, 9, 10 years old, all the way up to 17, 18-year-old kids that are just, I'm in awe at some of the talent level some of these kids possess. It's just like, we didn't do this when I was 7 or 8 years old. And we didn't, we were shooting 40s and 50s and,
I didn't even know about anything outside of Saturday morning leagues till 2009, 2010. At that point, I'm a junior in high school. I don't have time to really bowl a bunch of it before I graduate, which fortunately our age was 20, not 18 at the time.
I think the biggest influx of talent that I've seen so much is really these kids being able to grow up with YouTube. So like I'm the back end, Zach's the back end, we're roughly the same age. We were the kids when we were in school that we were learning technology. We had the computer classes when we were first grade, depending on where it is in St. Louis. I know Michigan at least I had it. So I grew up around it, and like we learned about YouTube. And it's like, Don, you guys learned so much from the in-person aspect. Now these kids don't have to be in a bowling center to sit there and nerd out on YouTube. They got Brad and Kyle show. They have Darren Tang. Like, if we want to kind of throw out information from that, I think they're different different pools they're coming from. I feel like Brad and Kyle's more the teaching aspect. I feel like my personal opinion, I like Darren Tang. I think he's one of the best guys on YouTube, just because it comes from the more analytical side. What's a pin up versus a pin down, this surface, this, that. So like you have those different markets they're coming from, or pools. So that's stuff we didn't have. I had to rely on the pro shop guys and whoever I'm getting beat in by every weekend to learn from. So
maybe when I was a kid, all we had was Saturday afternoon Wild World of Sports with you know PBA telecast. It was like you just got to watch.
Kurt Schenkel and Bill Bird.
Yeah. Watch them on TV. You see what the best in the world were doing. And back then it was a little different because you know the patterns were significantly different, and they were scoring like the best in the world.
Yeah.
You know, whereas now you know guys are able to shoot 230, 240, 250 on a house shot, and they look at guys on TV shooting $160, $170, $180. So I can beat that.
Yeah,
I heard that a lot. When
They
we had
just
the
don't
telecasts
understand.
on.
Yeah.
You know, we'd have the telecasts on Sundays when I was at Lakeside, and just league bowler practice. I don't know what's so special about that. It's like, go down and throw on 5 and 6. I will gladly turn the lane on for you to go throw a couple shots. There's a pattern out right now.
Zach, you hit the wrong machine on the oiling. This is not the same shot you put out last week. Well, it was 63 degrees last week, and it's 97. It's been raining for 3 days.
One of the best complaints, or even like with the regional, how, you know, when we would host the regional, I would specifically not run anything else through that oiler until the last thing we were done.
Yeah.
So you'd have the same pattern go through Friday for the practice, Friday for the sweeper, Saturday for the kids, Saturday for the adults, Sunday again for the kids and adults, and then step ladders. Pattern's gonna play as true as it ever's going to.
And that's kind of, I feel like that, I try to teach our girls about it. I'm sure Don does the same thing, but like, day to day, it's never going to play the same. Like, we go to NCAA tournaments, we get there on Thursday, have a practice session, we have 3 days of competition. Inevitably, when we're striking in the practice session on Thursday, I will take the bowling balls that look good out of the girls' hands. I'm like, cool, you see your ball go through the pins, you know what it's going to do? We know it's not going to do that the next 3 days. Let's look at some stuff that looks different. Let's shoot some spares. Like, good, you got the mental image, your ball's going through. Now what gets us into position? Spare shooting. And it's like inevitably, you walk in the first day and it's like, okay, I see it-ish, but the house pattern was run before the league on the night before. Now once it goes through, like you said, Zach, a couple times, like, yeah, they're getting hard. They're getting hard.
Joe's same way for the college tournaments.
Yeah.
Sunday mornings are always a little different than Saturday afternoon when we finish up. It's no matter what you see or what you do, you have to trust your eyes, and I think that's one of the hardest things to teach. You know, Rick Benoit with Bowling teaches a lot of that about, you know, the main thought process in bowling is transition and managing that transition. But you know, trusting your eyes and learning truly what ball shape is hard, and it's hard to teach. You know, we can sit here, Sean, I can sit there and tell 4 different kids the exact same thing. 3 of them are going to see it and hear it, and 1 is going to look at you like we're, you know, from Mars. It's like, I don't understand. I can't see that.
And it's like, it's another thing. Time back through, like, I've bowled some kind of big tournaments. I've bowled the Masters a couple of years. I've been in the hunt. Like, I've bowled those high caliber, and so have you. And it's like, not until I stepped back and was kind of out of that regiment when I was competitive bowling a ton and like getting in the coaching side, I'm like, wow, like this, like I knew it made a difference, but I'm like, this is a big difference. Because we'll go somewhere, like I said, the consistency of the oil, how many times it's run through, what oil you're bowling on, the viscosity, how thick it is. That matches up to your bowling ball. One day if phase 2 looks good, you go bowl the same pattern, different house. Well, guess what? Now they have an oil that's thick as mud out there. That phase 2 ain't gonna look good. You gotta get like a Vivo or something else to get.
Great example. I was running at for a brief time. I ran the exact same condition at Chesterfield for the house shot that I did at Lakeside. Difference being I had pro lane at Chesterfield. I was running current. Lakeside, I had an older DBA surface that I would run Prodigy. And I'd have to make a couple of small tweaks. But in the end, they were both dialed in.
That's a big part of like when we bowl NCAA. So same thing with Don, different houses, different surfaces, different oilers, different machines. I take a lot of stock in that. Most of the NCAA patterns we bowled on last year were 40 to 42. We had a same realm on a 60-year-old wood pattern with 26 units.
You guys bowled on wood for NCAA?
Yeah, up at Stardust,
Ah.
Valparaiso's event. 42 feet, 26 units, and it was 60 years old. And they used a conditioning pattern or a resurfacing pattern where the oil soaked through into the lane beds instead of what's standing on top. So you might as well have been bowling on a 26 footer. From the jump, 42 feet with volume, we're throwing high roads. Nothing else can get down the lane. So it's like when we're looking at these events, like Arkansas State this past year, they use fire oil. So it's very thick. So you want cleaner bowling balls. Then they throw a 44 footer where all the shape of the pattern is 12 to 12. Well, you're putting 16 of the best teams in the country in this little 13-inch area on some thick stuff.
Yeah, it's going to blow up.
Yeah. We have girls, I have 250 rev rates, but girls that kind of throw it in front of them, we're 24, 25 angling at the 3-pin. Like, and as the year went on, when they would get to campus, they're like, why does the oil matter, coach? Why are we throwing these kind of bowling balls when we threw these last week? I'm like, it's all the intangibles. What changes center to center? Like Chicago, when we went up, you guys were there for the Kegel kickoff in January.
Yep.
The first day we bowled, it was like 30 degrees. That's cold. They maintained the center wall at Stardust, but when we come the next day, our bus had run all night and was still 0 degrees when we got in the next day. It was 30 degrees colder.
Yep.
They're going to play even slicker. Just like what we talk about, like St. Louis right now, thankful it's an 85-degree out day. Because if it's 100 like it was last week,
yep, it would be miserable in here.
It's miserable. Lanes hook more, it's thinner.
Plus, St. Louis is kind of weird. I mean, we've only got a few centers, and this being one of them, and not Concord because we got new units that are actually cold during the summer. Most of the centers in St. Louis, they're ovens.
You get toasty. A lot of these older buildings, West County is another great example. Tall ceiling, very hard to keep cool. Which when you get the heat and the wood, which I remember Show Me, that was a big issue. You'd have an AC unit go from one end to another, and it just gets impossible.
Yeah.
All right, I think we finally got all the scores in from Game 7. We'll start with the Masters going backwards if you want to. We got Mason has regained the top spot. Shot 240 last game and jumped back in with a total of 15-14. 10 sticks or 11 sticks in front of Sammy DeBow. Alex David is about 50 sticks behind that after 240-240. Dalton Atkins is at 1330, so about 160 sticks between second
Seems
and
like
fourth.
that top three is pretty locked.
Yeah.
It's it's that fourth spot. You're going to have
a big,
at least 5 people vying for one spot.
All the way down to ninth is only what 30 sticks difference.
Jeez.
So
Pull up
yeah,
the lane
that's
talk and keep an eye on some folks down there.
Classics division, pretty similar picture. Alex Pirtle is in the lead at 14-22. Weston Huff over here right by us. I think he's down on the end.
He's on 1 and 2 now.
Oh, he's on 1 and 2. Okay. Yeah, Weston Huff is at 13-76. Eric Stump, who had 260 with the front 9 alert last game, at 13-31. And Nick Nadius is at 12-52. And then there are about another 5 or 6 bowlers within 30 pins of that number to get close to into the cut. And then the majors, Casey Buckman is still in the lead with 1238. Lucas Ventimiglia is only 10 back at 1228. Jacob King, 1201, 1200. Cornel Stewart. And then there are 3 more kids within 30 right behind there.
Wait till you get to rookies.
Rookies. Riley Pogge is at 1138, 50 pin lead over Lance Brown.
Good to see Lance made a run back up there.
Yeah, 150, 150, 160. Liam Ranke dropped a little bit down to 1068. Jillian Twiggins jumped up to, with a good couple games here, to 1061. Olivia Titus, who was up here a minute ago, at 1060, just 1 stick out of the number. There are
That's just showing Zach.
8 pins separates these 6 spots down to 10th from 4th.
Whoa-wee.
So game 8 could be pivotal as to who we see in the stepladder here. Anything going on in lane talk exciting?
Not too much. You got Steven in front of us here is pacing 250. Alex David had front 4. He goes 5-7, and then he, I believe it was 4-6-7. He's throwing a purple.
One thing that I was kind of surprised, I don't know if it's me or my eyes playing tricks, but I haven't seen more than about 3 lefties all day long.
There's one in front of us.
I know, one girl, one guy. Maddie over here on 21 and 2.
There's another.
And then this lefty, two-handed lefty here.
Yeah, this is the group.
I haven't seen anybody else.
He had 240 game 1.
Which one did
Carter, I think.
Carter.
That was the one I was saying he was throwing urethane earlier. He was one of them. And then the other leadoff. The other leadoff was throwing urethane. They both had like 230, 240.
Alex can get back on it here, throwing his purple. He did not like that. He popped right out of that. Okay, maybe not. I don't know.
So I've periodically walked through the center and caught behind Alex David. And it was like last year Junior Bowl, and it sounds good. I was more impressed just from an optic vision of how many two-handers we have now. So now when you see a one-hander throws really good, it's like, oh wow, I gotta sit watch this guy. Whereas like 8 years ago, 9 years ago, when I was bowling, I'm like, wow, that two-hander's really good. Let's go watch him. So it's like completely flipped. But I caught him earlier on the pass, and I was just kind of watching what he does, and he's got very solid fundamentals. Like a couple small things that if you shirt him up, dangerous. I like a lot of what he's doing. When I've at least seen him in the 3 different occasions I've walked through, he's been really close. He's not been like completely lost. So it's another really good thing.
Nice 3, 6, 7, 10 conversion down on 21 and 22. Not catch the name before it moved.
Now it's not about, I didn't see what his score was, but kind of doing the right thing. Alex Davis is currently 3rd in the big division.
He's averaging over 200, didn't he?
Yeah, he's at 207.
Plus 50 out of 200.
207, yeah, 50. He's got a 160, 170 early on, maybe some errors, but a goofy 180 to start, but then like he rights the ship. 240 to end the block. Now he's got 240, 240, and he's working on 240 again. So.
Yep. And I've got the.
We were talking about that a little while ago. About it's kind of surprising to see, Randy Pedersen used to use the term maple moxie, and I like the word resiliency. Of just seeing how resilient these kids are. They have a bad game, and it's like they're not phased. I don't know if they just, like Tracy said, they haven't been knocked down enough by life to have to rely on that, not being able to be resilient, but just being able to bounce back as fast as they do is pretty awesome. We see that a lot with the college level, that kids sometimes are not able to bounce back that quick. They don't want to let their teammates down. It's a little different aspect than an individual event where they're just kind of shutting their doors and going.
I find that's the most common things for at least some of our girls when they're competing. We instill that it's, hey, like, personal accolades are great. Let's celebrate those when we're done. I was like, because you're one of 5 people, you're one of 8 people here, so we got to build towards it. Let's get those ATTs, but like that's not the biggest thing. Like it's a big thing I talk about.
Icing on the cake if you get the cake first.
Yep. It's like I talked about with Brianna Clemmer, so it's my assistant coach, and she's got every accolade. I think she's been an ATT 95% of the terms she bowled in college. She's PBA or PWBA champion. And we look at her, and the difference for her and I is I made one all-tournament team in college. I have a national title though. I will trade everything I can for those team accolades. And Bree goes, I would do the same thing. She goes, I've won basically every award. She goes, it don't mean anything if you don't win a ring. So it's kind of like getting the girls to buy into that aspect. Like, yeah, the ATC's good. We'll celebrate it.
You saw that this week in the NHL. Florida Panthers win the Stanley Cup, and Conn Smythe, the MVP of the playoffs, is Connor McDavid of the Edmonton Oilers.
Yep.
That's great. I'm sure some part of him is somewhat happy, but in the end, he doesn't come out and accept it. He is there to win the cup.
Yep. There's well, it's like in the same discussion. Rosky, goalie for Florida. I'm not the biggest hockey fan, but he's one of. You're a big hockey fan, so I'm kind of relying on your knowledge here. I'd say he's one of the more talented goalies who've never had a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's finally got his cup. I guarantee you he gives up his 14, 15-year career. Now that he's got the cup, he's got what he wanted.
Yep.
Everybody plays for the title.
So looking here.
So Rogaz is going to...
He's going to make a run here. He's 15 pins out with max score 279.
Where is Dalton at?
Dalton Adkins?
I thought
He
was
should be on 5 and 6. He's crossing with Mason. Get this gentleman over here on 21 and 22. He's going to shoot 260 here.
Yeah, Alex is.
Logan. Which division is that?
Alex David should be locked. He's well over the evens plus, so we're looking at that bottom-ish.
It's that fourth spot that's.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of people vying for Alex at 3-6-10.
270 bumped up a bunch, so Steven's really locked in on this pair.
I think that 26 is a fun pair, especially get into game 6 and 7 on a house show. Lost one of the highest scoring matches I've ever been a part of on that pair.
I don't know anything about that.
Something feels like Don was on the giving aspect of that.
Oh, yeah. It's Don and Joey shooting 540 or 550 to me and Shannon shooting 10 less.
And we had, Shannon and I both had the front 11. She unfortunately did not complete it. I did.
She shot 800, but she did not shoot the 300.
I had a part-time bowlers tour win on this pair too. I had bowling against a gentleman from Kentucky. He posted 278, and I needed the last 4 to shoot 279 to win, and was fortunate enough to do so.
What division 21 and 22 is? There's a 265. Lane Talk, take a look down at 5 and 6, see how our tournament leaders doing in the Masters division. Alexander Landon down on 1, he's pacing 240. Max score 270. Lillian Smith, four-bagger, max score 236.
Missing a 5-pin.
You didn't have a 5-pin on that last thing. Yeah. You didn't not have a 5-pin on that rack.
All right, Dalton Atkins. 105 in the 5th with an open.
There's no 5 in.
Dalton Atkins, 105 in the 5th with an working on an open. Mason, 83 in the 5th, working on an open. Landon's he's gonna fight for his life here, try to get back into that 4th spot. Shooting at a 3-6, so it's a makeable. Don Simpkins, double spare strike. Find Sammy real quick. Alex Pirtle in the Classics leader last I looked. Pacing 240. Decent game going on 11 for Kylie Wright. She got a max score of 241.
So I don't know if you guys touched on it. This was Logan, right?
I believe so.
POGGI. It's the only thing I think of close-wise for last name, because if that's the case, he's in.
There's also a Riley. Riley was the 170.
Okay.
Sammy's at 115, working on an open in the 6th. Max score 235.
If that 265 was Logan, that could potentially take him from out of the cut in 5th to 1st. So that would get him to 64 over.
Majors or classics?
Majors.
Going to the top, we're doing a step ladder with the top 4.
Yeah, depending on what Casey does, she would still have to shoot like 2-team to jump back into the lead.
We'll have the step ladders here, I believe, at the conclusion of game 4. Still got about 18 lanes working on that. Step ladders are top 4 in each division.
Yes, sir. This is the rookies right now. Still got a couple spots that are up for grabs. 11:06, Audrey Wingber Muley is right now in the 4th spot. Quite a few bowlers still to finish. Majors. She was real close. She was in 5th.
Yeah, she just made a spare in the 10th.
Olivia Titus is 46 back. What did she shoot? 2-0?
I believe.
No, Olivia's 10th coming in. Well, sorry, their score is added in, so.
What'd she shoot?
She's got 203 if she strikes here.
Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. I forgot these are already equated in, so.
Yep.
Yeah, so she's
201.
1260. Second. Depending on what a couple of these guys do, Lance Brem, Liam Remke.
Looks like Kylie Wright was at 1270, so she looks like Olivia might jump to 3rd.
I'm not completely new to tournament bowler, but I didn't know you could actually sort by them even though those games were already done, so that helps.
Tournament bowler is pretty nice. That's what I was using before learning how to do use the scoring system we had.
Learn something new every day.
It's pretty great. You can set brackets up and all that. Jeff over there does a really good job.
Yeah, so it's going to come down to what Mason and Jillian do. If Mason and Jillian shoot anything more than like 2-0, I don't know what they're pacing. Olivia.
What's Mason's last name?
Mason Riley. This was the division we were talking about. There's like 9 kids with 60 or like 30.
30 pins difference.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, and they're both on the same pair.
Those were always the tournaments I hated. I hated going to the last game, knowing I'm at the bubble.
Yep.
Like, it's not a great mental game talking about how, but it's like knowing you gotta lock in is kind of tough.
You get up in the 9, or you get up in the 10th, you 4-9, and it's like great. Now I got to wait for B Squad Bowl to find out if I held in.
That's my PTSD from my junior year bowling sectionals in Tennessee. They took 7 kids out. I was in top 6 or top 5 the entire time. I 4-9, 4-9 to finish, 180. Greg Young shoots 279. Kyle Sherman shoots 268. Andre Ford shoots 270, and 2 other kids shoot 270 to knock me out of sectionals qualifying. 4-9, 4-9. Go from 40 in to 20 out. And I gave 65, 70 away in what feels like the last 3 frames.
Lance get away with one there. He did. Lance was throwing an ad at me. Mason running into a bit of an issue this game. He's got a strike, missed a 4-pin, double, and back-to-back splits, striking 2-8 in the 8th.
Something tells me he's got enough backage.
I agree. Just a matter of what he's going to, if he's going to be 1 or 2.
Right.
Landon's pacing 246, 245. Donald's pacing 250.
Yeah, so Mason
I don't know if Donald can get there.
Donald can strike out for 279.
Well, that might help, but
yeah.
She was.
You got it's added in.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's 100 over for 4th
Sammy
in the division.
doing. I saw her just throw a strike in the last shot.
There she is. She is. That strike hasn't registered yet. She's pacing 210. Strike out for
Somebody
210.
looked like, up there a little bit earlier. Somebody had like a 6 or 7 bagger.
Yeah, there's you got Kyle Pickett can strike out for 54. Where's that at? Daniel Wild strike out for 290.
Oof. What division are they in?
I believe he's in Classic. He's crossing with Alex Pirtle. You also have Layla Joko. She can strike out for 279.
If my math is right, Sam should be locked as long as she shoots about 190. That's 1492 for 8.
Who was it that the 290 pace?
290 pace, Daniel Wild. I believe he's classics because he's crossing with Alex Pirtle. I think they try to keep the divisions together the best they can.
Yeah, he's in 20th place right now.
He's had a
68. I mean, he's had a decent block. I mean, 61, 90, 190. Made the right adjustment.
Just 150, 120, 140 the first set. It's tough.
Daniel got the 8th one. Back up to 5 and 6. Like I said, we had that tight race between Jillian and is that Riley Mason in the rookies.
Yeah, Riley 1308, Kylie 1274, Olivia 1261, and Landon Plum at 1230. It looks like they've got most of those scores in, except depending on what Lance Brem does.
Lance and Jillian, yeah. Lance, Jillian, and Mason.
Mason's working on a double. He can strike out for 240s. Lance, where did I see him?
That would definitely put him in.
Lance working on a 3-bagger. Max score of 223.
I think Jillian just struck. She's down there in that 7-8 area also.
Jillian working on an Oprah 1457.
I'm looking at the wrong one.
She's, I believe, on 14. No, maybe not.
She's at 1061 looking, so.
Jillian's got 99 in the 7th. Alan Skimpkin's still pacing 279. Mason can strike out for 160 or 170.
So 1230 looks like it's the number so far for that division for rookies, which means Lance is going to need 140-ish. Jillian's 150-ish. So you said she had 90 in the 7th?
99 in the 7th for Jillian. Lance is working on a 3-bagger.
Is he pacing?
He can strike out for 223, so pacing 2-0.
Yeah, so he's fine. That's tough.
Looks like he's throwing his white dot now. Oh no, he's shooting a spare. Of course he's shooting a white dot. And he missed. That was a very off spot. 4 or 6
yeah,
10.
And it's set.
There's one of the there's a lefty Lance. He was throwing the mix earlier. Caden run away 5-9.
He has not been, I was now watching him a little bit. I'm good friends with his dad, Q. And he's just having one of those days where he's so close. So close to shooting 220, 230. And it's like one little miss just amplifies to the right. But he's a good kid. He's definitely somebody to watch out for.
Yep. A lot of potential.
So I've watched the last 8 shots down here on spare shots. 7 have missed. I think that's the end of the day frustration getting in there.
Yep. Just want to get done.
Oh. You saw that too.
Solid 9.
Solid 9.
Your ball will be right back, buddy. Wow.
I had mentioned earlier when it was me down in Tracy about personally a solid 9 like that will get me more frustrated than a blower 8.
I don't 8-pin much. I think the punch to the gut is the blower 7.
Yeah. Upper deck 10 or upper deck 7.
Send the head pin up over it.
Yeah.
If my ball's already hitting the left side of the 8-pin, why can't you just touch the 7? Like,
right.
It's over there anyways.
Yeah, the fun one that's been popping up more and more is the pocket 6.
Yes.
Yes.
Swishing 6 or
Swishing
swishing
6.
4. I did that last Thursday night at League. I literally let a swishing 4.79. Ball hit the pocket and just went dead left. Don't know how the 9 stayed. I thought it was something else that moved in the 9-pin spot, but I let the 4.79 and was in the pocket. I was like, I don't know how.
I was bowling my Wednesday scratch league at Sunset one night. We were on 11 and 12, and I pocket 6-10, and I look back at Albert Tran, my teammate, and I'm like, I just pocket 6. Yeah, you can't pocket 6-10. That's not possible. A couple shots later, very similar hit. Messenger, just a normal Messenger takes out the 10, and I'm like, there, you happy? It happened again.
3-pin in front of the 6-pin. You're high flush somehow. Yeah, I don't know. That's just a weird hit. I've only handful of times. My first almost honor score, my first match of high school back in 2009 was front 11, pocket 6-10 for 98.
Oof.
But my St. Louis special is the correct ball, correct zone, Shrewsbury and or Concord 4-6 special. And I thought it maybe 4-pinned off my hand. It's like my special. Like, I don't need the strike, but give me one or the other. Like, tell me I need to move 3, or tell me I need to move 4.
Yeah, just let it go all the way, go Brooklyn and carry. So I remember somebody doing that recently in the 300.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2-0, 280, 3-0, minus 20 the next 5. Thanks for playing, Sean.
Where was that at?
Concord.
Oh.
The Memorial Day. So I start on 3 and 4, and that end, I'm warming up, and I'm not hooking it like Hottie and Cody and them guys. I'm like, I'm just trying to play this little area, and I'm nice and slow, getting them off my hand. My ball hits a 3-pin. I'm like, what are we bowling on? So I throw a new blue, end up getting to an effect the last couple frames for like the last 4, shoot 2-0. Then I go front 10, 4-6 for 86 or something like that. Then the next game, Tom looks at me, or actually it's game 2. I crossed over right in the middle, and he goes, oh, my side, huh? I was like, oh, I need a hit. I had 2-0 first game. And then the next game, I get up and I shoot 300. Well, fun to miss once in 2 games. Proceed to average 190 the next 5.
Daniel Wild down on lane 10. Oh, no wonder I'm not seeing, my eyes aren't matching up with what I'm seeing. He's 1 hit away from 290.
He's in the mix, though, for something.
How was Mason finishing up? Looks like he might be able to. Sammy ended up with a $180.
Landon popped off 66. Donald's going to strike out for 270. Mason's already done, so I'd have to go to the scores tab.
There's more 260s, 270 potentials right now this last game than there's been in the last 3 across the field.
And Landon, if he misses the cut, it's going to be that game 3. It's going to hone him a bit. He goes 929 for the 4 games this block with a 174 game 3.
Good Lord.
I mean, 43, 46, 174, 266. Where is Mason? Mason shot 170 last game. He went minus 15 on the block. Sammy went plus 21 on the block.
So going to be pretty close.
Let's get tricky here.
So it looks like Mason stays in front by 1 stick. 1684 to 1683.
Well, we had the 1671, Alex.
That was Alex David.
Alex in the
Donald
end,
Simpkins on the virtue of that 279 jumps into 4th.
Landon
1608.
misses. Well, Landon misses by quite a bit. That 170 is going to be the difference for him. Who shot? Oh.
Landon Parma shoots 266 the last game, misses by 30.
Just started the run from too far back.
Mason shot 185 there in the rookies. Riley Mason can strike out for 178. Julian on a double can strike out for 189.
Got a quick question for you. You're going to win a tournament. It's guaranteed. You're going through a field. You had your great stuff that day. You had to average 260 to do it. What did you bowl on? You had to pick a tournament. You're going to average 260 to win. Everything went well. What would you bowl on?
What do you mean, house or pattern? Or
house, pattern, don't matter. Like you know you're going to average 260, or you got to average 260 to win. You're going to win. What would you be most comfortable bowling on if you have to average 260 to win?
Ooh.
It's kind of a weird question. I get tongue-tied.
That is, that's...
Let's not make it 260. Let's call it 250. 250.
My side or your side?
Well, I'm gonna borrow your. I promise I'm gonna borrow your side for about 2 hits a game.
Well, no, not even that.
Yeah,
I'm just
but the
saying. I
question-
mean, left side there's going to be less transition regardless.
Right.
So I'd almost say, I mean, if I'm shooting 250s on sport, I want to stay on sport because I'm not going to see the transition. I'm not going to see the migration and the move. Granted, I'm a house mouse. I don't mind bowling on house stuff, but I mean, I'm not afraid to get on the tougher stuff and battle. On the right side, I think I'd have to go the other way because you're going to be past the transition.
Yeah.
You're going to be in far enough that you're going to be looping through the middle of the lane, and hopefully you're going to see enough oil. So I think I'd have to, if it were me in my environment, just knowing on the left, I'd probably want to be bowling on something a little bit more tough. If I know I'm still averaging 250, if I'm that dialed in and locked in and shooting 250s, put me on something tougher. I'll take 250 on tough stuff as long as it'll give me it.
I think
and on the right side, I think I'd have to go with the house shot, though.
I think if I'm a betting guy, just myself personally, if I'm like, all right, what do I feel most comfortable shooting 250 to win on? Me shooting 250, get me off a house. I would want to bowl shorter than short. I would want it
being left. I'd love to be on short with your thing.
And like
all day.
Everybody will be like, the left side's walled when it's short. Like, guess what? Right side's pretty nice too. And I think on the shorter patterns, it transitions so much quicker.
I think we've got everybody finished up. Don't want to cut you off there, but
you're good.
I think everybody's done. We could probably run through and do
waiting on
an update.
7 and 8. It looks like just flagged 1, 2, 4. Tongue tied there. There's Mason behind us. He believe he held on to the 1 seed.
By 1 stick.
By 1.
Must be the popcorn. Must be the popcorn. You can have buttered popcorn tonight. Maybe 2 Twix bars. We can tell her you actually only got 8 on that last shot. We'll tell her you got 8 on that last shot and let her beat you by 1.
Mason read the format wrong. He thought he was bowling 8, dropping the low 2. He's got 100 pins between his low 2.
So definitely Majors is locked up and done. Logan Pogge, 1464. Lucas Ventimiglia, 1460. Casey Buckman, 1430. Jacob King, but 1406. Classics look like they're locked up. Alex Pirtle, 1619 with a tie with Weston Huff. Did they roll that off, Alex? Do you know if they roll off if there's a tie?
Tie for the cut or tie?
Tie for the spot for leader.
I would imagine.
They're tied at 1619.
Good try to come back, man.
That's in the classics.
Good bowling.
Want to mute it? I'll find out for you.
Yeah.
Eric Stump shoots 220 to get to 1554. Daniel Wild with the 290 jumped all the way into the cut with the last spot by 7-6 at 1458 in classics. It's a big move there. That's pretty crazy.
It's a lot of striking when it matters,
It
and now you get a bowl at least one more game. Sure, they want to bowl 3. If you're the fourth,
Looks
if you're
like
the fourth
Mason,
seed.
Alex, and Donald, as we said earlier in the Masters division. Super good bowling, Mr. Hey, that's still pretty good stuff. Yep. We were watching. I was rooting for you down here. We thought you were going to get there. The little string you had going game 2 and 3 up here. You're bowling good, buddy. Good job.
After the first half, where I was at 15, even getting to 6, I'm happy.
Mm-hmm.
Just happy I make money.
Absolutely. Great job. Great
Very
finish
good, very
today.
good. So we're waiting to find out the exact pairs for step ladders
Okay, so
and roll
rookies.
offs.
Riley Pogge finished in the lead at 13:08. Lance Brem jumped to second. We have another tie. We have 2 ties. Lance Brem and Kylie Wright tied at 12:74. And Olivia Titus, our 12-year-old two-handed girl, 12:61.
Shoots 201 the last
Shoots
game, jump into the
201 to
cut.
hang on for the cut. So good job.
Pretty exciting end.
Got 2 ties for the step ladder. Yep.
Wow.
See, I'm not sure if the Mason and who was that? Was it Mason and Imp? Or Lance and who
Alex
the tied?
and Weston and Alex for the lead spot.
See, yeah, that one you definitely have to do a roll off.
I think all of them, the ones that are tied, are both going to have to roll off. Rookies too. It's like because they had a tie as well.
Do a 1-ball roll off to decide the Kirk Von Kruger script for that.
Yeah, Lance and Kylie both tied there for the 2 and 3, so that's going to be a different spot in the step ladder. So
absolutely.
I'm going to shut down here and.
Yeah, we'll be back here before too long for the step ladders.
All right, so we are back here in Imperial Bowl. They're warming up, 5 minutes for each division. A little bit of a modified step ladder, so the top 4 kids will make it in. Top 4 kids, winner will move on to face the next opponent in the step ladder. Once that second or first match is completed, they will shift pairs to the right, so we use a rotating step ladder. In your rookies division, with a score of 1261 was 4th place Olivia Titus. She will face the 3 seed Kylie Wright. The winner of that match will face the 2 seed Lance Brem. The winner of that will face the qualifying leader Riley Poggi. Lanes 29 and 30, we have Jacob King, so down on the end pair. He is the 4 seed. He will be facing Casey Buckman. I'm trying to get to their numbers for you. So Jacob had a 14:06 during qualifying. Casey had a 14:37. The winner of that will face Lucas Ventimiglia with a 14:60. The winner of that will move on to face Logan Poggi. So we've got the Poggi siblings going through the majors and rookies. Moving on to the classics on 23 and 24, we have the 4 seed Daniel Wilde. Daniel Wilde had a 14:58 for the 8 games of qualifying. He'll be facing your number 3 seed Eric Stumpf. Eric had 15:54, so quite a difference there. The winner of that match will face Weston Huff on 25 and 26. Weston was your 2 seed. 16:09, so he's plus 19 on the day. And we actually had a tie for that top spot, which was broken by the first 4 games qualifying score. So the qualifying leader will go to Alex Pirtle for that final match in Classic. And then lastly, the Masters, your 4 seed is Donald Simpkins III. We'll be facing Alex David. I believe both bowlers were over the 200 mark on the day. Yes, sir, Donald Simpkins was plus 8. Alex was plus 71. Moving on for the winner of that, we'll meet Sam DeBow. She was on 27 and 28. She was 83 over by 1 pin to Mason Peligaman. Probably said it wrong. Sorry, Mason. He will be your top seed.
All right, we're all back here. Thank you, Sean. Got about a minute and a half of practice remaining for the opening match of the step ladders.
It was an interesting format on the tiebreaker. There were actually 3 ties, Sean. Mason and Sammy actually were tied as well. They had a misprint on one of the score sheets.
Oh, shoot.
So yeah, her 222 was supposed to be 223. That was actually, I believe, on a live stream here.
It was, and her dad actually went back and pulled up the stream and said, "Looky," and showed that she had 223.
They could have looked on Lane Talk too.
Yeah.
So she ended up still being the 2 seed though, or was she
yes,
the 1 seed?
because
Okay.
of the
because of the tiebreaker. It's the same thing.
I was trying to do the quick math, and I was like,
and then the other tie for like 2nd and 3rd in the rookies.
Yeah, I think the entire division, I think, actually. Yeah, 2nd and 3rd, yep. There was another one in there, I thought, but.
And so here in the quarterfinals, going left to right, we've got the rookies, the Masters, Classics, Majors.
It's actually, left to right, we have Classics.
Classics, Masters, Rookies, Majors.
Gotcha. After each game, they'll shift a pair to the right, so when we get to the finals, the Masters. Masters on the left.
Yeah, Masters will finish on 29-30.
Oh, I was thinking 4 games. Yep. Printed and everything. Higher seed, I believe, has choice of starting lane. The bowlers will make that declaration and let the tournament staff know. The red pins showing practice is over. One of the cool features we got here.
So we had some bowlers make some big jumps this last game. 2 big Donald Simpkins and I think Eric Stump at the 290 and Down at 279 to jump into the step ladder. So
Yeah.
see if they can carry that magic onto the step ladder. And
Yeah, and unfortunately in the same division with Donald, 264 and 268 from the 5th and 6th seed to miss the cut by less than 28.
Yep.
Tough.
Yeah, Landon made quite the run there to be the second man out behind
Steven Rogos.
Yeah.
Rogos.
And that was, Steven was in front of us for that last game.
Yeah.
since you've got that pulled up, can you kind of eyeball on that one, Sean, and see who had the high block on the long pattern? I don't know if it shows that or not. Because there are a bunch of bowlers that kind of really bowled well on that long pattern compared to their earlier block.
If I had to guess, it's going to be Logan or Landon.
Landon, maybe.
Let's see.
So he had 929 if I saw right on Lane Talk.
Let's see. Mason, our tournament leader, was 60 under, 30 back. So it's 30 plus teen. He went minus 40 or minus 30 on that. Sammy, 40 plus 20-ish. Alex David at 40, 20. That's 100 and change. He's about 80 something over. Donald, 20 under, at 40, 20. He's about 100 over. So Donald about 100 over. It's rough math. Steven, first one out, had 22, 15. Was about 100 over also. Just under, about 90 over. And then Landon Parmalee, who just missed by 28.
He had 129 over, if Lane Talk was correct.
Wow.
89. Yeah.
129 over with a 174.
Yeah, well, we're underway here, and we got some strikes happening.
Higher seed opted to start every game.
Looks like
We're just a bit outside.
I think Alex is throwing a purple. But
He's sticking with what he, what's that term? Rolling with the one he brung?
Mm-hmm.
Dancing with the girl you brought.
Riding her till she kicks or something like that.
Great shot by Donald there.
Good double.
Daniel Wild on 24 looking to clean up his spare here. He missed it a little wide. And hey, don't lose the count on that one. First frame.
It's just like going 9 spare.
Yep.
25 and 26 has been one of the better pairs in this area. If I had to guess, I'm going to say 240 to 220 on this pair.
Definitely see that. That was a good shot there. He kind of fell off it, but
Nothing but strikes down on 29 and 32.
looks like Olivia's here looking for a double. A little left. Ooh, gets a break on the 7-10.
After a better spare, 9 spare to clean out. Down here at 23 and 24.
Very good, all right. Looking down on 19 and 20, you got the practice pair. The always found the key was you don't want to wear yourself out constantly throwing shots the whole time. You want to try to stay loose, but you don't want to get tired. Especially after bowling 8 games, you have the breaks in between the first block and the step ladders.
I would have still been in the car napping until the 5th frame when my parents woke me up. Throw a couple shots.
I saw that quite a bit. I was kind of surprised. I went down on the lower end and in between squads, and there were 15 kids with their heads down on the table, looked like they were sound asleep.
It's been 4 games now.
Yeah.
Down the 3-bagger there. Stumped with a double. Stumped.
On a high note, one thing I like to see about some of these kids who may have had a frustrating day, like we heard them walking through and they're like, well, it's just a bad day. But as we look all the way down to 1 and 2, we can't see it. There's about 3 of the kids still who are competing this morning and down there practicing, so at least showing good work ethic, trying to get some extra reps in.
Yep. You get to bowl on something that's not house, get a little bit of more experience. Little end, 4 go, did not.
Jacob King on 29 goes just a little bit high. Leaves 2-pin, 3-pin.
He's got spare ball in his hand before the rack's even set. Looks like first strike here to tie it up.
Rookies
Order
division.
number 220 is ready in snack bar. Order number 220.
Patty Wright with 37 through 3, and Olivia is up in her third frame. A little high, there's 410.
Alex a 3-pin. So we're gonna roll on with the deadwood there on 24 for the moment. Isn't technically hurting anything where it's at. It didn't hurt him on that shot. Great
Front of
shot.
the sweep, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to find somebody to get it cleared for him. Nobody within eyesight.
Yeah, they're trying to get the low end reset for retail business.
Alex covered the spare.
Down by 11 going into the fifth.
Order number 224
Real good
is
shot
ready in
there
snack
from
bar.
Olivia.
Order number 224.
So Daniel has rebounded after gutter spare, 9 spare with the double.
With a double.
To take the lead back.
Alex David up on 25 in the 5th frame. Casey Buckman down on 29 in the 5th frame as
A
well.
little better, picked up in the right place.
Good pitch, good pitch.
I thought that stuck in his hand how it came off for a second.
Good solid shot from Casey too.
I liked that one until I didn't.
It looked good. It looked soft. It's an early hook.
And Wright gets her second strike on the right lane there on 28.
Carry it over to 27. Donald.
Pretty close.
It looked like he kind of hesitated at the break point, resulting in that kick of a 10.
Your thing.
Great spare attempt. Saw a straight shot at the 4-7. Haven't seen that much today with some of the kids.
So it looks like Eric Stump over here on 23 is throwing a hammer dark web. 25, Donald Simpkins is throwing a Widow 3.0.
See a bucket combination. Looks like Leslie's getting ready to go down and grab that dead one on 24 after you see the shot on 23.
What's left?
This way with one leaves just a 4-pin. Great cover by Donald.
Hard and straight at the bucket.
So Eric over here had 1 ball hook. Actually, both his 4th and 5th frames hook big time. So make a move left, little tentative it looks like. It's like the enemy too. When you're moving around, you want to be sure those shots do.
You see, he went back to his zen from his primal shock. The Jacob King.
Yeah, missed left on the first one and picked the spare.
I talked to him in between blocks. He's relatively new to the two-handed side of life, and out. Yeah, he's relatively new. He just gotten that primal shock that got him into the cut line. And he's throwing the zen. Another miss.
Talking about Jacob down there?
Mm-hmm.
So I was down behind on the first block, and I was watching just the kids in the area, and he came back and he was talking. He's like, man, I can't feel my fingers. And I just kind of looked at him, and he said, yeah, I threw the last shot, and my whole wrist popped. I felt it in my forearm. I was like, ooh, that's not good, buddy. That's not good. And he's like, yeah, I've never had that. So,
He's okay there. Nice kick of the 10.
he came back around. I was like, he asked me, he's like, how do I tape it? And I was like, I would just kind of tape it this way, see if it stabilizes it. But I was like, try not to put pressure on the finger.
Yep.
He walked down to me about 4 games later. He goes, I did that. I stopped putting my middle finger in, more on my ring finger, and he goes, I bowled better. I was like, well, there you go.
Perfect.
I guess that would
Hold better, doesn't hurt.
tell you how to tape your hand worked, I guess.
Daniel looking to expand his lead here. Looks good. It is good.
Case Buckman gets good bucket crumbler on 29.
Great shot by Simpkins.
My 240, 220 may have been a little low.
like
Good Lord.
260, 250 pace right now.
Alex's last shot on 25 looked like on his hand he missed a bit in, and I couldn't tell. The body language made it look like he had a trip forward.
Good shot there. Good shot.
So definitely not tentative through it on that one. Got through it a little better.
See, that one again looked like it hung up on his hand.
So that is a
Hanging up just right.
9-pin match through 8. We have a 9-pin match through 8 on 25 and 26. Alex David's favor. Over here for Daniel and Eric. We have Daniel pacing 79. 79 if he strikes out. Eric is 230. So
2-pin match in the rookies division on 27 and 8. And it's like 10-pin match on 29 and 30.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Just that one a bit wide, it wiggles. Misses the headpin to get the 10 out. Did not. Or he did.
He did. 6 count.
Plot thickens. Donald can get up and throw the next 3. Count. Shut out.
Little in. Olivia leaves a washout on 27, so it could be tough on that match as well.
Both working on spares.
Good double for Kylie. Or not, that's Casey. There's Casey down on 30 that got the double. Kylie's shooting at the washout here.
Definitely want to get your 2 here, but spare goes a long way in a close match.
Gotta have the count. Not striking. Tough on the spares is a little defeating for them too. It's kind of, you can see it in their body language.
Big hit from Donald.
Failed to tape, double and
Solid
5.
10 from Casey.
Double and 6 to win. Or to shut him out.
Olivia goes Brooklyn and leaves a 6.
First and 5. I was told there'd be no math.
Oh, it's left.
Oh, takes out 4 out of the 4-9. Good break.
Almost a messenger connect here on 23. So with the spare over here for Daniel, he'll 166, sorry, in the 7th. And it looks like with the first one, Eric will be about 15 to 20 back.
Spare by
Solid
Donald.
spare for Donald. Bill for 230.
Donald does have the count advantage, so.
Can't shut him out though.
3-6-10.
Oh, if you're Eric, you just see a 4
Order
bagger
number
spare
226 is ready to stand
flag.
for. Order number 226.
You gotta be feeling a little better about yourself, especially after making a move and throwing the last 2 pretty good.
Now Eric can get up, throw a double, and be within 1.
1-pin match, 35-34.
All right, tail the tape here. Double.
Shooting for 3-6-10.
Has to
Good
have the
spare.
Double and count. Anything less. Donald moves on.
Oh,
Checks
good
the
break
score,
on
he knows.
29.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
Looks good. Kind of laid up in that spot. Flat
Soft
10.
hit. See if Alex can answer. It's a pretty good shot.
Great shot.
Pretty good shot. Real good ball.
We'll need the next one. I can't see that match down there at the very end. It's 20 to teen? Does he need this hit?
216 if she punches.
Oh, I think he just
Might have shut it out.
I think he just got it.
Yep, it's 4-bagger going into the fill. So
Shoots 222 if he keeps it on the lane.
Please no 4. 4, all 3 in the 10th to a tie. Roll off on the end pair. I'd wish that upon nobody.
I wish 4 counts upon anybody ever. There's a Facebook group for that.
I mean, unless you're in a title match and it's 100K, then I hope you get a 4, but not in this situation.
Great shot by
Gets
Alex.
double the win.
Stay behind the foul line, keep it on the lane.
Such a good match there, 240 to 230 as long as he gets good count. Needs 4 for the win.
10 pins difference on 27 and 8.
Eric needs this one here on 23 to put some pressure on Daniel. Looks good. A little soft. Oh, it stops.
Trip 4.
That was soft and it locked up.
Fill the tape. Strike, 9 spare strike, shuts him out by 2.
Yeah, double, he's done.
Alex gets a 6 count on that fill to squeak that one out by 3. 240 to 237.
Pretty close to that scoring pace. Great. That laid in. I kind of thought it was going to hook more.
So he needs a double to win. Actually, like you said, any version of spare here, spare and good count.
Yep.
Double would definitely make it easy for it.
Tough break there on 28. Livia leaves a 4-9.
Get one to make it, keep it within 10.
Got to keep it close.
We got to get the one.
There we go.
Match score for Livia 220. Wow, sorry.
Oh no.
156. Oh, no.
PBA washout on 23. It's at 195 right now. Needs the conversion to get to 2T.
It's a mark and 9.
That's a good shot. That a good shot there. Really good pitch.
Needs the spare on 23. There's a chance. Oh, 201?
199.
199?
So Eric will need the first hit. First hit, good count. First hit and 7, I think.
It's that, that she'll only need a mark.
Jacob one down on the end, right?
2 for 145 here. There we go. Need some mark and count on 28.
And Daniel will move on down here on 23 and 24.
He will take that one.
Daniel will be facing Weston Huff.
Alex faces Sammy DeBow in 27-28.
Jacob King will be facing Luis Ventimiglia.
Gotta make it.
Gotta pick it.
We are waiting for your winner in the rookie division. Sorry. Couldn't breathe for a second. She'll need to pick it and get 7 to win. Not an easy task on that pair either. There's been a lot of 7.
Good spare.
Eric gonna finish with 190.
Six to tie, 7 to win.
What's up, Lance? Bowl well.
What did
Bowl
Jacob?
well.
222 to
206.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, dropped into the gutter.
Olivia's going to move on.
Heartbreaking loss there. Very cognizant of remembering Del Ballard throwing one in the gutter.
I was trying to think of the name. I didn't know who it was.
Yep. Needed 3.
Is that an Ion? Ion Pro?
Yep.
You know who drilled that ball?
So, Sammy, the booth would like to know who drilled that for you.
Actually, fresh out of the box this morning.
Look good.
New ball carry.
Tell Don you want 5 ions and 5 IQs for the year. It's the only thing you need.
Take a case of IQs to the junior gold.
My dad almost got a case, actually. I'm not kidding.
Ball's been released for 1 week. She was like, get me a case.
I can only think of one ball that I regret not getting a case, and that was the Forza SS.
Great ball.
So hey, okay, we got 3 guys that have all shot some good scores. What was, if you could go back
Good scores, me?
Yeah.
When?
I've had a couple of good scores, 1 or 2, maybe.
In an 8-game block?
all time, not favorite ball, because there's a difference for me of my favorite ball or a ball that if I could have it again to throw it right now, I would take that ball. Doesn't make it my favorite ball. I mean, I'll start. My favorite ball of all time is IQ Tour. Just no questions. But the ball I had the most success with was an original mission. It was the year before I started and signed with Storm. That was the reason I got signed by Storm. Because of all I averaged 257 or 255.7 with. It was an original mission. It had about 300 games on it.
Order number 228, ready, snack bar? Order number 228.
Favorite ball of all time, Sean?
It's a tiebreaker. I got 2.
You only got 1. They said
Man.
favorite ball. Pick one. You're on a desert island with 1 lane and 1 ball.
This is what it matters. What have I won more money with or what I like more? Green tank.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
The original tank.
Green tank.
Okay.
I had a stretch of 2 weeks where I averaged about 265 with that ball. If you take winnings out of the equation,
The
probably an
Octane-
IQ Tour.
The Octane Carbon.
Or a High Road.
Yeah. High Road's good. The older High Roads. Octane Carbon for me would be probably something if I could get like brand new again. That ball was great from the start. Various things. Favorite of all time? I'm gonna have to go with Main Street Brawler. I love the Main Street Brawler when they came out with that.
Take on Weston Hub. And in the Masters, it was Alex David, 240 over Donald Simpkins III, 237. Alex will move to 27 and 28 to take on Sammy DeVoe. Guys, we're going to give you 2 shots on each lane, not two frames, 2 shots on each lane.
So yeah, we're bowling on the long pattern today. Earlier block we had the short pattern.
Kegel Tungsten this morning, Kegel Titanium.
The finals were on the long pattern, so would have been kind of unique to see if they could have redressed for the step ladder and
1 and 1.
Yep.
Yeah, Scott, I believe, was saying that earlier. Sammy's dad. Be really cool. It's a little bit tedious to do with any machine. But yeah.
Just oil all the left lanes and then go back and strip an oil and rerun all the right lanes.
So you run each one twice. You see the 2 shots on each lane. You see a lot of kids, especially in the younger divisions.
Throwing spares.
They'll shoot their spare. Now it's one thing if you're using that shot and you're shooting for the pocket. I personally like to see how the ball goes through the pins.
So it's kind of, we were talking about that earlier about looking at the difference in having to shoot 250 on what would you want to shoot it on. So if you're on a house shot, Sean, here's a question for you. I get to return the favor. If you're on a house shot, you get 10 minutes of practice before league. Do you shoot at a spare? Ever? I mean, like you shoot one shot where you're throwing cross lane for a 10 pin, or do you just take all your shots and get dialed in?
If we're bowling for league, the last shot I'm throwing, the last 1 or 2 is usually a spare shot. And it's usually a right side spare to make sure it clears my thumb.
Yep.
Left sides, even when I'm throwing straight at them, I never struggle. It's goofy, but when I shoot my right side same way straight at them, my thumb has a tendency to hang. So I'll just do one, even if it hits a 3-6 and it's on a 10 pin, like just to make sure it comes off the hand. So 2 of maybe the last 3 or 1 of the last 2. Usually the last shot of practice is going to be one more lineup shot. But
what about you, Zach?
I tend to the first couple shots, unless it's like a modified, you only get 6 minutes of practice. First couple shots I shoot a 10-pin shot. I don't know when I started that. Yep. I don't know when I started picking that up, but I picked it up a couple years ago and have just stuck with that.
Takes me 6 shots just to get loose.
I don't shoot full speed at them, but I throw them cross lane.
I don't throw a full warm-up shot until in my last 4, if I get that many. I'm doing like a swinging 3-step. So I'll stand up in the middle of the approach, swing the ball at my side. When it's up front, I'll take my left, right, left. I'll do that the first 3-4 shots to get a feel, and then I usually don't throw them full speed until
It takes a while. I don't even line up. I kind of walk up there now.
Like me, like tournament mode, if I'm in a tournament that's not my home center,
230s ready to start.
I'll throw a spare shot
230.
at least once on each lane. If I'm in league mode in my home center, spare ball doesn't leave the bag until I leave the first spare.
Yeah.
I just habit. It's just like I don't think about it. It's interchangeable thumbs, so I don't worry about how the thumb feels. And if I'm clearing it pretty good on first shots, I'm probably going to get out of it for a spare shot.
The biggest thing I found too is I don't throw plastic or urethane at spares. So like if I'm bowling a tournament, like if I'm bowling a sports sweeper, if I'm throwing an extreme envy with chalk on it, more than likely that's the ball going down the lane on the spare shot. Yeah. So like the one where I always shoot 1 or 2 spares, if not 3 or 4 during warm-up is St. Charles. St. Charles, I feel like the ball doesn't, even on spare shots, does not get down the lane. So I just have to figure out where it's at, kind of deal. It's a mental thing. But once I feel one, I'm very much a field player. Once I feel 1 or 2, it's set for the day. So.
Yeah, I don't remember who it was. I was talking to Jameson a couple weeks ago in the pro shop at Lakeside, and I don't remember if it was Brett or if it was another one of the ball reps told him that, when you're in an event, the 2 shots you should really care about is the last 2 shots you throw before the lights come on.
Yep.
Because of how much they'll change and so on. So Weston Huff is elected to start. IRC has started this.
See if they see anything from Alex's urethane play.
Well, that went 60 feet and tripped out to 7-9. Jacob King elected to start in their division. Alex.
It's like Sam Elliott Alex start, so.
I don't like this. You can't reverse the arrows. Lance started his match over there with a strike on 29 and 30.
Lucas gets his first little pitch there really wide. Of course, past the friction.
Maybe a 2-pin it looks like.
2-pin or 5-pin?
2.
Okay, I'm at a bad angle.
Yeah.
Really good. I kind of thought that was going to hook a little.
So Lucas is throwing a magic jab. And kind of what Zach was referring to there. It looked like it was going to hook early, but almost, or hook across, but it looked like it hooked so early it straightened out.
Yep.
So, I mean, that off the bat, a little bit of an errant shot in the first, but even on the spare shot, kind of reading it across the middle, may not be the ball. I don't think he looked at anything else in warm-ups too, so.
Excellent. Now, what ball is Daniel throwing?
That is a brutal collision.
I thought it was a deviate ball. I just couldn't think of which one. Another great shot from Sammy. Messenger, not enough.
I like Sammy's odds. Alex just came off at 240, but I really feel like he's got his hands full this match.
Yeah.
She's been averaging
great
220 since the
great
first
ball shot pickup.
Sammy's got a lot of momentum coming in. Alex did catch a bit of a break coming into the quarterfinals, having bowled on that pair for the last game of qualifying.
True.
Flagged the 10th pin in the second.
It is June 30th, not June 14th, which is National Flag Day.
There's everybody's favorite spare combination, 3, 6, 9, 10.
Zach, I don't know about you, but I'm just going to press the reset.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing I haven't done out of that is take the 6, 9 out.
Original Zen there.
Yeah.
24. Look good.
Zen ball good. Very good.
Went about it the right way.
See a lot of debate on if you want to throw straight at that, if you want to hook at it.
Whatever knocks him down.
Yep.
Don, you leave the lefty version. How you shooting it?
Right between 2 and 4. Hooking it. Hooking it between the 2 and 4.
Yep.
Even at Nationals. I almost did something this year was kind of funny. They were all giving me grief. As well with Mike Solovic in team event is on our pair. Is the only other lefty. we kind of set them up pretty good in practice, but there was still a lot of miss away. And the team pattern was hooking more than minors. And literally got up on the first shot and just 10 back. Second frame, I go up and I took 3 off the left. Picked the spare and threw a 6-bagger. So I almost had 2. I was on pace to shoot 280 with a 3 count. That would have been classic. Didn't shoot it. I ended up shooting 260, but it was all right.
So one of our local tour players, I think it was last year's World Series bowling, when it was still at Wauwatosa, shoot 293 on Shark.
My favorite is the video of AJ Chapman, the World Series like 3-4 years ago, taking a 6-9 out,
and then
not trying to do it again. So he says, absolutely tracing it again.
It was the U.S. Open at the stadium.
Okay.
I was working in Dallas in 2021. Later that year, he was still getting trouble for it 7 months later. She gets away with a break there.
Yep, broke it up. Left 4-7, looks like.
Now is that
Sammy on 3, make it 4.
Would you say that Daniel here, that's a little bit of your thing, of how straight he's playing?
I don't know, he was playing that straight earlier too, though. But I wonder if that is impacting what that pair on 25 and 6 is doing.
Olivia flagged 4-pin. We have a tie game down there on 29 and 30 through 3.
Yeah, so 25-26 would have had at least Alex there twice because they already finished qualifying, and there was somebody else during year at the end too there, I think.
Alex goes high in the 4th frame. Back-to-back shots on that right lane that have kind of cut down.
Olivia rings in 10, 29. Got Lucas looking to work his way back into this match here with a strike.
Good shot from Weston.
Good shot.
Shot from Lucas too.
Slowed it down, a little more rotation.
See if Olivia can pick that 10-pin. Good recovery. Good job.
Playing something to even things back up. Is he still throwing a mix? No, he is not. He's throwing the pitch black.
Looks like Weston's throwing absolute power, if I had to guess.
Try and see what it comes out of the ball return. I think that was what he was throwing earlier.
Super washout on 30.
Yes, absolute power for Weston. Alex recovers.
Alex seems like 27, 28. He's going to figure something out. Sammy's looking to expand her lead to 22.
So Jacob just came back. Looks like he's getting away from Zen after his last 2 frames, a washout and a 4-6. Grab that primal again that he had down on the end.
That laid
Good choice.
Really good.
Good shot.
A couple foot further down the lane.
That's something you see with that shot cover stock, is it'll get you like that.
Daniel a little farther right.
Ooh. Soft 7.
He's definitely bumped right too from where he was warming up.
5-bagger from Sammy. Spencer with 42. Lance not like that one.
2-4-7.
Don, you got a good one.
Let's hope.
Don't put her in an anchor spot against me.
Cover from Daniel.
Hopefully I'll put her wherever we need her to be. Oh. Sammy's a really, really good kid too.
She's local? Where in St. Louis?
Yes, from down here in Imperial. That a girl.
Oh, she's got a home house advantage.
Her dad was a GM here for a little bit in 2016.
I've known Scott a long time too. He's good folks. Good family.
Been around the business for quite some time. Heard stories from a couple different centers.
Good quality young lady. So she's above and beyond her bowling talent. She's a smart kid. She's definitely going to help us out.
3-6-10 for Olivia.
Still having the high woes on 28 for Alex. That was a little closer. He just left a 4-pin. But
if I'm him, and my opponent's got front 6, you gotta start looking at the bag.
Yep.
I would have started looking at 2 frames ago when she was on
Point
front
number
4.
233, turning sunfire. Point number 233.
So here's a good question for you. You're Daniel here in front of us before he chops the 2-8. And your ball motion's kind of tough. He's moved right a little bit to square it up, and all of a sudden he scoots in behind it. Cleaner, more responsive, or something cleaner in general? Give him a little better shape down lane? What your guys' thoughts are?
Or I'd say almost going something a little bit stronger.
Yep.
A little more surface. It's going to read a little bit more in the mids and the front, especially on this longer pattern.
Try to control that breakdown.
Yep.
So a great shot from Jake up there. The ball change gives him a double.
A really good ball change, too.
So the only problem with this pair now, and I'm almost certain it's got to be some of that urethane carry down, because we're not seeing that on any other pair.
No.
Olivia chops a 3-9. That is an incredibly tough spare on a pattern, much less anything else.
So
another great shot.
My forecasting, I predict over here that King is going to win this match. Ball reaction is really good. I think it plays over. We talked about you guys can go bigger with more surface, or you can go cleaner. There's two different ways you can go. It just depends on what you want to do. The cleaner that Jacob's trying to has left might be okay. He might be left of the hold.
Yep.
Be tough, but still.
Yeah, it seemed like Alex did have a little bit of accuracy. He had quite a bit of room with that purple, especially in that match. A couple shots he missed in that held, a couple shots he missed out that hooked. Ooh.
Ring 410, 4 falls.
Another 3-6-9-10.
Ooh,
Takes
chopper. Takes
so without
3 and the 9 right off. So.
Without having the final score of that match, looks like it's pretty well in hand for Sam.
That was a great shot there.
Yeah.
Weston moved left and just kind of played a little fallback.
Kept it a little tighter to the head pin. And
I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but that was pretty good.
It's reminiscent of the one that Donald threw in the match before when he
Yes.
got it left at 4 pins.
Yep.
Spare?
Ooh. Critical miss there. That's going to hurt. As you say, that's going to leave a mark.
ooh, good pitch. Rep 10.
He's got that spot.
Oh, rep 10. Pretty good run.
Alex Max scored 202. Sammy pacing 250. That was a good shot. Got the 9 out late. But
180 max over there, while his opponent's pacing 2-0.
Lance shooting to 2-4 down on 29. Sammy misses the 10.
I get those weird feelings every now and then. I don't feel like this match at 25 is over.
Lance chops the.
It's pretty close still.
I don't. Yeah.
2-4. Took 2 off the 4 down there.
2 off the 4. We got a 10-pin match with going into the top of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th, I guess that would be.
Yep.
It's good.
Very.
Real nice shot.
Jeez.
Olivia, 10-pin. She liked that shot too.
It's left.
Sounds like a 3-6-10.
Sammy comes back. Real good shot.
I've seen that quite a few times today. Big run, dash, double.
I didn't drill the spare ball.
Olivia misses
I
her
had to do
10-pin.
that.
She's down by 1 going into the 8th. Great
Good spare on a 3-6-10.
Alex is in that dreaded 4-10
It's
combination right now.
always scary when you're drilling a new athlete's first ball that you get drill for them, especially when they're pulling it out in competition that you're on the mic for. Say, oh, please be right. But yeah, it looks like it's working well for him.
Was it Kevin Williams said it, or was it Kevin or Packy? If you strike 10 times a game, it don't matter on the spares. She hasn't had to shoot very many of them today.
Just a little wide.
Little miss right. Seems like 26 has got a little bit more of a hang than 25 does. 25 at least it's tipping down lane, where 26 it just doesn't want to see it. Be interested to see what happens this next game when these guys get to clear this pair.
So for all intents and purposes, this match between Jake King and Lucas Ventimiglia is all but over. Jake King will move on to face Logan Poggi for the win.
Lance gets up and buries that shot. Let you know he liked that one.
Oh, He rolled 410. It's the ball change, as always, guys. We got 107.
Definitely want to stay clean here.
It's about 10, 12 pins Lucas's advantage, looks like.
Ooh, pretty good pitch there from Weston. Solid 10.
He's managing his ball roll and ball spin very well. He's kind of playing that little tube, but throwing it soft so it sees it.
Lance going for a bucket combination. Did not like it off his hand. Gets 2.
Chops it.
Gives him 125 in the 9th. Max score 155. Olivia can strike out for 167. Strikes are not coming easy in that match.
So she's down. She marks. She's right back in it, actually, with a lead. Uh-oh.
Brooklyn 6-pin.
If you're going to miss out on that lane, throw it right. It will hook. That's why.
Throw it right.
And
Still got there.
Tickles.
GG's, my guy. GG's.
Got that one to tip up on that one. He got a little bit close on the launch and all rolled up good.
He got that like 3 or 4 right, too. Ooh.
Olivia can throw all 3 here to shut Lance out by 2. Sammy just doing the formality of finishing out the match here. She gets the
Olivia goes up and goes 10 back.
Great shot.
So Jacob just threw that to where he tried to flag the head pin on the first one that struck. He got his hand around it, and it absolutely sucked back the apron.
Yeah, Daniel just did the same thing. He moved a little righter with his feet, went direct up the boards, and just went 10 back. Definitely changes the dynamics of the 10th frame on this pair. This match just got real interesting.
And that'll strike 2, because why not? 250.
Phil always strikes. 250. That's a number, all right.
250 to 154 route for Jacob King over Lucas Ventimiglia.
7-pin for Sammy.
Oh, got it right.
It's gotta go.
Oh! Kicked that 9. And a slap off.
Slaps it
Get
out.
the count and force a mark.
Oh! Great. Take that bucker. Boy, did that make a difference.
That's going to force Lance to get up and throw a double.
Yep.
What's he got, 125?
125.
Jeez.
I didn't see if Sammy shot at that spare or if she threw a strike shot. But
No, she didn't. She mislapped.
Oops.
192. He needed 4 to force the double.
And that match is over. Olivia's going to move on to the finals.
Actually, he needed 4 to force the strike.
Yep.
Now he only needs a mark to win. Likes it.
All right.
Game over.
Good shot. So yeah, that's another controversial thought. So you go up, you need a mark to win. Do you go up and just try to keep it close and pick the spare thought process, or do you go up and try to throw a strike and put the dagger in it?
I'd rather throw the strike to guarantee it.
I'm not usually in that position. I'm usually on the other end of it. So I'm usually the guy that has to double or throw all 3.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Just pull that
He's tough.
78 out. Got way right thinking it wasn't going to hook, and it did.
Oh, that's what those Red Bulls have, the IQ 78.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Don, I'm probably going 2 left and hitting it harder.
Uh-oh.
Leave me a 4-pin.
Yeah.
If it's a 3, 6, 9, 10 and I need to make it, give me 3.
If you're in that situation where your last 4 shots, you go 6, carry, 9 count, 9 count. Like what Weston had there. And he just got up there and he just went up and labeled the first one and said, heck with it, I'm going right through.
Right.
Sorry, get out of my way, I'm striking.
Yep.
In that case, you know he's got good ball motion too.
Right.
That one I'm thinking it's not even a question. Like, I'm just going to throw it good. If it's one of those where I'm kind of close.
Put it in the pocket, take your chances, and I hope you don't 7-10.
Yeah.
If it's kind of close, I know myself, when I get to a spot, I throw it a touch softer and hit it a little bit. Probably going to go a couple left.
Yep.
147, 134 down there.
Yep.
Correct.
Not going left to right, it should be rookies, rookies, majors, classics, masters.
I think it is.
Who has a bell? Sounds like somebody had a
Yeah,
table bell.
the counter. So on 23 and 24, we have the rookies division. We'll have Olivia Titus versus Riley Poggi. And then on 25-26, looking for the sibling sweep, Logan, your top seed, will be facing Jacob. On classics, on 27-28, we'll have Daniel Wilde versus Alex Bertle. And on the end pair, we'll have Sammy DeBow versus Mason.
Heiligman.
You said it, yep.
Heiligman.
It's definitely German.
Heiligman, yeah.
The Heil Ig, the Igen.
Popcorn kid.
Yes. Call him Mason.
Masonator. The Masonator.
Anytime he would bowl like a sweeper or something at Lakeside, I would put his team name in as Masonator.
In the majors was Jacob King, 250 over Lucas Ventimiglia, 154. Jacob will move to 25 and 26 to take on tournament leader Logan Poggi.
All right, you guys are open to it. Let's make some predictions. Ooh. Who do you got in Olivia versus Riley over here?
Hard not to look at the leader after 8, but partial. Been working with Miss Olivia a little bit here lately, so I'm going to give her the nod just because I've been working with her.
I'm going to agree with Olivia on that one, thinking she's going to have the momentum coming in.
The two-handed stuff is got to work magic, right?
Better pair. She's got through the both last 2 matches in the 10th. I like her luck. And then the second match, we got Jacob and Logan.
And I like Jacob. Just coming up 250, even though he's on the tough pair. I mean, I'm interested to see what his ball reaction is and see the look on his face when he throws his first shot.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
See what it does. And he got it to come back.
See, though, it kind of started.
Yep.
Over on the
What
pair
about
right, we got
Alex and Weston? What are you thinking?
Oh, it's Weston. I wrote the name wrong. I don't know. I didn't see Alex at all earlier, but I like Weston's shot making here now.
Yeah.
Didn't Alex have...
Alex had the 282.
Yeah, 132, 82-0. Then it almost had big game at the end there, too.
Yep.
I might call that a toss-up, just because...
Is that an IQ Ruby that Alex got?
Looks like it.
It's a 78.
See the 78 on the right side.
Yeah, it's a Ruby.
Sammy and Mason, that is a
and
tough one.
The Titans down on the end pair down there.
2 hometown bowlers.
I'm going Sammy. Sorry, Mason, I'm going Sammy.
Kind of funny. I overheard a couple of parents that were talking earlier, and in qualifying, Mason had thrown a really good first game and just kind of teasing a couple of kids, just said, "Come get me." And a couple of parents overheard it, and somebody else heard it, and apparently his grandma kind of chewed him out a little bit. So Mason's tough. If he gets a look, he's going to be hard to beat. But Sammy's throwing the ball so good right now. I got to go with Sammy. Got to go with my girl.
Look down at her feet after that one. Looks like she might have had an issue sliding.
She did that on the 2 spare shots she threw over here. The missed 10 pin, when she missed it, she looked at her feet instantly. And when she missed the 7 pin on the fill, she looked at her feet too. So
Mason's throwing a fate. That's what that is?
I want them to bowl that entire match on the end pair. Yeah, it's a fade. Entire match needs to be on 29. Take the bad lane out of play. Let's see him shoot 60-60.
So they did tie after 8. Sammy had a little higher scoring on this pattern comparatively. Not a much. I think it was only like 10 pins different. So.
Attention start?
Yeah, he's got great ball motion. I don't know, man. If I'm gonna make the obvious choice, I would take Alex, but I'm gonna go on the limb. I'm gonna say Weston.
I could see it. It's 25 and 26. Well, they probably, some of them think through spare shots, and it doesn't count those for the balls remaining in practice. Fortunately, all you gotta do is press stop practice, and the final starts it off. Now, Logan had the big game to get to jump into first, didn't he?
I don't have my scores if I can. Yeah, Logan had 265 the last game.
Now 21 and 22 on a pair that later in the day it gets, that pair gets weird. Oh, the Cardinals won. Very good.
And a shutout. Usually happy if that happens past second inning.
Like Logan is elected to start for the Majors division.
.50-50. Two top seeds are starting and two top seeds are sitting.
Now, where do you guys like to go with that? Do you want to finish the match first or start the match?
I like to finish the match, personally speaking.
Yeah.
I'm good with ball in hand, but I'd rather put you in the spot where you got to do it.
Yeah, I agree. I want ball in hand. I want to put the pressure on me. I'd rather have to make a shot rather than, you know.
Mason's going to have Sammy end on the tougher of the two lanes from the first impression.
Sammy strikes to start.
See what Mason's got, throwing the fate. Great shot.
Sean, you excited or what? No.
So excited. Too much caffeine.
It's Alex.
Ooh, soft head.
I like that one, and then it kind of looked like it died off once it made the turn.
Nice score over there on 24. Looks like Riley's throwing an absolute. I think that's what that was.
What is Olivia throwing? Is that a...
Looks like a
mastermind.
Yep, mastermind.
Say mastermind? That's an older one.
Or whatever. Why am I trying?
The original mastermind, that was a great ball. Very strong.
I always call them masterminds. It's probably not the...
DV8, it looks like it's a DV8 ball.
Yeah.
Good shot by Weston, 10 back.
Ooh.
Yeah, that...
Laid off there. Sammy
Sorry.
stuff in 2 lanes. Crumbles
Sammy
it.
Cumbs.
I'm thinking mindset.
That sounds right.
It's the original mindset.
Trips out the 6. Breaks up the split.
I was going to push.
Logan wasting no time.
Yeah, he was ready to go before when he left the 10th though.
Olivia wasn't so confident on that spare shot up on the tippy toes.
Double for Weston. Oh, solid 10 pin for Sammy on 29.
Say Riley hit the 7-1. Logan misses the 4-pin. Yeah, he left the head. She had 7-1. Yeah, she left only the head pin.
She had 7-1.
Jacob's going to get it all fixed up there. Sammy shooting at a 10 pin. Good cover. With a 6-10.
He's really worried right now too. A lot of game left. He's only down a mark.
Olivia liked that one. She gave it a kick and everything.
Shot from Alex too. Mason carries for the 3-bagger.
She was the only person anywhere near us not concerned that he's going.
Carries at Brooklyn.
Riley at the Brooklyn 5 goes late. Goes Jacob.
Olivia spun the 8-pin off the deck, and she was the only person over here not worried that was going to fall.
Mason for a 4-bagger. 10 back. 10 back.
Six-pin over there for Riley. Yeah, Logan is racing up there to bowl. I don't know if he's new to the match play format. The 1-2-2-2-2-1. Another good shot.
Nice double. Good double.
I would also just assume that Jacob's probably going to strike, though. Ball motion's very good right now.
Ooh, Sammy 2-4-10.
8 fell down, at least gives you the hope of still being able to get it.
Tough start with Mason on the 4-bagger, so.
Absolutely.
Trying to press to keep pace and just gas one a little bit.
A little better shot there. Picked up in the right place. Kicks the 10 out.
That one was a lot better on Logan's thumb. A couple before it did look like he cleared it very well. Olivia with a miss on the 3-6.
Thought she kind of light on the spare ball to hook a little bit there. And Alex gets to the line. He really pops up out of that. Another shot.
There goes Olivia like it in the left lane again. Dead flush. 10 back.
Me working on the open here. Try to get back on. Save face for these two shots.
Miss right.
Didn't like it.
Really having some footing issues, it looks like.
And pairs right by the doorway over there. Might be a little more humidity or something different. That ball
kind of got to a
never
spot and it
looked like it picked up. It just sat there.
Looks like he kind of got it right into that urethane jet wash.
Last couple looks like he's kind of gotten around it. I couldn't see that one.
Either been around it, to the right of it, just a pinch, or just inside of it. But there's enough goo to hold it in. Mason can really take commanding lead here.
It looks like there's so much friction to the right. Even when Alex was over here with urethane, as soon as you threw it right, it doubled over. That's one of those bigger, slower kind of moves like you guys can do, kind of tucking them in, or you can kind of go around it.
Over there on 23 with a 6-7, just a little bit high.
Mason on front 5.
Well, you can really tell he's in a rush. He wasn't really looking, almost went up on the wrong lane. Spare attempt for Alex.
Really good shot there.
Mason
Big double for Olivia. Mason goes to 6.
Logan going for a washout. Possible.
Really
Nice
good shot.
cover.
Nice cover. Weston answers his open with another strike.
10 back. Matches 1 pin.
Olivia going for the 3.
Another good shot.
Ooh, inside of target.
Get your count here and
Ooh, Sammy Tuggs goes through the nose, 4-6.
you get your count there.
Good job.
4-6-7 it looks like for Sammy. This looks like tried to go for broke on that. Try to trip the 4 over into the 6. Always personally like try to shoot on the left or the right side of the 4 to kick them off the wall. It's very particular what machine you're rolling on. There's Jacob right at that spot.
Good shot there.
Jacob's ball motion is so good right now.
It's a very good ball change that last game. Hi.
I think if you put her on any other pair,
and I think you have one bad footing issue and you get a little concerned.
Yep.
Start to baby it a bit. Catches a break there for them.
She just missed in the 7th, missed a 6 spin.
oh, hook, and a will.
Kind of late there. That one.
A little bit of a miss.
And that jet wash again.
Yep. You saw it hook stop.
See if Olivia can step up here. Needs a shot. Break. Leaves the bucket. Ooh, chop spare for Alex. Opens the door.
Two's big in that situation, even though you're up 20.
Mason wrap 10.
Now,
That was a vicious wrap 10 too.
if Logan can double here, he brings himself right back into the equation. That's right. I heard Mom over here. It's kind of hanging up on his thumb a little bit from shot to shot, so she was telling him, okay, if it doesn't feel good, don't throw it.
Pretty close match down on 23 and 4 now with that bucket chop. Olivia is still in command, but definitely got tighter.
Pacing 50 to 40. Getting close. Olivia's been in the same spot the first 2 matches too. Been down a little bit going in.
I think we have the ball return on 23 and 24.
Is that match down there for Mason basically done?
Essentially,
yeah.
87 pin advantage.
Oh,
This
Alex.
is a 4 pin. Another bucket.
6 down for Logan.
Great cover from Mason. Max score 267 or 268.
With a spare here, he is going to force Jacob to get at least a good mark.
Bucket's no walk in the park either. Just takes the cover.
Still keeping it close. Let's see if Olivia can step up here and close the door. Same way with Jacob.
Better shot.
10 back,
Makes
Olivia, good
it
shot.
4 pin. Jacob makes the 4 pin. You got 202 left.
So it's a 3-pin advantage over here for Olivia. Riley steps up. It's close.
Ball change.
Hook.
Oh!
6.
Ooh.
Let's go.
I thought that was going to fall for a second.
I was going to come forward. So let's count here for Jacob.
Lane 30 has not been nice to Olivia down there.
Sam Max score 186.
Good spare and clutch situation there.
Not sure if this counts towards JVC Player of the Year, if they still do that, but if it does, Mason is going to
Mark
really
for the win.
7
count.
It's a mark.
Got to pick it to lock him out.
Bless him, another great shot. Riley. 3-10. So Riley is sitting at 1. Oh, where's that?
Logan needs a
Logan. Logan. Sorry for the loudness, guys. Sorry.
Yeah. Could say Alex with a strike.
Mixes
Still got a match over there, 10-pin difference.
Olivia needs a mark down.
Needs it, doesn't get it. Jacob is going to
That's pretty close.
merge with that
Sit
one.
ball. All right.
6-10 for Olivia.
That should be it. 139, 147.
Yep.
That is over.
147 if she misses it.
Olivia Titus will beat Riley Poggi.
Yeah, Ricky's champion.
She runs the ladder into the 10th in 3 matches for the win.
Mason caves the 4-pin there to take his victory lap.
Oh, catch Olivia. Catch Olivia. Oh, she got
Alex
it.
misses the 10-pin.
Throw the pencil out there. The victory shot.
Good job.
So in your rookie division, Olivia Titus runs the ladder to win. In your Masters division, Jacob King runs the ladder to win.
Majors division.
We will not have the same in other divisions. I'm very excited. In your Classics division, Weston Huff, for all extensive purposes, mathematically has won this match.
Somebody's upset.
My mom wouldn't let me drill that last bowling ball in the pro shop. So.
Mason finishes out 268.
Mason 268.
Weston caves it in. He is going to is he a 3 seed? He's a 2 seed. He's a 2 seed.
Mason was 1. Weston was 2.
2. Weston's going to take his victory lap, flatten 10. It's in the 220s.
Well, I was 3 out of 4.
Me too.
I like the odds. Yeah. You had Alex. Yeah. Zach, who'd you have? I think
That
3
one
out of
I had
4.
Weston.
Yeah, you were 3 out of 4, I think, also.
Sammy ends on a strike unless the 7 stood.
166.
Alex going to finish out here. We have 4 champions crowned. It's a great event with the JBC and the Part-Time Bowlers Tour.
Been fun being on the live stream with you today, guys. It's
been a pleasure.
Good conversation.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we kept everybody entertained. And
Alex buries that one. Yeah, I want to thank Larry for asking us out.
Yeah.
Maybe we ought to let him jump in here real quick at the end.
Yeah.
I'll find him for you guys.
He's right here.
He's right over here.
Hey, Larry. Larry.
Larry.
You want to jump in for the end? Okay.
Yeah.
Larry says thanks, everybody. And
thank everybody for watching.
I'm sure that all the folks here at Imperial Lanes did a great job keeping us running and super smooth as usual. And JBC squad, thanks everybody for participating and tuning into the live stream. And
thank you, Tracy Palomero, for sponsoring this event.
Yep.
Yeah.
We had her in the booth a couple of times as well as Larry. It was a great time, and hope to have a chance to do it again.
Absolutely.
These are great events, and this was a good time. Congratulations to Mason, Weston,
Jacob, and Olivia.
And Olivia. Great poll and all, and we look forward to seeing more of it. Bowl well at Junior Gold. Travel safe to everybody going, and thank you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you guys.
Gentlemen. You go down there, all right?